Welcome, colleagues, students, and members of our Howard community and panelists from around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Symposium, Crisis in Tigray, a Critical Dialogue. This event represents an interdisciplinary effort and highlights the contributions of the social sciences as illustrated by our many co-sponsors. I want to introduce the organizing committee who has worked tirelessly on making this event happen. Mr. John Claude Abeck, a PhD student from the Department of African Studies. Dr. Jarpa Dewoni, Director of the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership. Dr. Hendrik Hunt, Professor from the Department of Economics. Dr. Marie Claude Jipkip, Associate Professor of the Department of Sociology and Criminology. Dr. Eleanor King, Professor of the Department of Sociology and Criminology. Dr. Esther Lizanza, Assistant Professor from the Department of African Studies. And Dr. Jeannie Tungara, Professor Emerita, Department of History and former Assistant Provost for International Programs. This event is co-sponsored by students, for students, and will be run by students. So I want to highlight the student moderators. They will be in charge of the show. For panel one, we have Ms. Tess Starman, a PhD student from the Department of Sociology and Criminology. For panel two, we have Ms. Dana McCalla, PhD student from the Department of Sociology and Criminology. For panel three, we have Ms. Zira Banu, a PhD student from the Department of African Studies. And for panel four, we have Mr. John Claude Abeck, PhD student from the Department of African Studies. I also want to give thanks to Provost Anthony Luto and Dr. Jeannie Tungara and Dr. Mohammed Kamara, who will be giving some words to help us introduce this session today. I also want to give a shout out and much thanks to Ms. Anya Ueno. She is our media specialist from the Center for African Studies, and without her, this would never have been able to happen. Okay, so before we get started, I just had a few words. As we moved closer to this day, some questioned the wisdom of hosting this event at this time. So I want to highlight the purpose of the symposium. We view this symposium as an important event devoted to the purposes of education. As an institute of higher education, this is the very reason why we exist. But it is more than that. As part of the academy, as scholars, we share one belief. All the panelists, all the organizers, students, alumni, our institution, we believe in the credibility of the knowledge and information that we produce and the information that we deliver to our students. We believe in the process that is used to produce that knowledge. And that credibility comes from our values in the research process. We spend years collecting data, analyzing and interpreting information. And even when we have 10, 20, 40 years of experience, as many of the panelists do, it's not enough. We go through a rigorous blind peer review where our peers evaluate the credibility of our knowledge and our expertise. We are only able to publish through this peer review process. And then above and beyond that, the process includes teaching students to critically evaluate that knowledge and the various sources that provide information. We are taught as instructors to uplift and cultivate the next generation of leaders. We believe that an essential part of this process is a nurturing of critical thinking skills. We also know that this is a lifelong learning process. Understanding the full picture of conflict in the Horn would take much longer than a day, or even a semester, or even a year. Many of the panelists would agree that the situation in the Horn is complex. This symposium is called the Crisis in Tigray, a Critical Dialogue. not because we support one side or another, but because conflict began in the region of Ethiopia 1 year ago this month. It has now spread to several areas in the Horn of Africa. This event today is just one slice of a picture of that crisis. We tried our best as an organizing committee to include multiple voices, but for several reasons, we had to limit the program. But we began discussions regarding future events and acknowledged that added together, these future events would give a more complete story of the events in the Horn of Africa. The statements and opinions of the panelists do not represent the position of Howard University. This is not a political endeavor in which Howard has taken a side. This is a teaching moment. And because I'm an anthropologist and an archaeologist, I sort of had a little bit of influence in the framing of this symposium. So the first 3 panels are devoted to the impacts of conflict. Panel 1 is devoted to farming, ecology, heritage, and people. Panel 2 is devoted to archaeology, archaeological sites, sacred sites, cultural sites, and material culture like manuscripts. It involves intangible and tangible culture. Panel 3 looks at women and refugees. And only the last panel is devoted to politics, causal factors of the war, and conflict resolution. But I leave it up to the panelists, and I trust and rely on their 40+ years of collective knowledge to know the difference between speculation and to highlight their research and the lessons that they've learned from their work. Also, hosting this event would not have been so challenging if every university recognized that it is our duty to engage in academic discourse and offer opportunities for critical dialogue. I asked my colleagues at other universities to organize symposiums and participate in the process of crafting credible knowledge. We must offer a counterpart to social media. If we don't offer this information to our students, they will get other types of information from other types of resources. A crisis in the Horn of Africa is a topic that deserves our attention. As an HBCU, Howard University is one of the leading institutions devoted to understanding events in the Black world and creating new young leaders. So this is the task today. We're going to start with a short message from Provost Anthony Wuto, and then we'll transition into a couple of statements from Dr. Jeannie Tungara. And we'll start panel 1, hopefully at 9:30. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Provost Wuto.
Thank you, Professor Bugarin, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, colleagues. It certainly is an honor and a pleasure to bring greetings on this auspicious occasion. I want to thank the Center for African Studies and the various organizations, departments, and units at Howard University that have contributed to this symposium, and certainly want to thank the conference organizers for the work that you have put into organizing this event. I'm pleased that the organizers of the symposium have gathered international scholars to inform the Howard University community about the crisis in Tigray. We're aware that the ongoing conflict in northern Ethiopia is a tragedy that has caused unspeakable human suffering and threatens the stability of the Horn of Africa. But the roots of the conflict are complicated and often misunderstood. Excellence, leadership, truth, and service are Howard University's core values. We have a long history of developing scholars and professionals who provide solutions to contemporary global problems, particularly ones impacting the African diaspora. Over the past several months, Howard leadership has engaged officials at the Department of State about this crisis. In September, we invited the Howard community to work collaboratively in supporting and advocating for those affected by the violence in Ethiopia. This symposium and its efforts to enlighten the Howard family are welcome responses to that call. So again, I welcome each of you. I look forward to the discussion and the conversation and the knowledge that will go forward. And I certainly want to thank you for continuing to support Howard's mission and our goals towards this effort. Thank you again and welcome.
Thank you, Provost Buto. I would now like to turn the tables over to Dr. Tungara.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings. It's my pleasure to bring a few remarks on this occasion. I was asked to address, say a few words about the role of HBCUs. And certainly our HBCUs have an incredibly important role to play when it comes to global engagement. We do the research, we teach, we educate, and we serve. Howard has as its mission, its primary community as Africa and the African diaspora. And so when we say that, we're talking about Black people on 5 continents. 5 continents. So if we want to talk about anything global, we have to talk about the presence and the role of the Black community across the globe. Here at Howard University, Africa and African studies are taught across all departments and all disciplines. This is critical because African studies is not just in one department or at one level. So regardless of your major, take a moment, find the courses, find the faculty, do a research project that might allow you to learn a little bit more about these areas where Black people have played such important roles across the globe. I want to encourage our students to explore the opportunities available to them at the World Languages and Cultures Department. Language is critical. As a matter of fact, there's something called critical language assistantship programs. Today, the topic is the crisis in Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa. So one might ask, who are the decision makers? Who is at the table? How are they trained? What are their interests? What about the international community? Who's at the table determining who gets assistance and who doesn't? If you go to the Symposium website, you'll find a link to some of the US government responses to the crisis. But I just want to point out that for the House hearings held this summer on Ethiopia, that committee on Foreign Affairs is chaired by Congressman Meeks. Congressman Meeks of New York is a Howard University Law School graduate. I want to point out that also active in these affairs is our Vice President, Kamala Harris, a Howard University graduate. I would like to highlight an HBCU graduate, Ambassador Limit Thomas Greenfield, who is now the UN ambassador representing the United States, an HBCU graduate. And I could go on and on. We have several Howard graduates and other HBCU graduates who are in agencies across the government and hold offices even in the public and in both the public and private sectors. So, and now what we find is that we don't have adequate representation at many of those levels. So we encourage you to get active, to get the experience, to avail yourself to the opportunities available to you at Howard University. I know I'm talking largely to a Howard University community of students and faculty and administrators. Avail yourselves to the opportunities. Go to the Ralph Bunche Center. You'll find there Dr. Wheeler Winstead, representing the Center for African Studies. And he can tell you about these language fellowships and many other opportunities to engage in African languages and to do study abroad in Africa, go and talk to Dr. Winstead at the Bunch Center. In addition, you'll learn about the Charles Rangel Fellowship and training opportunities for undergraduates and graduates. You'll learn about the Donald Payne Fellowship, all right, for research, graduate research on Africa. There's also a virtual learning and experience opportunity, the Palmer training opportunity for undergraduates. For our graduate students, learn about the Fulbright Hayes Research Award. Go to the graduate school, that's where that's seated. Learn about it. You can go anywhere in the world with the Fulbright Hayes Research Award. For undergraduates, you can get a Fulbright. Seniors can apply to become Fulbrighters. And after graduation, then they'll serve, up to a year abroad. Go to iie.org. There are pre-dissertation fellowships. If you're not sure about what you want to do for your dissertation, there are pre-dissertation fellowships that will help you zero in on your proposals. I encourage faculty to also take advantage of those exchange opportunities through the Fulbright program, as scholars, as researchers, or both. Opportunities are available around the globe. There are not enough people of color engaging in these opportunities. And after the events of last year, let me tell you, people are looking to diversify in all of these areas, particularly in the areas of international affairs. Take advantage of the Boren, B-O-R-E-N, the Boren Awards. There are awards for graduate students and for undergraduate students. Shape your research to fit the reward. Win the award, go abroad. The Gilman Scholars. These are scholars who are Pell eligible and there are grants there for summer study and for semester study. So go to the Bunch Center, learn about these opportunities, take advantage of them. We want you to be at the table. Future leaders, Howard University students, we want you at the table. So these are just a few of the many opportunities available to you. And I'll bring this to a close. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank this extraordinary panel. And you're across the globe too, in all time zones. Thank you so much for joining us today to support this effort. So colleagues, panelists, and our audience of students and colleagues, what do you say? Let's get smarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tangara. Now I turn the table over to Ms. Tess Starman.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am very pleased to be able to kick off really this symposium with introducing and facilitating the first set of panelists, which focus on farming ecology, heritage, and people. I will have each of the 4 panelists with us introduce themselves first by sharing their name with us. They will then engage in a presentation, which I will ensure that we stay on a good time schedule. They'll introduce themselves, present some of their research with us so that we can be informed on their areas of expertise regarding this region, Ethiopia and Tigray at large. And then we will transition into about 30 minutes of a Q&A for this whole entire panel. So I encourage all attendees, as well as other panelists that are here, if you have questions at any point in time, please drop them into the Q&A box that you see at the bottom of your Zoom window. So without further ado, I would like to have each of the panelists just unmute themselves, share their video, and just share their name with us so we know who we will be learning from in this first panel. So I will turn it over to first Dr. Alula.
Hello, nice to meet you all. It's a wonderful opportunity to talk to you all. And I'm from, now I'm in Japan, but I'm from Ethiopia. I'm doing postdoc here. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we have Dr. Emnet.
Apparently just Emnet, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate Howard University and the organizing committee for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Emnet. Next, Dr. Fouquet.
Hello, and thank you for the initiative and the invitation. So I am Eloi Fouquet at the School for Advanced Studies in Social Sciences in Paris. I've been studying Ethiopian societies for 30 years and learned a lot from the intellectual and spiritual resources of Ethiopian people.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And finally, Dr. Nyssen.
Hello, I am Jan Nissen from Ghent University in Belgium, and I've been doing research in Tigray since 1994, mainly related to agricultural systems and more broadly physical geography.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nissen. And those are our 4 panelists for the first panel here on farming, ecology, heritage, and people. So I will transition now back to Dr. Alula, who will spend the next about 12 to 15 minutes sharing about his research specifically. And again, if you have any questions that arise, please feel free to drop them in the Q&A box below. All right, Dr. Alula.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you so much. And because I'm the first beginner and the first presenter, I will quickly focus on the introduction aspects of Tigray and Tigrayans are one of the ethnic groups or nations in Ethiopia, and it has a very rich history, long history, and also a very religious society. The Orthodox Christians devote 2 to 3 days, even a lot of days per week to church, and heavily small size agricultural practices. And because of there have been gates to the war, to the frontier of the area, they have a very deep-rooted military experiences and resistance. And generally, this is a very simplistic version of the description. Like Tigray is here in the Horn of Africa, and historically this is more or less the civilization area in the first millennia up to from the first millennia before Common Era, and then later this area was just moved. The capital started to move south and emerged as we know, like Abyssinian or Ethiopian kind of kingdoms. And then later this became like the modern Ethiopian state as we know it. As we know, Ethiopia is not colonized, but more or less it's a product of the African scramble. At least its borders are scrambled. So as you can see, like this is some kilometers from the beaches on Somalia, and everywhere you'll find this kind of things. Actually, one of the major issues and problems in Africa is this kind of structures. Like the modern nations are more or less kind of resource maps than kind of the cultural expressions or culturally coherent kind of nations. Like a simple comparison of like ethnic groups and the modern states in Africa and in Europe will show us that like more or less you will see the ethnic groups are somehow within the nation lines. But in Africa, you will see like big ethnic groups or nations are like divided into different characters, and this created a very different kind of confusions, more of conflicts and that kind of issues. In bigger terms, like Tigray's issue is also lie in that one, as the center moved here, and although Tigray is a center of culture, culturally and historically, it has become center, but it's moved after the scramble of Africa into periphery, and then you would see this kind of the question for autonomy, and then the strong kind of central urbanite kind of identity will find themselves in conflict. So basically, as a product of long history, you will find a very rich cultural heritage. Just I give example, some of the heritage which with outstanding universal value, like which makes it even unique globally, like the unique architectural traditions and manuscripts. As an example, this book is like one of the existing oldest bound books and one of the oldest existing illuminated books from 5th century, and then unique music preparation. This statue is probably broken during the election time. It's one of the largest stone to be quarried. It's almost 33 meters, and you'll find many coins, and then as the oldest standing structure in sub-Saharan Africa, and then you'll find the center of the Orthodox world in East Africa, and where the Christians believed where the Ark of Covenant, like the 10 Commandments, is hosted. Also, you will find like writings which states chronicle of the kings in different languages, including Greek. And in this war, all these things are affected. You will see later how this one is looted. Many of the coins has been stolen from the museum in Aksum. There was a grenade in one of the emperor's tombs, and this unique structure, one of the last existing monkey head structures, is also the compound was hit by artillery. So as you can see, it's very devastating. This war has affected the heritage, and for some point also the whole heritage conservation system completely collapsed because of the system was completely affected. And if we see like this is the mosque that we saw above, it's completely hit, directly hit by artillery, and there are several churches. And this is the one of the rooms of palace of Emperor Johannes, where one of the soldiers moved out the collections of the museum and converted it into his residence for some months. And you would see soldiers destroying monument. So the patterns was like there was appropriation of heritage through ethnic cleansing, and heritage was taken as hostage, like soldiers threatened to destroy heritage unless they get information from the local people, mainly on whereabouts of the rebels. And there was a depopulation of the public through destruction of public goods. So the directly hit the big structures in the area by artillery, and so people will move out of the area, and later it will be followed up by conquest and possible looting. There was big intentional destruction of markers of Tigrayan identity, as we can see in this statue of a Tigrayan woman fighter, and then also the biggest the biggest museum in Tigray was completely vandalized and converted into a military dormitory of the soldiers. And you will notice, and this has more or less a pattern. If you see like the identified names of the victims of this war, it's been collected by Tighat, and also another documentation is there is from Ghent University or the European External Council, and you will find many. At least in this list, you will notice that 10% of these victims are religious leaders, and religious leaders are usually protectors of many of the heritage collections, which are in the church storage. The killing of those important people in the society would be possibly followed up by further destruction of heritage and looting. So at this point, virtually most heritage sites are affected from either killing of the hosts or the keepers, looting, or a big structural destruction or interruption of the festivals or intangible heritage like masses or other activities. A main challenge is now there is a total siege in Tigray, so there is no access, there is no economic activity, there is no phone or internet, so the conditions are worse. So you can see like the priestess, you can tell like by their hair covered with white garment, and you will see this is one of the sites which CNN did a reporting in Mariam Dangolet, so you can see how many priests are affected even in this picture. So I will finish by some call for action. The total siege is causing humanitarian disaster. It's famine and much worse problems. And I even feel bad to talk about heritage at this point when people are dying from starvation and famine. But still, I hope other panelists talk about it. But the siege has caused huge pressure on cultural heritage. Also, still there are many parts of Tigray occupied by alien forces, which we expect this kind of killings and looting and other things might be continuing as well. The blockade, especially telecommunication, poses a major obstacle to locate looted objects, to seek assistance and coordinate. The damaged sites might further deteriorate from the rains and other things. So communication has posed a very major obstacle. And I mainly ask for support of local professionals and institutions, especially the local universities. There are 4 universities in Tigray, major universities. These universities now are shut down because they're owned by the federal government. Their budget is cut. Especially this needs very huge attention from the international community to assist these organizations. And in the near future, if probably looted objects like manuscripts and church objects might resurface in the international antiquity markets, we have seen this for many times before. So I hope these items will be flagged and looked after, and when they resurface, to be reinstated to their original locations from they were taken out. Thank you so much. This picture is from Aksum in June. This is Aksum has lost 1% of its population from a single day massacre, and it's a World Heritage City, but the population still continues to pray for peace, for world peace every day. People gather and pray, and they hope for a better day. I also finish with this kind of wishing for a better day. And if you have further inquiries, you can contact me on this mail address. I will finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ulula, for this illuminating presentation. I think for many of us who maybe aren't familiar with the particularities of Tigray and all that it has to offer as an area and the region in the Horn of Africa at large, we appreciate your perspective and expertise in illuminating some of the aspects and the resources in the region. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We will now transition to our next presenter in panel 1, Mnet.
Yeah, thank you. May I share my screen, please?
You can share your screen.
Okay, good. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah. So like I said earlier, I am Mnet Nagash from Ghent University at the Department of Geography. And here I will be talking a bit about the war and the impact on the people and the environment as well. And I think I must start by introducing how it were and how the humanitarian catastrophes has been going. So it's in Ethiopia. Tigray is located in the northern part, but in general, that Ethiopia has a lot of ups and downs with the topographic irregularities. And Tigray is the northernmost region in Ethiopia, and so so we have the recurrent humanitarian catastrophes in Tigray since history, and most of them come in relation to war. So we had the 1980s, I mean, in the 1880s, we had the war, and which also followed with famine. And similarly, in the 1950s, we had the locust kind of swarms, worms, the army worm, which is also followed by famine. And we also had the 1984-85 famine, which was also related to war. And nowadays we are witnessing it again, that the war was followed by, is being followed by famine, and the risk is growing every adding day, and many other circumstances which we may mention in this case. And a bit more about Tigray. Among the things Tigray is known for is the land restoration efforts. Yeah, basically the land restoration efforts. And Tigray has been awarded a global gold award for the land restoration efforts. But then this war has not only interrupted the land, soil and water conservation efforts, but also the existing structures, the biological and also the physical soil and water conservation measures seem to be destroyed. Well, if I must relate it with the topography again, so we have a lot of ups and downs, the topographic irregularity. So within short distance, the warring parties would find a spot to hide themselves or maybe to attack themselves, which makes it to have a lot of conflict incidents. And on the right side, I have the map of conflict incidents, which my department, which my team has mapped. So we had hundreds of conflict incidents, meaning that the fighting itself has affected the environment, the conservation structures, both the biological and also the physical soil and water conservation structures. And one of the catchments I had recently monitored is there's a catchment in an area called Ukro, which is a few kilometers north of the capital city, Mekelle. And so in this catchment, there's this Spanish donated, the Catholic Church donated catchment restoration work where they had to implement physical and biological soil and water conservation structures in the upper catchment, and in the between there was also plantation. They had a micro dam, and also and they also had irrigation water wells, and then that has also contributed enhancing the livelihood of the community, which I also did the impact assessment of the project. But then after the war now, not after the war, because it's still happening. Right after the area was controlled by the Ethiopian and Eritrean forces, I had a chance to talk with the project manager, and what he mentions is that the catchments that we had witnessed with good progress is now completely almost a desert, you know. So this is a simple incident I'm mentioning, though we could populate it to other areas throughout the region where conflict incidents has happened, which I would say is it's almost the same. So we could tell that these conservation structures have been largely destroyed. And the other thing I would mention in relation to the environment is the interruption of public services, which we have also mapped here with the team at Ghent University. And among the services that has been interrupted include electricity, telephone, internet, banking, the road, flight, healthcare service, largely destroyed. And if the healthcare facilities also exist, they have run out of supplies. Schools and universities also closed now a second year, which we have about 2 publications on that as well. But then if I must relate it with the environment, I must come and mention the electricity. Electricity is largely interrupted. And how, if I must mention, how does it work, relate with the environment? And then electricity is basically used for lighting the houses and cooking food. So if there's no electricity, then the people will not have any option rather than going to find firewood and coal. So then it means they will go and be encouraged to deforest, to cut the forests. So that's literally affecting the forest. And not only that, but also the youth, the young generation is unemployed, no income. So they would go and find a job. Income generation means for now is the only means would be to provide the people who need, which is firewood. And they will start cutting the forest. And I'm afraid in the coming, if this continues like that, in the coming few months or years, that the limited forest we have may be threatened. And the other thing I would mention, and in relation to the people, is that so among the things that has happened and hand in hand with the war is that the looting is, well, a lot was looted and destroyed, but among the things I would mention that donkeys and plastic water containers were mainly targeted, and this has devastated life of the day-to-day people. And as I mentioned earlier, again, we have a lot of ups and downs, the topographic irregularity, and the life of these people without donkeys is unimaginable because it's not possible to access the landscape with a car. The only means or most feasible means of transporting household essentials is mainly the donkeys. And if they had to transport water, they would use the plastic containers. And these are mainly essentially targeted in looting. I would simply mention a simple example, one of the spots we have in Tigray. There's a settlement area in an area called Mugullat, for some of you who may know this area. It's in the eastern part of Tigray, which is a few kilometers west of Adigrat. So the settlement is in a hilltop, and where they find the water source are in the bottom of the hill. That's where the springs are located, and they travel for kilometers. I mean, not less than 2 hours. And then if they don't have the donkeys, then it's not easy to find water. And of course, not only the donkeys, but also the water containers themselves are targeted, and life gets difficult for people like this. And the other thing I would mention here is the internal displacement, that in most cases, especially in the western part of Tigray, more than 75% of the population is largely displaced. And but in total, we have over 2.1 million people displaced, and they live in grim conditions without food or any basic services. And that some cities well, for now, the internally displaced people are basically concentrated in urban areas, and some cities are hosting more than 70% of their initial population. And you can imagine what this means without any basic services and barely any healthcare facilities and any supplies. And if I must elaborate more about this, at the beginning of the war, the migration itself, the displacement was basically from urban areas to rural areas, because the conflict was following the roadsides, and so that people had to flee to rural areas. So some of the people, some households had to live in caves, like you see in the picture in the left side. And afterwards, when the conflict expanded to rural areas, then people again had to migrate back to urban areas. And nowadays they live in schools, in buildings that are not complete, so without any basic services, in the wind, it's rainy again. So it's very difficult for them to imagine their life. And if we ask the question, what does that mean, and how, and for how long? And so this needs an answer, and a difficult one. And among the other things which we as a team are monitoring is the civilian casualties. We have so far documented about 260 massacre incidents in which approximately 10,000 civilian casualties are reported so far. But then this is still very much limited given the interruption of public services. And we also happen to criticize the joint investigation between the UN and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, where basically for two reasons: that it ignored over 90% of the massacre incidents we have documented, and that the investigation they have done in Western Tigray is in the absence of the native inhabitants, because 75% of this population in Western Tigray has been displaced. And if I must touch a little bit about the farming and farming activities, which other colleagues may elaborate more, I will basically mention few things based on few publications me and my team has been doing. So if I must start from the genesis, that we had the desert locust before the start of the war, which later destroyed about 25% of the production, and it was followed by burning of the crop fields, and the grains were also burned in the houses once they were harvested, and there was also destruction of houses and the grain mills themselves, without which it's difficult to imagine life of these people, and that. People already started to daze since then, since the beginning of, since the get-go of this war. And going forwards, that aid itself and farm inputs were largely missing. Farm inputs and oxen themselves were largely killed or looted, and that the farming itself was delayed, which later was followed by most of the land left fallow, and that the expected production is less than 50%. And this limited production again is threatened by desert locusts, as publications by the FAO and the national had mentioned. And in conclusion here, that Tigray, a region, and of course Ethiopia in general, if we look into Tigray once in a minimal food insecurity situation, is now under emergency and emergency and famine food insecurity situations, and that the IPC and the USAID has already estimated that between 400 and 900,000 people are already in famine conditions, and that is largely disturbing. And then without, again, this estimation comes with a warning that these estimates are to be said given that planned food aid is reaching, which is again not happening. And this emergency and food and famine food insecurity situation, we are in it since June, and we are now November, 4 and 5 months already. And then we can imagine the number of food aid that has reached and the level it might have catalyzed, and which makes it clear for itself that it's difficult to imagine the level of these people, the suffering these people are facing, and we have no answer for how long this continues, and unless this siege ends, and the risk will be in another level, which we cannot imagine for now. And we are still saying that what we know is very limited because of the limitations because of the interruption of public services, including telephone and internet. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Annette. Again, we so appreciate your expertise, like Dr. Alula as well, to just illuminate the vast implications of this crisis. All of the different areas of society are being interrupted, unfortunately, by the conflict that is happening. And we appreciate the way that you have illuminated how the implications of those downstream, absolutely. So thank you very much. Next on our panel, we have listed Dr. Fiquet to present. Again, as you are listening, attendees, please feel free to submit any questions you have regarding the information that has been presented thus far in the Q&A section.
Hello, I'm here and I will try to share my PowerPoint presentation. Does it work?
Yes.
Yes.
Like this?
Yes.
Okay, again, thank you very much for this initiative by Howard University to better understand the current day situation through different research perspectives. And thanks to all the team and Mrs. Floralis for this wonderful organization. So for my research is particularly focused on the diversity of Ethiopian societies and peoples, their coexistence and competition on different levels, cultural, political, religious. In particular, I studied the practices and discourses of coexistence and confrontation between Christian and Muslim societies in Ethiopia since the 17th century until today. Ethiopia has the unique characteristic of a continuous presence and relationship between the three monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, from antiquity to the present day. And on this map, you can see a representation of the major religious groups in Ethiopia according to territorial setting, and it shows also areas of mixed situation between religious groups. Within the current borders of Ethiopia, Orthodox Christians represent half of the population and Muslims 1/3, concentrated mainly in the east and southwest of the country. This demographic situation shows a situation where these two religious groups are facing each other, forming powerful and independent territorial entities with many situations of contact and some interaction in contact areas. On this basis, I have tried to expand my research beyond the realm of religion to understand what's at stake in the multiple level of interaction between religious affiliations, political organizations, and territorial or cultural identities. This first panel is about questions of ecology and natural heritage. The situation of Tigray has been well introduced by previous speakers, and I'm sure that Jan Nissen after me will provide more information on farming, ecological, and food issues. I will try to connect the history of interreligious coexistence and politics in Ethiopia within the broader geographical setting. Here you have a view of Aksum. So in central Tigray, a highly sacred place, and Aksum played an important role into the construction of Ethiopia as a political project. And I will try to understand the situation of Tigray and Aksum in the geography and history in Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa in a very short time and very few words for a very long period of time. For this, I have chosen to start with this map drawn by a British cartographer, John Bartholomew. It's an interesting map because it is not centered on Ethiopia as most national maps are. Here we can understand the situation of Ethiopia within the wider setting of the Red Sea Basin and the Nile Basin in connection with the Mediterranean to the north of the map. And also this map highlights the altitude levels, showing the contrasts and interaction between highlands and lowlands. So that's why I've chosen a 1922 map, because the graphic design is really significant. This is the reason why I have chosen this map, which is not today's map, because today's maps are not showing as well the configuration. So what is interesting in this map is to see that Ethiopia is a part of geographical configuration between two spaces or many spaces. The one is the Red Sea, which is connecting the Mediterranean basin and the ocean, the Indian Ocean, and in connection, mirroring the highlands of Arabia. And we see also that inland of Africa, Ethiopia is connected to the Nile Basin. And the area of Tigray is at the junction between the circulations on the Red Sea Basin and also human and trade circulations on the Nile Basin. And it played a very important role into the evolution and transformation of this territory and its culture. Here we can zoom on the map and we better see on the west how the highlands of Tigray are at the interface between the Red Sea here and through the Tekeze River and other rivers feeding the Nile in connection with Sudan and Egypt. And to understand this geographical situation and its impact on history, we can have this other map that shows the position of Aksum in the antiquity. Aksum in central Tigray was the capital of an ancient kingdom, which had a significant influence from the 4th century BC to the 8th century. Its power was based on the control of trade routes. On the one hand, the Red Sea routes between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. On the other hand, the land routes of the Nile and its tributaries between the African interior and Egypt. This kingdom was connected to the great empires of the antiquity. In the 4th century of our era, the king of Aksum converted to Christianity to be part of international politics of the time. As we would say today, Ethiopia and the Kingdom of Aksum was recognized as a member of the international community with a seat at the Security Council. This conversion to Christianity took place at the same period as the conversion of the Roman Emperor Constantine and the formation of the Byzantine Empire. At the same time, a few centuries after, Aksum also played a central role in the history of Islam and its international spread. It was diffusion. It was in Aksum that the first followers of Prophet Muhammad found refuge when they were persecuted in Mecca. And the king, the Ethiopian king of Aksum, provided asylum to the very first Muslim believers. And this king is remembered in the historical tradition of Islam as the Najashi, corresponding to the word Negus, to mean king in the Ethiopian ancient language. So we see that very early in history, since the ancient times, the people of Ethiopia were integrated into the codes of universality, which we name today as globalization. The Bible and the Quran in particular provided access codes to the higher entities governing the afterlife. And by offering horizons of expectation and hope beyond ordinary life, world religions organized communities bound by the same faith without depending on the same culture. By accepting these religions, by relying on their texts and norms, by allying themselves with their experts, the priests and the learned clerics, the local governments in Christian and Muslim Ethiopia placed themselves under the surveillance of and monitoring of international mechanisms limiting abuse of power. So we can see that the territory of Tigray through Aksum and other places that are archaeological sites today occupy an important place in the connection of, in the history of connection between Ethiopian territories and societies to the rest of the world. The historical, cultural, and sacred heritage of Tigray must be understood within this long history of circulation and interaction between cultural localities and global standards. What's often misunderstood in the analysis of the current conflict is this interaction between local identities and political affiliations of wider scale. The complexity of Ethiopia and its diverse societies cannot be reduced to the simple motto of unity of a nation state, which is a quite recent imperial construction. We have to take in consideration the long history of local political and religious cultures and the way they coexist into a same model of coexistence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fouquet. Appreciate the fact that you highlighted not only currently, but some of the historical roots of some of the diversity and the rich complexity that we're seeing in the region now. So thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us. We will
Thank you.
We will now transition to our fourth and final panelist for the time together today. Again, a reminder, submit your questions to the Q&A chat so that when we are done hearing from Dr. Nissen, we have the opportunity to have some rich dialogue with these four experts from this first panel. I will now turn it over to Dr. Nissen.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are on Earth. Greetings from Belgium. It's a bit cold here, freezing almost. Good, I'm going to talk to you about Ethiopia, and particularly Tigray, where we have been doing research since 1994. I did my master thesis there. I did my PhD thesis in a small village, Hagar Silam, where I had built my house, which has been looted by the Eritrean soldiers, just like anybody's. But, and sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint, but I have a bit of decorum here that represents the Tigray livelihood. Maybe some elements to add upon what others have been telling, something about climate that helps to understand the whole farming system and the whole ecology. We are having climate that can be considered as a hot, semi-arid climate. Some part is also tropical savanna climate. If you want to compare it to other places, I'm talking about Tigray specifically. If you want to compare it to other places on Earth, you may think about Brazil Nordeste, or large parts of Mexico, or the northern part of Australia. That's a bit similar climate as in Tigray, with a big difference that is in Tigray, this is full of people. There is an average population density of 100 people per square kilometer. And people are mainly living from farming. 70% is living from farming. A lot of smallholder farmers, not really big companies, very few, but it's really marginal. A lot of smallholder farmers who are working in a type of egalitarian system. Basically, the village agrees to when somebody has no land, the community agrees to reshare the land and to make sure that everybody is having some piece of land, at least the first child. And that brings us to people who have a land of about 1 hectare. I don't know how familiar Americans are with the metric system. 1 hectare is 100 meter by 100 meter. So that is not very big, and they have to live from that. And that 1 hectare is mostly located in mountain environments. Ilwa has been showing the topographic map. Imagine you have a landscape which ranges from 500 meter above sea level to 4,000 meter above sea level. So that's a bit the elevational range of the Rocky Mountains, for example. And people are living there at every elevation, having small plots, and you need to walk on foot, like Emnet said, and you have to transport, better to have a donkey, because already walking is already a heavy work, leave alone transporting. The farmers have been working with, maybe just to highlight the climate, we can recognize the climate from the vegetation. Just look at this one. I brought it from Tigray. Of course, it was only short like that, not big like this, Euphorbia. And here we have the African olive trees. And here we have ficus. In reality, it grows 20 meter high, but I can only have 20 centimeter here in my pot in Belgium. And people have been having an indigenous agricultural system since many centuries. Agriculture started 3,000 years ago. So you have 100 generations. So people are really expert. No need for GPS and so on. They know exactly how to manage their land. We have studied that. They know which crop to grow, when to sow, at which place, etc. And to some extent, that has been their chance. At least they could sow something. Imagine a society that was highly modernized, highly mechanized, and then you get a strong blockade like now, everything stops. Yeah? Whereas in the Tigray condition, at least they could try something because they have all the indigenous knowledge. I'll come back to that. Now, this is the indigenous system, and we drink our beer by this cup. We make our coffee in that pot. We go to the spring. Traditionally, we are using that one, but nowadays there is a jerry can because the weight is much less. But if your jerry can is stolen, you will have to revert to that pot that weighs 8 kilos just by itself, add the water to it, and the women are taking it. So imagine a bit the weight that they need to carry now when they go to fetch water. So of course, over the last 30 years, we have seen a lot of development. When I came there in 1994, the first time, people were having 2 meals a day. The previous famine was finished. This previous civil war was finished. People were having 2 meals a day. One around 10 o'clock, and then another meal at 5 p.m. Yeah, and that was the way of spreading the lack of misery. Last time that I was there, 2019, before COVID, people were having largely 3 meals per day. I cannot say they were rich, but there's a very big difference between misery and poverty. Poverty, you can get organized, you can have a society that works, and so on. And then, so I told you a bit that development that has taken place, that is also valid for agriculture. A lot of investment has been done in irrigation, bringing fertilizer, bringing improved seeds, developing off-farm income, because people are having 2, 3, 4 children. One child can take the farm. You need jobs for the 2, 3 others. And one development that we have been involved in is the reforestation. The worst situation in Tigray in terms of environment was around 1984, that famine. And then everything was barren, and they had no other option as trying to reforest. And they have started that. They made a lot of so-called reforestation areas. We were working with them just before the war started, trying to get carbon credits. You are protecting that forest for your village, but you are storing carbon in the same time. Why don't you get carbon credits for it? And we had a small project for those villages to get them carbon credits for the small forest. And then this big war came, and then everything, I cannot say everything is down 30 years back. I don't know what we will find, because now we are closed 4 or 5 months. We don't see what is happening, and just waiting to be able to go back there and to work with them again and to start it up. Again. When the war started, we thought about locusts like Mnet was bringing. We thought about warfare that disrupts everything, but then a lot more has come. We have had the systematic prevention of farming. That means the farmer went to plow in the night, because the Ethiopian and Eritrean soldiers, if they see a farmer plow, well, they wouldn't shoot every farmer plowing. But if in an area of 50 kilometers, they should shoot 3 or 20 farmers who have been plowing, everybody will be afraid to come out with this option. So they came out in the night, they plowed, and then they sent their wife or their children with a hoe somehow to rearrange it later on and to make it better, or to sow the seeds. And then it was when these Ethiopian Eritrean troops were pushed out by the end of June, society, there was a big relief. I had my friends on the telephone on the night when there was no army in Mekelle. The Ethiopian army had left, the Tigrayan army had not yet come, and they were so relieved. And I say, tomorrow we are going to telephone again, and we will talk about how life will continue. But there was no more communication. Everything has been stopped. So they retreated their army, and they switched down any telephone, any internet, any electricity, and the food aid. So then farmers started. There is a way of communicating. The way of communicating is a few internet lines through satellite telephone, and then people go online for 20 minutes and they send some very short messages. And I'm one of my previous students is a dean of faculty in Mekelle University, and I worked with them with the Department of Geography of Mekelle University, and they went to the field to 7 districts surrounding Mekelle, and they made an inventory of the crops. How is it growing? What have the farmers done? And farmers have tried to, with their indigenous knowledge, they have tried to survive, to do survival cropping. A major problem was having the seeds, because the seeds that are commonly grown, wheat, barley, that is typical for a food in Ethiopia that's called kolo. You can take the grain of wheat and barley and you roast it in the fire, and then you have food. Yeah, there was no other food. So they roasted, many farmers have been roasting their seeds. So they couldn't sow. Also the chickpea, the grass pea, the same, you can roast it and you can eat it for survival, but then you don't have seeds. So quite some lands have remained without seeds simply because no seed is available, or no oxen available because they had been looted, no fertilizer at all. And then our team on the ground, they went and they simply observed, is this looking normal for this period of the year? And they said less than better than normal. No, you cannot find that. But normal, less than normal, nothing. And that was a bit the 3 categories. And we are having between 20 to 50% of the farmlands that look normal. but that means 50 to 80% of the farmers are less than normal or nothing. So there is a huge, now it's a time of harvesting, but there is a huge lack of food simply because they had already the food gap. The food gap is the period between the previous harvesting when it's finished and the new harvest that's coming in. And now the new harvest is coming in, they still need to process it. And so they will have a little bit from their harvest. But the farmer is going to eat himself. Yeah, he cannot feed the towns. Yeah? Or he will try to sell at very high price to the town to have some money. So people are resorted now to eating leaves. Don't imagine them taking grass and simply eating grass. Part of the indigenous knowledge, they know which plants are edible, wild edible plants, wild crop relatives. And when we did field work, I've lived in total in Tigray must be 8 or 10 years or something if I add it up all. And as a geographer, you do your field work on foot, and we took a rest somewhere, and the farmer is with us, started excavating some plant just for joking, for fun, made a small fire. When I was a small boy or in period of hunger, we could eat this plant and we could eat this plant taste very tasty. It's good to fill your stomach, but this is not bringing you proteins, of course. And then they have another plant which they are trying to eat, that is cactus. The prickly pear cactus with the big leaves. Put the leaf in the fire, the spines burn down, you chop it, you boil it a little bit. Again, it fills your stomach, but that is not food. But people are surviving like that. But we can imagine how many people are dying. We know it even in the towns. People, you get photos from people that you know, and you say, but he becomes 20 years older. Yeah, in 4 months. Yeah, because there is really, everybody is starving. So if it is like that with the better off people in town, you can imagine the poorest of the poor, what is happening, the catastrophe that is happening over there. So that's a bit my cry to the world to open that blockade. And Gutierrez, United Nations, has been lazy for 1 year. I think now really he has to put an enormous pressure on Ethiopia. This blockade has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Neeson. We appreciate the wealth of knowledge that you bring to the table as well when it comes to understanding the landscape physically, and then the implications of that impact on geography and farming. I think before we move into this panel discussion with the Q&A, I just want to thank each of the 4 experts that were able to share about their research so we could better understand the people, the heritage, the farming, and the ecology of the Tigray region, the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia at large. Some of the themes that I found as we move into this Q&A period is that there is so much, such rich diversity within the area, much more than I even anticipated. We saw from each of the 4 panelists testimony to the diversity of topography, geography, ecology, demography, religion, ethnic groups. And so there's so much diversity within that, which is definitely, I believe it was Dr. Fouquet who testified really that it's easy to reduce the conflict to 2 groups, but the reality is that there is so much diversity in the area that it does not give a full understanding of what is happening if we simply reduce the conflict to these 2 groups. Also, we saw a lot of the implications of this crisis on things such as internet access, things such as resources to be able to farm effectively, the implications on the people as well as leaders, religious leaders. So it was very interesting to see not only get an understanding of the diversity within this area, but also the implications that the crisis has on these rich resources and the rich diversity in this space. And I think each of the presenters, each of these experts at one point in time simply asked the question, if this conflict continues, what will be the even more severe implications of this within this region? How much of these natural resources, as well as the people, the leaders that we have in these societies and the population at large, how much further will this degrade this area of such rich diversity? So thank you very much again to all 4 of the presenters. We'll now transition into this formal Q&A time. We have a little over 30 minutes left on the schedule, and I just want to thank each of the presenters. You all have a wealth of knowledge and years of experience researching, so we appreciate your ability to summarize and condense a lot of your research in more of a limited time, so we can ensure that we have ample opportunity to converse with one another. So I want to encourage people as we're transitioning here to drop comments and questions into the Q&A. Really how we're going to start off, I want to ensure that I give note and recognition to my co-facilitators for panel 2 here. You all had the opportunity to meet Dr. Bugarin at the beginning, who is the chair of this organizing committee for the symposium. And I also want the opportunity to introduce Dr. Hunt. If Dr. Hunt is with us, would you mind unmuting yourself and just introducing yourself for the group here?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kenrick Hunt. I'm a professor in the economics department. It's been a wonderful first panel discussion, and I know we will enjoy the other presentations today, and I wait back to join later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. So really have a question for any of the panelists, if whoever would like to respond. In terms of understanding the initial implications of this crisis on the land, on the people in this region, when it comes to the significance of this damage, what could be done now? Can there be anything that is done now in order to preserve some of the implications or some of the downstream effects that we're already seeing? And what do you foresee the long-term implications if this conflict does not resolve itself or no change happens and the conflict continues, regarding any of your areas of expertise? So what are the things that could be happening now? And then what are the further implications if the crisis continues?
They can raise their hand if they have questions, and Dr. Neeson has a question.
Dr. Neeson.
I thought that I was going to answer your question. What
Yes.
are the long-term implications of this? But which of course we can only a bit guess. I remain optimistic for the farming system. I remain optimistic for the farming system in the sense that the indigenous knowledge is still there, and people can restart. And what we found is a rebounding. Even in that short period, June, July, there has been a rebounding. So we found some type of resilience thanks to the fact that all this indigenous knowledge is there. You know that I was telling you, people had been eating their seeds, and then when time of sowing comes, but they may have had another crop. So people went to the market, and they have a traditional system of bartering before sowing. You bring your seed, all farmers bring their seeds that they don't need, and they exchange without involving money. They exchange the seeds. It's a system that had been lost because the government was providing seeds and so on, improved seeds and so on. But now this system revived. And by the way, that you may know about the bombing of Togoga market by the end of June. That was such a market with huge thousands and thousands of farmers who were exchanging. And in my view, on purpose, they went to bomb that market to disrupt the agricultural system. But to come back, I see a chance for bouncing when it comes to agriculture, provided the people are there. Yeah. Provided, the young generation, very often they have been killed because of lots of massacres. Those who have not been killed, rather than sitting in my house and waiting to be killed, I rather join the guerrilla forces, the Tigray defense forces, and I become a soldier. How many? There's huge people who are dying in that war. Huh? So we will see every family with missing people who will not be there to plow. Maybe there is no oxen. So there needs to be a support internationally. I am saying, if those who are responsible, they have to pay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let the negotiations there be a part. There must be repayment for restoration, and maybe send seed from all over Ethiopia to Tigray because they all have been cheering for the war, so now they have to pay. That's my view. They have been cheering for the war, so they have to now to pay to restore the agriculture in Tigray. But anyway, they need a lot of help also to restart. My big worry is about industry. I don't know if you have a panel that will address industry, because there was a developing industry, you know, cement factory, tannery, liquor factory, some medicine factory, oil factory, this type of things, and they have been systematically destroyed and burned. But if we say off-farm income was on the way of developing, no, these industries have been destroyed. Yeah, and that's maybe it's easier to restart your small farm on 1 hectare because you know everything. But restarting a factory that has been totally burned down, it looks difficult. So I'm more worried for the industrial sector than for the farming sector.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Fouquet?
Yes. Can you see me? So yeah, your question
Go ahead, we
is,
see you twice.
okay, you can.
Ça va, allez-y.
Okay, good. So on the religious aspect, we can see that the situation in Ethiopia and in Tigray is getting worse day by day, with really intensity, deepening level of hatred, making the conflict increasingly violent and uncertain for all the people. And we need to be aware that opinion groups among Ethiopians are highly polarized, fed by mass disinformation, and many Ethiopians no longer understand each other, nor are they willing or able to understand each other. There is a tradition of resilience in Ethiopian societies, a capacity of recovering from disasters. But to some extent, we can wonder if this conflict has been crossing beyond the capacity, not of recovering. I agree with what Jan just said, the capacity of the recovery of the farming system. But in terms of reconciliation, things will be difficult, long, it will take time. And I think that the role of the international partners, the international community, is to provide means for giving time to the people to gather as many people as possible within the society, representing different groups of opinions, different faiths, so that they can take time to rearticulate with each other. Currently, we see a rift in the religious community. What makes this conflict also difficult to understand within our usual grids of analysis is that it is not a conflict between Christians and Muslims. It would be much easier for journalists, commentators to comment on that, evil Muslims against good Christians. It is not that case. It is between Orthodox Christians, even not between evangelical Christians and non-evangelical Christians. It is within the same community of mainly of Orthodox Christians. And we see that the historical, very, very deep, as I tried to show. This Ethiopian Orthodox Church has been existing since the 4th century. This church is being splitted into different groups that are very aggressive against each other. And so the reconciliation process within an institution that is supposed to be useful for reconciliation is really a big challenge.
Yes, there was a question along those lines that was dropped into the chat, which really is, how does the existence, or how are these differing groups coexisting? How is that shifted because of the crisis? And I think you really attested to that there is just increased conflict. Is there anything you would like to illuminate further about how these groups are working together or coexisting in the midst of the crisis, and how that's different as opposed to prior to this?
Maybe other colleagues can reply. What I would say is that within Tigray, we see the high solidarity between Tigrayans, between Christian, Muslims, and people of all faiths, including secular people who are not involved into religious affairs. And we see that the capacity of the people of uniting at the local level between faiths, which is an Ethiopian characteristic. And so we see that the split is at another level within the Ethiopian society.
Makes sense. Dr. Tongara, I believe you had your hand raised first.
Yes, I'm not sure how to ask my question here. For the panelists, what would you recommend for the international community? I know that when we look at the Rwandan genocide, the international community made several strategic errors in the decisions that they made with regard to the radio waves and other things. What would you say to the international community in terms of the types of humanitarian assistance that they're attempting to provide? What recommendations would you make?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. Dr. Neeson.
Just one word about first the communities that are bordering each other. Amhara and Tigray, they have many areas that are like interface, where people are using both languages easily. And if it is market, you go, but not only between Amhara, they were also going between Tigray, Christian Tigray, and Highlanders and lowland Afar Muslims. They were traveling up and down. People were playing on both agroecologies, on the strong points of each society. So there was a very good, while remaining there themselves. So, but with regard to the communication with Amhara, the problem, in my view, in Amhara is maybe not the farmers. You have many farmers in Amhara who were, even I was there just some months when the tensions were extreme, but Amhara farmers were simply passing the regional border on foot, coming to the market in Tigray. The Tigrayans were going to Amhara. They continued communicating with and still now the Amhara farmers, okay, they are used as a bit like a cannon fodder, I would say. They send them really with human waves. But the problem is are the urban guys who are there with their social media and all this stuff. Now to come to the international community, this has been so weak. This has really been, we are 1 week after the war started, we launched already an international appeal of scientists for peace and for negotiation and so on. But the international community was busy looking at Mr. Trump, what was going on. And it was only after this whole stuff with Capitol and I don't know what things were finished by February that the international community, maybe there is also a problem in Ethiopia. And then there is a concern. We are concerned. But you think one time they say we are concerned, second time they say we are concerned, and then you have to take sanctions. You have to do something, but you cannot. Still now they are saying we are concerned. Each time Abiy is lying to them. Each time he's saying there are no Eritreans. Says to Gutierrez, there are no Eritreans. Then comes out, oh yes, there are Eritreans, but they will go out soon. They didn't go out soon. Each time, and they behave like believing. Yeah, so there is, in my view, there is a big problem from the international community, and it makes some parallel with the Tutsi genocide in Rwanda. So that is and I think that Gutierrez is weak in these things. But what can I say? I'm not an international. I'm just hoping that finally they take some tough sanctions, that there are no more arms sales to Ethiopia, that the big contracts with Ethiopia are cancelled, and to force them to negotiate and to settle this conflict.
Thank you, Dr. Neeson. Thank you. Dr. Alula.
Thank you so much. I will actually we have like very urgent issue now, which is like the famine. People are dying, especially children and everything. So like food aid has been continuously disrupted by Ethiopian government, and but action is very slow. It looks like maybe they support or something. And from the beginning, we have seen like the professionals who worked really hard, who studied Ethiopia in the context for decades, were pushed aside, even villainized during when they were alarming, like conflict is coming, measures should be taken. When they were giving alarms, they were pushed aside, not only pushed aside, blackmailed and villainized. And it looks like the international community is actually, it's very diverse. It's like you cannot, but those like the states or it looks like they don't consult so much, and they don't take so much consideration into the people who spent their careers studying this society, and they know it. And in the way forward, I want to emphasize on the local institutions. Tigray never had a college until last 25 years. And I am like, I'm now 33 years old. And I am like, I was born by around the end of the last civil war. But luckily my school years was in that gap between there was peace. And when I just moved out, there was high school built. And then when I continued, there was university. And I was employed by the university. So in Tigray, there are 4 universities, but they created a lot of opportunity for international collaboration and training local resources, and actually directly contacting the rural and local population into the global community. And I think for the future, to heal the society, this institution should be at the center, and there should be great focus, emphasis, and support of those institutions, especially the universities and other local traditional institutions as well, including the church and local community institutions. So this should become at the center of empowerment in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lula. I think this question from Dr. Chingara is especially important because the conversation around climate change has taken, and the environment itself has taken a lot of precedence in the media with the COP26 convention that's just happening in the recent weeks. I know Dr. or Mnet looks like next on my list here. Any further comments regarding this question, specifically how the international community could assist with the environment and the degradation we're seeing there?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my points have been really covered by Professor Neeson and also Elio, that the people are really resilient. Yeah, there's that anger also from the Tigrayan community, which happens to be an enthusiasm to show that we can make it again. But the question I would raise here is for how long? If we say the farming, for instance, of course, the farming regenerates by itself, and we could, the people could manage themselves to survive for eating leaves or cactus or so. But for how long needs to be answered? For how long in these farming conditions? And with time going, like every time it continues, then the disaster also increase from time to time. And for how long can these people remain resilient? Because the risk also adds up every time we remain quiet. And it's not only in Tigray, and now with the conflict expanding to other parts of Ethiopia, the risk also goes with it, you know. So this siege needs to end before it's too late. Of course, it's late, but no, it's never too late again. And the other thing I find it to be would be difficult to be resilient is the impact on the rape and the victims of gender-based sexual violence. It would be very difficult to restore this damage for the women to restore to their normal minds. But if I also mentioned the impacts on the environment, like we said, the public services, including electricity, remains cut, without which cooking, making food, having light would be very difficult. And the only way out for the people is to use firewood, and they will have to deforest, to cut off all the forest, the land degradation, the land restoration efforts that has been done, not only during the last 3 decades, but the previous military regime was also an iconic one when it comes to land restoration. And now every effort seems to be undone. And if we continue like that, that's why my question for how long comes in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's something we are all curious to know about, especially the long-term effects of this, but then also what can we be doing? Dr. Fouquet?
Yes, thank you. The question raised by Dr. Tungara is very important, very complex, and at the heart of our debates. And I think the international community has responsibility and must recognize its responsibility in this conflict. First, for not having mediated before the conflict. It could have been avoided. It was a political situation, a dysfunction within Ethiopian federalism. There were parties asking for mediation, and it could not happen. Also, because of the COVID epidemic, probably it was inefficient, but it is not only this reason. Also, Western diplomacies did not want to see that this would lead to a conflict. So I think that part of the solution would to allow and give time, give means, because time is money, as we know, to let all parties talk to each other, not only the belligerents, but to allow also to have forums to show the diversity of political actors in Ethiopia, the diversity of a true pluralism and a political thought in order to redefine the political project which is at stake in this situation. Also, on humanitarian assistance, it is necessary because it is a situation of emergency, so the blockade has to be stopped. But no political solution will be found by the provision of humanitarian aid only. And if so, the conflict can continue for several years. And as a conclusion, I would say I am French. I remember the support that was brought by the United States of America for the liberation of Europe against the genocidal Nazi regime. And I think that the kind of support brought by the US went far beyond humanitarian assistance.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bulgarin?
Hi. So as an applied anthropologist who looks at solutions to major problems and like the crisis, I'm always interested in solutions to problems from a grassroots level, particularly avenues in which our students can get involved. If if seeds are available and borders lift and they're able to get seeds, can our students work with local communities in sort of a grassroots way or through Peace Corps? And also, can local communities reorganize themselves? People brought up women. Can they reorganize themselves so that they can bounce back quicker? Is there a way in which HBCU, young leaders, students can jump in there right away when the opportunity presents themselves and work at a grassroots level? And then following up with that, I was wondering, are there hardier plants that could be planted right away, maybe in different conditions inside? Or I don't know the environment very well, but are there strategies that maybe could be proposed that could solve problems quicker?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Dr. Neeson?
The problem, of course, now is that everything is locked. Even the UN airplane is not going anymore. So you wouldn't, I would love already to go there myself, but so for the moment, there's no question of sending students. Once it gets opened, I'm also a guest professor at McGill University, so I can talk a little bit on behalf of McGill University, but they will be very keen to host the students. Students must be ready to face tragic conditions. Yeah. If a student, in my view, if a student is not ready to go to the poorest areas of the US and to face the conditions there, he should never come to Tigray. Yeah. So you have to be very selective in your students, because you are going to see awful things. And then especially for the women, a lot of load will be on the women, because so many, this is traditionally a patriarchal society, and so many men have been killed, either by them as being a soldier themselves or being killed. The Ethiopian Eritrean army, they were targeting the young men between 20 and 35. But this is the active force in the household. So now these women are widows. They will be widows, a lot of them. So there is a lot of work to do when you are in this type of community approach. What we are doing, and we still need labor, we still need very motivated interns. We are working with remote sensing, because the satellite imagery is very precise now. We could even locate, nowadays you can see from satellite imagery a health post, if it is active or not. If it is overgrown by vegetation, already this is not active. Yeah, simply by looking the vegetation around it, a water point, is it working? Then it will be trampled by the cattle. If it's not working, the vegetation is growing. So if you have people who can work as interns by remote sensing, that's another option. And then as soon as the border or as the Tigray becomes accessible, people will be needed. And that's obvious.
A follow-up question for you, Dr. Neeson, from the chat. Are women trained to cultivate? Are women naturally already in society, a part of the farming process?
Yes and no. Traditionally, no. Traditionally, a woman should not touch the plow. Yeah, the heavy work is for the men. Yeah, so traditionally, no. But since these last 20, 30 years, as part of development and the Tigray TPLF, the leading Tigray party, being, how shall I say, a secular party, yeah, they have tried to convince even the modern priests, the young priests, they will agree that a woman can plow. But who am I to advocate that women should plow? It's really hard work. Yeah? But I think now those women who will be widows, they will be. It was even at some point traditionally. Normally, you plow with 2 oxen. If you don't have an oxen, you can try to put a cow. But some priests will say, no. The cow is female. A cow cannot put on the plow. Huh? So it went up to that. But these things are phasing out. Yeah, these things are phasing out, and society is more open. But there is a clear gender division in the farming system, and it still remains. But okay, I don't know. Think that's now they will be facing the condition that really women will have to take the plow if your man is killed. And you don't have somebody else to help you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Neeson. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about the role of women in society and refugees in panel 3 this afternoon. We have a panel specifically designed for that topic. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. Dr. Hunt.
Yes. I'd like to say thanks to the panel for the enlightening presentation this morning. I'd just like to touch on a few things. One is, I know there is some discussion about deforestation, and that's a real long-term concern. If they don't have electricity in that community soon, as I said, the deforestation will become a major concern down the road, because that is also tied to the climate change concerns. The other question I wanted to just ask is the locust problem in the community. Is that an issue in the Tigray area as well? As you know, the locust problem has affected farming, and that's going to interfere with food security. Again, that's a long-term problem. And lastly, of course, I know Professor Wan raised the question of seed material. That too is a long-term problem, because you just can't bring seed from any place to replant. And you have to have some sort of arrangement to have that done properly. But those are some of the comments. I don't know if anyone would like to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Emnet.
Yes. Yeah. So the questions were one on the conservation and the other one, would you mind?
Locusts.
Oh, yes. Okay. My camera came. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the conservation seems to be a long-term effect. Yes, but the locust now that last year it has destroyed over 25% of the production, and now that we are estimating less than 50% of the land is less than 50% of the land is expected to produce a reasonable crop, and this locust is. This yield is being threatened by the locust, and a report by FAO is saying that the locust has departed from parts of Afar and Somali, but it has not been spotted in Tigray. Not spotted, but not reported. They could not report about it because there is it's not possible to travel and report about Tigray. But then at first we have these reports again from inside Tigray that the locust was spotted in at least 7 districts at initial stage, and that so the nature of the locust again is that it affects more at its initial stage of life cycle, because it eats more and more at its initial stage before it develops to be an adult, and that's why we are also worried about it, that the limited production we have is also being threatened by this locust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emnet. We are wrapping. Oh, Dr. Neeson, your final comments?
Yeah, I wanted to add something about the deforestation. We don't know what these guys are. When I say these guys, these are the youngsters around 20 years old, that they are, rather than sitting idle in their house, they go to any forested area, chop some branches, make a charcoal and transport it to the town and to get some income and try a strategy of survival. Are they taking the branches? Are they chopping down the trees? We don't know it. Don't imagine that most in these forest regeneration in conditions, you are having now in the conditions of Tigray, you are now having trees of 5-6 meters high. For sure, they are not chopping the oldest trees and the biggest trees and so on. They are chopping that secondary regrowth of 30 years old? Are they taking the branches? Are they chopping the trees? Worse, are they excavating the roots? Yeah, because that is also what can happen if really the need is very high. So we don't know really what is. That one we are monitoring it by remote sensing, and we will know it. We will know it soon. At least the degree to which these forests have been affected. As long as they don't excavate the roots, there is a chance for regrowth.
Thank you. That is good to know, especially because of the efforts that had already been done for reforestation there. Yes, that there's potential for regrowth. Thank you. I want to take a moment now to do a final thank you to each of the panelists here. We are unfortunately wrapping up our time. I think we could have further great conversation continuing about ecology, farming, heritage, and people within this community. But we also want to ensure that we have ample opportunity to dialogue about the other topics that we have scheduled for today. So I want to express a thank you to Dr. Alula, Emnet, Dr. Fike, and Dr. Neeson from this first panel, as well as I want to express gratitude for Dr. Bugarin and Dr. Hunt, who helped moderate, and we're doing a lot of behind the scenes work as well. So thank you all very much. And at this point in time, I am going to transition over to my colleague, Dana McCullough, who is another PhD student in the Department of Sociology and Criminology, who will be the student moderator for the second panel. Dana?
Hi, Tess. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists from the first session. I really enjoyed listening in and hearing all of your insights on the crisis and as it pertains to the issues that you brought up. So thank you so much. And yes, we will move right along to our second panel. In the interest of time, we are right on schedule, so that's great. My name is Dana McCullough. As Tess mentioned, I am also a student in the PhD program at Howard, and very excited to join you all here today. Thank you for all the panelists and all the audience members who are joining us to talk about this crisis in Tigray, and to engage in this really critical discussion about the conflict and its impact on the different groups in the region, as well as the different issues that it has implications for as well. I think it's a really, really critical discussion to be had at this time. So thank you all for taking the time to join us and speak about this today. We have our second panel on archaeology, cultural sites, and material culture. And we have another wonderful panel of speakers. I would love to start by having all of the panelists introduce themselves. So feel free to unmute yourselves and just introduce yourself with your name. And just a reminder that we are recording this session.
I shall start as a volunteer. I'm Michael Jervis from the University of Toronto. I have been involved in the study of material culture in Ethiopia since 1982, which was my first trip. I have specialized particularly in architecture, manuscripts, and textiles.
Thank you and welcome.
Okay, shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Hagos Abraha. I'm from Mekelle University, and I have been teaching for more than 10 years in linguistics in Mekelle University, and I have been engaged in manuscript studies and digitization in many of the Tigray monasteries. Now I am in the University of Hamburg, Germany, for my postdoctoral project in manuscript studies of Tigray. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Anyone?
I guess I'll volunteer to go next. I'm Michael Harrower. I'm an associate professor of archaeology in the Department of Near Eastern Studies at Johns Hopkins University. And I've been working in Ethiopia since about 2005 and conducting archaeological research, mostly in the northern part of the country in Tigray.
Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Volbert Smith. I've been working in Ethiopia and on Ethiopia since 30 years, about 30 years. And I'm a senior researcher at Jena University in Germany, and at the same time adjunct professor at Macaulay University. During the last 11 years, I have been living in Ethiopia, and due to Corona regulations and the war, I'm currently not able to return. My focus is on ethnohistory, which means basically studying history from historical sources and other sources in cultural context, and the other way around, doing anthropological research linked with historical questions.
Thank you so much and welcome. And I believe we have a final panelist.
Yes, it's me, sorry. Hello, everybody. My name is Federica Soulas. I'm based at the University of Cambridge in the UK. It's wonderful to be here. And I'm an archaeologist. I have done some work in Tigray, primarily in and around the Aksum area. I spent some time living between Aksum and Addis a few years back. And my specialism is primarily on looking at landscape change over time and study buried soils associated with archaeological sites.
Wonderful. Thank you so much and welcome. So thank you to all of the panelists for your introductions. I'm already very impressed with all of your experience, and I know there's going to be a wealth of information that you will share with us today. So I'm looking forward to just diving right into this panel. I just want to remind everyone here today about the structure of this session. So we'll have about an hour and a half total. The first hour will be dedicated to the panelists and their presentations. We have 5 panelists, so just want to remind all of the panelists that you have about 10 minutes to present, and then we have 30 minutes of questions and answers at the end. And throughout the presentations, throughout the panel, audience members can feel free to submit questions using our question and answer function that's at the bottom, should be at the bottom of your screen. All right, so we will go right ahead. I'm going to go in the order that the panelists are listed on the program. So we will start first with Dr. Jervers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen. I must say that I prepared this presentation for 15 minutes. So if it seems to be too long, then just cancel me out, and I will stop. Okay.
I can give you a reminder at the 10-minute mark.
Okay, that's well. I know exactly where I'm going, so we shouldn't have too much of a problem. Now, just a second. I've lost the little. Oh wait, here it is. There we go. Good. So you've heard some of what I'm going to talk about, and you'll see some of the similar images. But bear with me, and we'll find our way through Ethiopian history. A little historical background can set the scene for Ethiopia's, and more specifically, Tigray's cultural heritage. We recognize that the ancient kingdom of Aksum thrived during the first 6 centuries of the Christian era. It was a very wealthy commercial and religious center, serving as a hub for the import and redistribution of trade goods, including precious metals, gold, from as far away as West Africa, and ivory, slaves, cattle, and skins from the south. These goods were carried to the Red Sea port of Adulis, and on the one hand, sent north to Upper Egypt, where they made their way overland to the Nile and the Mediterranean, and on the other, to numerous ports along the Indian Ocean littoral, particularly India itself, from where goods, technology, and culture were transported back to the Horn. This activity did not begin with the Aksumites. 1,000 years earlier, the same territory was home to a considerable Sabaean presence, coming from Saba directly across the Red Sea in what is now the Yemen, and giving rise to the Queen of Sheba story that permeates the region in Jewish, Christian, and Muslim traditions. The Sabaeans built the largest sub-Saharan temple still surviving in Africa at Yeha, a few days stiff walk directly east of Aksum. Numerous other Sabaean sites are known, one of the most impressive being the religious site, a stone's throw away from the town of Wukro at Almaka, a 45-minute vehicle ride north of Tigray's 19th century capital at Mekelle. Unknown to many is the fact that Christianity reached Ethiopia in the 4th century, introduced by the Syrian Frumentius. The Aksumite king Ezana converted to Christianity shortly before the Roman Emperor Constantine, and Ethiopia became the world's 2nd Christian kingdom after Armenia. The Gospels were translated into the language of the region, Ge'ez, and a renowned 5-aisled basilica built very likely in the Constantinian style known from St. John's Lateran in Rome and the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. Following the parting of the ways of the Eastern and Western churches after the Council of Chalcedon in 451, there was a wave of Christian expansion in the Aksumite kingdom. Tradition associates the foundation of monasteries by the 9 saints who arrived from the Mediterranean world. One of these was Debradamo, founded by monk Aragawi. Its church is today considered to be the oldest standing Christian building in the country. Another of these 9 saints was Abba Garima, or the monastery he founded by Monk Garima. And this became the home of the famous Garima Gospels, now thought to be one, if not the oldest complete copy of the 4 Gospels known to have survived from the ancient world and attributed to the 6th century. A number of other 6th century churches are known from excavation in Tigray and the former Ethiopian province of Eritrea, while the foundations of one at Agula on the southern frontier of the Aksumite kingdom have survived, at least until last week when the Ethiopian government bombed this small town. Interestingly, that southern frontier was the same for Aksumites as for Sabaeans. Their site at Almacha by Wukro, a town constantly besieged by the Eritreans over a 2-week period in November 2020, being only a few kilometers away. The 7th century saw the beginning of economic decline in the Aksumite kingdom, coinciding, it would seem, with the foundation of Islam in Mecca, Medina, across the Red Sea on the western side of the Arabian Peninsula. According to an early Islamic text, at the time of the first Hijrah in 615, the Prophet Muhammad sent his family and a contingent of followers to the Ethiopian king for protection. He settled them just north of Wukro at Negash, the holiest Islamic site in the Horn of Africa, where the mosque and shrine of the Negashi and 12 of the Prophet's companions' tombs were seriously damaged by Eritrean shelling in November 2020. The same shelling, the same shelling targeted the Church of Emmanuel standing on a hilltop just opposite. Tradition attributes an invasion of a female Jewish, Muslim, or pagan leader during Ethiopia's Dark Ages, which saw to extensive destruction of Christian sites before the millennium. It was not until the arrival of the Zagwe dynasty that flourished in the 12th and 13th centuries that things began to look up again. The origin of the Zagwe is unclear, but there is evidence that they arose in the territory of the ancient Aksumite kingdom and moved southwards into Lasta and North Wallo, now the northern region of Amhara-land. They are known for the building of such luxurious churches as Yemrahana Christos and the carving of some monolithic churches in the fabled site of Lalibela, unique in the world and a UNESCO heritage site, since June held by the Tigrayan Defense Force. Zagwe rule came to an end, as far as we know, in 1270, when a southerner by the name of Yakuno Amlak took over as the first of a new dynasty, which traced its origins to the Old Testament King Solomon and justified their legitimacy through the national epic known as the Kebre Nagast, the Glory of Kings. The account exploits the Queen of Sheba story and attributes the birth of Ethiopia's first legendary king, Menelik, to her liaison with King Solomon in the 10th century BC. Menelik is said to have reigned in Aksum with his mother, although archaeological evidence points to the 2nd century before Christ as the time of the town's foundation. Nevertheless, since the 4th century, Aksum has remained Ethiopia's holiest place, with its ancient 5-aisled basilica standing in place until it was destroyed by the Muslim forces of Ahmed ben Ibrahim al-Ghazi, commonly known as Grany, in 1535. This is an image of Grany. The most recent violent attack on the town was perpetrated by Eritrean forces on 19th of November 2020, when a large number of unarmed civilians were massacred. As it is said, they attempted to protect the new church built under the patronage of Emperor Haile Selassie. No one, including the UNHCRs, has been able to reach the town since. After the late 13th century takeover by Yakuno Amlak, the ancient borders of Abyssinia, or Ethiopia, expanded southwards, enabling the establishment of such influential monastic centers as Debre Libanos, by Ethiopia's one internationally recognized saint, Tekle Hymenot, who died around 1313, who brought Christianity south of the Blue Nile Gorge in the early 14th century. Debre Berhan, a 2-hour drive east of Addis Ababa on the east escarpment road leading to Mekelle and Asmara, was founded by King Zara Yacob in the 15th century. The large, apparently unfinished rock-hewn church of Washa Mikael in the hills above Addis Ababa would suggest that Christian territory had expanded southwards to the edge of the Rift Valley by the 14th century. Approximately half of what we know of Ethiopia today was added by the colonialist, so-called colonialist emperor Menelik II in the last decade of the 19th century. It was he also who virtually ceded the province of Eritrea to the Italians, as some have argued, in order to weaken the Tigrayans who had controlled northern Ethiopia under Johannes IV, following the British punitive expedition of 1868. Johannes was killed fighting the Mahdi in 1889, at which point Menelik II took over the north as well. All this is to say that at least since the late 13th century, there has been regular tension, if not outright war, between north and south in the growing Ethiopian state. Never during the past 800 years, however, has the Solomonic government attempted to destroy not only the Tigrayan people, but their cultural heritage as well. Never until now, that is. Most of what we know of the destruction is so far largely hearsay, as more effort has been made by the survivors to document civilian deaths and the murder of priests than to count the objects looted from churches and monasteries by Eritreans and Ethiopian government forces and the Amhara militia. Reports of the loss and destruction of cultural heritage have, however, been constant from the start of the conflict. We do not know what has been looted from the extensive treasury of the Church of the Old Cathedral in Aksum, although the town was a target of the Eritrean troops from early on. Shire, 84 kilometers to the west of Aksum, has long been at the heart of the conflict, and not for the first time. Its people were massacred by the Italians in the 1930s, who also destroyed the nearby monastic church of Debre Abai, where the Eritreans carried out a massacre of theology students early in the current campaign. When I visited the monastery in January 2020, what had survived the Italians remained intact, but reports now say that it has been looted. The same goes for the neighboring monastery of Marawe Krestos, whose ancient manuscripts are of inestimable value, but are said to have been carried away. Large swathes of the northern Tigrayan border with Eritrea are reported to have been repeatedly ransacked by Eritrean troops. That was now nearly a year ago, and no one has been able to get there since to survey the damage, not even the UNHCR and its Ethiopian counterpart. 30 kilometers to the east of Aksum is Adwa, the site of the famous battle in which Emperor Menelik II defeated an invading Italian army in 1896. A few kilometers further east is the monastery of Abba Garima, custodian of the Garima Gospels since the 6th century. These Gospels are a World Heritage item, and one can only hope that they remain untouched. 28 kilometers east of Adwa is Yeha, the site of the Sabaean temple, where shelling was also reported and a church damaged. 45 kilometers further is the 6th century monastery of Debre Damo, accessible to men only up a 15-meter sheer cliff face by rope. It was shelled and damaged by Eritrean troops in mid-February 2021. 51 kilometers further east along the A2 highway is Adigrat, where the road intersects with the north-south route, which originally linked Asmara in Eritrea to Mekelle in Tigray, and points south towards Addis Ababa. Vicious fighting took place here when the Eritreans invaded in the early days of the war. The church of Zalambesa, which lies virtually on the Eritrean border, was badly damaged by Eritrean shelling.
Dr. Gerber?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have just about 1 minute left on the time. But thank you, you've been doing great so far.
Okay, let me just, okay, well, I'm just going to go through some of the images here. This was another major site of massacre, Mariam Dengalat, where we have some of these wonderful treasures dating back to the 16th century. One of their other churches, this is the town of Wukro, the rock-hewn church, and once again, an aerial image this time from the church in Agula. From this point, from Agula, 12 kilometers south down the road lies Mekelle, the capital of Tigray, population about 600,000. It was subjected to extensive humanitarian outrage for the 7 months the Eritreans and ENDF forces occupied the city from late November 2020 to late June 2021. The great travesty was the total looting of the recently refurbished Johannes II Museum. According to video footage and numerous reports, everything was taken and the building turned into an army barracks for soldiers and their families. Here endeth the survey. I've introduced you to the Tigray Eritrea region, the cultural birthplace from which the current Ethiopian state has arisen. You are aware that as the territory expanded, so did the number of ethnic groups contained within it, and you have seen that as the expansion evolved, so did the tensions between these groups. The current war is one of the three in the past 50 years in which the Solomonic dynasty and its inheritors, the Derg and the Abiy government, have sought to destroy, if not to annihilate, the people of Tigray. You have seen the natural beauty of the Tigrayan landscape, its ancient treasures and accounts of the looting that have displaced, if not destroyed, what in fact are World Heritage sites and objects. The war has created such divisions among ethnicities that they will never trust the other again. Even the Ethiopian Orthodox Church has taken sides, with the Oromo and Amhara priests calling for the destruction of their Tigrayan counterparts. Tigrayan monks have been chased out of the revered monastic landscape of Waldaba in West Tigray, and priests from the Patriarchate in Addis Ababa, where the Patriarch Matthias, a Tigrayan, is virtually under house arrest. The Derg strangled his predecessor Theophilus to death with a piano wire in 1979. One may question the security of Matthias in a city that is now rounding up and incarcerating all Tigrayans. Cultural objects that have been destroyed cannot be replaced. It is the nature of things that with passing time, more and more of what humans have made is lost. The process is hastened by warfare, which is an excellent conduit for trashing culture. What we can do, and what should have been done at the very start of the conflict, is to stop it. The powers that be that could have intervened and did not, are now finding themselves in an embarrassing position because their preferred candidate is losing. Meanwhile, the progenitors of Ethiopian culture continue to protect the country's heritage alone and on their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gervers. I know you had some time constraints, but you really provided us with an extensive historical background on Ethiopia, and have also pointed out some really important historical structures and material items of cultural heritage in Ethiopia, as well as the cultural and geographical import of Ethiopia in the region. So thank you so much for your perspectives and your expertise. In the interest of time, we do have to move on to the next panelist. So I would like to introduce Dr. Hagos to present next. And thank you again, Dr. Gervers, for your presentation. Looking forward to hearing more comments from you during question and answers.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had a problem with sharing the screen.
Okay, I can see that you've shared.
Okay. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Harvard University students and organizers. So today I'm going to present the Tigray heritage destruction and valley vandalization. Many of the ideas have been presented by previous presenters. So first, I would like to introduce you to Tigray for some of you. As it has been explained, Tigray is in the northern part of Ethiopia, and it has been a very significant region or a state in the Ethiopian historical and political travel. The church and the state have been traveling together for more than 1,500 years. And these mysterious architectural works of Aksumite steles and some of the inscriptions written in Ge'ez language, which is the first and the only African writing system, can be footprinted for this. Literacy and manuscript production, as was explained, is also significant when it comes to Tigray. So different kinds of manuscripts in a codex form and non-codex forms like magic scrolls, like peacock type manuscripts have been produced mainly in the medieval time. We have also the ancient Gospel of Garima in the central highlands of Tigray, which dates back to the 6th century, the Common Era. And this is manuscript production materials. And this is how they produce manuscripts in Tigray. And this manuscript production have been extended to the south, to the other parts of Ethiopia, in the highland Christian parts of Ethiopia. And this is scribes and leaves of manuscripts, and they archive their manuscripts in churches, in monasteries, and sometimes in private collection, and in museums. So Aksum Zion, which is a symbol for the introduction of Christianity and a symbol for the dwelling of the Ark of the Covenant, is one of a significant center which is found in Tigray, and it's the head of the church even today. The patriarch in Ethiopia is entitled in Aksum, and he is supposed to be in Aksum, and all the deuterocanonical rules and laws of the church are evolved or proclaimed from Aksum Zion. And this is Al-Lejash Mosque, a symbol for the first introduction of Islam into Africa. Of course, these religious places and buildings have been built much later than the time we are claiming for, but they are figure and significant for the historical account, and they are found in the central Tigray. Monastic culture is also one of a significant role in Tigray for Ethiopia. This is Debre Damo, which was also shelled by the Eritrean soldiers. Is said to be the first monastery in Ethiopia, which is in eastern Tigray. So this monastic cult has its own contribution in production of knowledge, manuscript, and different architectural works and manuscripts and ecclesiastical materials. These are also the first African and Christian Islam diasporas in Tigray. The Muhammad family, as has been explained, fled from the Quraysh in 613 and 14. And this, the 9 saints are Syriac monks fled from the persecution of the Council of Chalcedon at the end of 5th century and at the beginning of 6th century. On these 9 saints, who are Byzantine monks, have contributed in translating the Bible and producing manuscripts. They collaborated with one of the most encyclopedic and known scholar called Sentiarid of Aksum, and they have learned Ge'ez language at that time, and they have contributed a lot to evangelization of Christianity to the south, and it's called the second climax point of Christianization in Ethiopia. So this is also another contribution of Tigray for Ethiopia. So it's to mean that Tigray had been a very significant place and center of different civilizations and knowledge production and preservation of heritage, and that has extended to the south, to the center, so to speak, Addis Ababa or these Amhara areas until the 13th century, because I personally believe that the Tigrayan or the Aksumite civilization, the church and the state together, is something similar with the Lashta or the Agov civilization, because they do have the same pattern of architectural works and archiving system of manuscripts. But after 13th century, there was a new claim of dynasty, the so-called Solomonic dynasty, which is centered in the Shoa highlands, in the central Ethiopian highlands, which has substantiated all the political pattern of thinking of today's Ethiopian highland elites, I think. And this all shifting of political centers has brought a political contestation between the north and the center, and that has been extended into a climax dispute of the modern politics, also today, among other things, I think. So today, I personally believe that the Ethiopian government and the Eritrean government were subscribers, or they were galvanized by the central highland elites, which the contestation is between the two Christian elites, as it was explained before. So the government, the Abiy government, is a kind of instrument or galvanized by those elites against the Northern Highlanders, means Tigray. So because of this, November 4, 2020, this humanitarian crisis, hundreds of thousands of Tigrayans were killed, and more than 5.2 million people are under man-made famine. Hundreds of thousands are displaced mainly to Sudan. This is a report based on the first 9 months, by the way, and Tigray is now denied from all international connection, and all public services, including schools, universities, and health centers, are shut down. They are not functional, and different massacres and ethnic cleansings have been committed. These are some of the committed massacres and mass killings and ethnic cleansings. But my focus is to the heritage destruction. So private properties were looted and burned down, mainly by the Eritrean soldiers. Several archaeological sites were shelled. In Tigray, there are many archaeological sites by German archaeological projects, Italian, French, Canada, US, and other Ethiopian archaeological sites. So most of these archaeological sites were said to have been shelled by the Eritrean soldiers and by the Amhara forces and Ethiopian National Defense Forces. And hundreds of monasteries and churches were destroyed, cultural values vandalized. Many civilians and guardians of heritage, like monks and priests, were murdered and massacred. Coins and ornaments were looted to different antiquity shops around East Africa. Various ecclesiastical materials made up of gold and silver were also looted for sale.
And Dr. Hagos, you have just 1 minute left. Thank you.
1 minute, okay. So these are some of the monks exiled from the monastery of Waldeba, and these are 29 monasteries shelled, destroyed, and some of the civilians killed and heritage looted. This is an example of looting and burning of manuscript in Eastern Tigray, which is called Fredashum. 61 civilians were massacred during the Christmas day, and this is another church and the mosque. So maybe I can just click. These are also some of the shelled and destroyed monasteries. Many of the manuscripts from here were looted, and these are also historical museums and historical palaces. So there were also very vandalization about the sexual violences and vandalization of sanctuaries or monasteries and churches, which were used as sanctuaries during crisis. And yeah, maybe I can recommend things. So during the war, commitment to understand what's happening to Tigray heritage is important, and advocacy, follow-up, and documentation. And the international community should well understand the complexity of the political culture of Ethiopia and its media manipulation. And during the post-war, salvage, restitution, and repatriation, value therapy and rehabilitation and accountability should be part of the investigation and part of the work regarding to the heritage. Thank you very much. Sorry for some of the hachi-pochi things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hagos. We will move right along to our third panelist. Thank you for your expertise and for your comments on the heritage destruction and just the various potential for heritage preservation in Ethiopia. So thank you. We're going to move forward to our next panelist, Dr. Harrower.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to the organizers and Howard University for putting together this event. It's really a critically important issue, and I don't have a formal PowerPoint presentation today. I'm just going to speak to mainly the questions that were posed to this panel and my notes and understanding of those issues. It's really heart-wrenching and devastating to see what's unfolded in Ethiopia over the past year, and I think much of what's been presented and discussed today conveys some of that. It's just an incredible humanitarian crisis and tragedy. And it's difficult to imagine the trauma that's a consequence of this and really widespread in Tigray and really around Ethiopia in general. So it tears at my heart being someone who has a lot of friends and colleagues and has spent quite a number of months working in this region to see what's happening. One of the first questions posed was, can I paint a picture of the resources, history, and people in the region? And some of our presenters already in this panel did a tremendous job of showing you some of the highlights of that. I think it's important to recognize here there's a tremendous tangible cultural heritage like mosques, churches, archaeological sites, artifacts, museums, manuscripts. Much of some of this has been presented and the sort of really compelling value of this is sort of really clear to those of us who've spent time studying this, but also intangible heritage that's been emphasized by some of my colleagues, the knowledge, traditions, practices, language, culture really that is sort of ingrained so deeply in the populace of Tigray and of Ethiopia in general. As has been mentioned, Aksum was one of the earliest Christian civilizations in the world and has a tremendous history that way. The Garima Gospels that were mentioned earlier on, these have been dated recently and are thought to be some of the oldest, if not the oldest, surviving book manuscripts in the world. And so these are of tremendous world heritage value, are not widely sort of known or understood throughout the world. And, this is just one example of the manuscripts that are in all sorts of churches and monasteries throughout this region that reportedly have been going missing, being destroyed, being looted. Also, the first Hijra, this important event in the history of Islam in about 614 AD, some of the world's earliest followers of the Prophet Muhammad, including one of his daughters and his son-in-law, Uthman ibn Affan, fled persecution in Arabia and were given refuge in Tigray and in Ethiopia by the king at that time. And so this is a really important interval of world history and world religions for Christianity and for the early history of Islam. The mosque at Nagash, that some of which we've seen pictures of, the damage to this is thought to be probably the oldest mosque in Africa, and was shelled, was looted, and this has been vividly sort of conveyed in pictures and videos from this mosque. It's really an unimaginable tragedy here to see the destruction and the damage to these historic sites, not to mention the people who are living in this community and having to endure the human violence, the suffering, the famine, you know, the reports of, you know, unimaginable and just kind of unspeakable use of violence as a weapon against even women, children, and the lack of access to medical care, lack of access to food. The second question, can you define the extent of the damage over the past year? This is also a really hard thing to do. I mean, Hagos before me quite vividly listed some of the evidence of damage, but because especially we haven't had communications out of Tigray since the summer, it's very difficult to evaluate the extent and the magnitude of damage. It's clearly tremendous and just sort of devastating. We've got reports of damage to museums and looting of museums, of archaeological sites, of mosques, churches, monasteries, even destruction of universities and looting of universities and schools. So Aksum University, Adigrat University, reports of destruction and looting of the you know, contents of these universities. We don't know what the extent of this damage is, you know, and the magnitude of it. It's really difficult to get a handle of that, because even people in Ethiopia or even Tigray themselves don't have the ability to go and evaluate precisely what's going on. You know, in some cases, like in the case of Nagash and some of the pictures Michael Gervers showed, you know, we have images, we have video that clearly show destruction of churches and mosques. We've got some video of the looting of the Emperor Johannes Palace Museum in Mekelle, and that just shows the great disdain and destruction, you know, wanton destruction of the objects in this museum in Mekelle, which is incredibly tragic. We've heard of reports of a devastating sort of massacre of hundreds, and some reports go as high as 700 people massacred in Aksum, and also the looting of the nearby Aksum Museum. This is widely reported, but there's never really been a clear-eyed investigation of how this unfolded, who the perpetrators exactly were, and the details of that. And I think, you know, the hope for many of us is that some peace and reconciliation will soon come to the region, in which some of these horrible massacres can be sort of clarified. So that's very difficult. Lastly, you know, the third question, to simplify it, was what is the significance of this damage? You know, the United Nations and UNESCO note that cultural heritage is an important part of human rights, so that the right of individuals and communities to know, to understand, visit, make use of, maintain, exchange, develop cultural heritage and cultural expressions, to quote their statement on this, is a component of human rights. So that if we think of human rights not only of the living populations in this region, which has got to be first and foremost in our minds, right? That the human people that need food, that need medical care, that deserve to be treated in a humane way, those have to be first and foremost. But part of their human rights is their ability to know and understand and practice their religious traditions, and the cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is an inseparable part of their rights as humans and citizens of the planet that we live on. So, you know, to me, the violence, the food insecurity, the famine, the lack of medical care, these are just devastating and so difficult for those of us in other parts of the world to just even imagine how horrific this is. What lessons can be learned? I think the lessons I can see is some of them here, and maybe you can tell me how much time I have left to.
I was just about to say, if you could wrap up in just a minute.
Okay. The lessons some of we've learned, I think some of the lessons here are that action as early as possible in a crisis like this is critical, right? That, you know, it's much more difficult to ramp down and to address the conflict after it's already escalated. And so, you know, there was many people calling very early on for international community to try to, you know, emphasize human rights and de-escalate the conflict, and those sadly weren't effective, but I think that's crucial. The other thing I would just like to point out in concluding here is that we must hold multinational social media corporations like Facebook and Twitter accountable for the hate speech, ethnic hatred, and misinformation that's pervades. So they like to think of themselves as impartial, you know, purveyors of a platform, but really, I think a lot of accountability for those of us in the United States has to be directed towards these social media enterprises and to really hold them accountable for monitoring and addressing some of this. I think that's really first and foremost. In my home country of Canada, the recent Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada was set up a few years ago to address the legacy of the Indian residential school system and the tragedy surrounding that. And this was really based on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission set up in South Africa after to try to make some measure of redress and truth and reconciliation surrounding apartheid. So I think maybe some lessons can be learned here about other conflicts and how we go forward in trying to bring peace and reconciliation to Ethiopia. And my heart goes out to the Ethiopian people and really hope that we can, as soon as possible, bring an end to the violence and bring some measure of peace and future harmony to this important and just sort of wonderful region.
I agree, and thank you so much, Dr. Harrower, for your comments, for addressing those various questions. You've really driven home that there are widespread consequences of this crisis that are touching so many areas of Tigray and beyond. So thank you very much. I would like to move on. We do have about 15 minutes. Give or take for the final two panelists. So running a little bit behind, but we have all, I think I speak for everyone in saying that we've enjoyed everything that we've heard so far. So we are going to move on to our fourth panelist, Dr. Smith. And I do want to remind the audience that you can submit comments, rather questions, to the question and answer, using the question and answer function at the bottom of the screen. Dr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me the chance to discuss my issue. In my research life as a researcher, I've been focusing very much on the social fabric of societies, both now and in the past. And I've tried to observe the long developments of societies, their rules, their build-up of rules, their regulations, the systems of moderation, of negotiation. And while observing it, while trying to get into even the micro level of society, I've observed that there is a refined system, very often not very explicit system, but a very refined system of balancing things, sometimes allowing some degree of violence, but then having refined reactions to these outbreaks of violence and systems of containment. This is one of the things which I have been working on basically over the last 3 decades. And I've been doing a lot of such research on the local level in the Tigrayan society, but also other regions of Ethiopia. So one of the conclusions, to start with the conclusion, is that historical sites, heritage sites, religious sites, archaeological sites are not simply sites in the sense that they're material sites, but they are immaterial sites at the same time. So it is totally impossible to separate the social fabric, the social construction of society, the social dynamics of society from the material sites. Basically, there's nothing material and nothing immaterial in the sense of separation. This is a very important conclusion with which I want to start, because every single object is not an object of museum, of display, of admiration of a beautiful object of art. That's a quite modern Western concept, which is totally foreign for these local societies, which have a totally different relationship with these objects. And this includes also the sites themselves. The sites are not musealized. This very strong modern Western tendency of sacralization of sites and material heritage is also linked with a separation of the society from precisely these sites and objects. And this kind of separation I cannot observe, or I can almost not observe it in these contexts. And it's very important, because if we observe that, and if we start, let's say, with this conclusion, we can understand that these sites are part of the social fabric, that there is an interaction between these sites and the local population. So it would be wrong to perceive them as simply as an abstract thing, separate from society, as some sort of material heritage which is precious. That would be a misunderstanding. In the contrary, they are have a very central function for the inner fabric of society, for the social fabric of society, the cultural fabric of society. So in short, they are part of an interactive and dynamic social system, and not a static element of society, which are simply at display and people admire them. So let me put this in the center of my talk. So let me come to some examples. The time is very short, so it's impossible to go into details, but examples will help to illustrate what I want to say. There are small examples, big examples, but if we go from side to side, we can observe different kinds of ways how these sites are integrated into the cultural and social political dynamics of society. One simple example, the ancient rock-hewn church of Abrahatzmaha. If you go there in times of pilgrimage, in the so-called sacred days of a site, which happen usually are repeated once a month and once a year, of different levels of importance. This is the moments where there's a pilgrimage happening, attracting a lot of people from the environment, sometimes going on foot over up to a week to reach that site. And for example, Abrahatzmaha, a very important spiritual center, has been such a point of attraction. This is not, as I said, an attraction because of the importance of the site, but it's a point of attraction because it's a point of encounter, and a means inscribed in the landscape, inscribed in the geographic landscape, of negotiating the big problems, the big questions of society. For example, recent years were highly marked by drought, by a rise of inner conflict, by doubts about the functioning of state institutions, from the local level to the highest level. So a rising system, a rising situation of doubts, of stress, including economic stress. So how was it expressed? Very often it's not expressed in the sense of intellectual discourses somewhere in universities. That's sort of the image which we have from our highly rationalized society, which somehow also overestimates what is talked about in universities. No, these societies have their meeting points where things are negotiated also in a symbolic way. So what I observe in Abrahatzbaha in the yearly pilgrimage days, for example, women assemble in one specific place and start a ritual dance going around, which is extremely integrative. So the women feel that they represent society and have to express their sorrow, their worries to God by dancing in a circular way at that specific site and expressing the stress of society towards a higher entity. But the point here is another one. It is a unifying effort. People express the stress in a common way, in a unifying way, so that there is a common feeling about what the real problems of society are. So there is a ritual expression, and the sites are the place where this can be realized. Another example, very simple, I make it shorter. These sites, churches, mosques, but even historical sites where you just find a ruin are assembly places. This is places where people meet very often also on fixed days, like Sunday or a specific day of the month, and drink beer together. So an outsider like me arriving the first time, I just see old men becoming drunk. But that's a misunderstanding. It's even a grotesque misunderstanding. This is the typical naive outsider's view who doesn't observe the social fabric because it's not expressed. With years of experience, you simply understand that that first approach would be a grotesque misunderstanding. In fact, this is again a system of approaching each other, creating bonds, and discussing the real problems of society. This is where politics is discussed. This is where solutions are discussed, and even very often formal solutions from a very local level up to the national level. So these church places are not important, not only in the sense of religion, but as assembly places. There's a very specific example for assembly places. Some areas are places of ritual reconciliation. For example, a church in Atzbi has been described by a colleague in a very fascinating way as the place where reconciliation is ritually handled. For example, if a family, a member of a specific family is responsible for murder or for an accident with deathly consequences, there must be a reconciliation between these families. Where is this reconciliation organized? It is in that cultural site, in that religious site. And this is something extremely interesting, for example, which happens between Muslim lowlanders and Christian highlanders. Muslim lowlanders, if a member of their family is responsible for the death of a person, would go, the representatives of that family would go to the church, the Muslims, and bow in front of the Christian representatives and ask for forgiveness, and they will negotiate some ways of reconciliation. And the other way around, the Christian representatives would go to the mosque and again enter into this kind of system of negotiation. So to come to the conclusion, there is a lot of examples. This is just to illustrate it. We have seen now a number of examples of attacks of such sites. One could argue that in war, sites are attacked, sites are damaged, because if there's shelling, there will be structures which will be damaged. That's a very naive approach to the situation. These churches and also the mosques to some degree are found in on very prominent sites, usually separate from the settlements, especially in the more traditional settings. So if you want to hit such a site, you have to focus on it. You would not shell some area and by chance you would hit such a site. That's not what happened. We have even film clips where you see consequent shelling of a specific ancient, even late Aksumite church. And this shelling doesn't happen by chance. So what does it mean? We have a number of proofs. Certainly there are also cases where there was shelling with some damages which happened by chance. But with all the examples which you have heard just before, including the burning of manuscripts in some cases, the shooting of representatives of the churches themselves, all this means an attack on the social fabric of society. This is a deliberate attack, or a deliberate system of attacks, and the aim behind is visible from what we observe. We don't need a commander explaining us what they want to do. We see that there is an intention of disruption of the inner stability of society. One last point, these sites are generally perceived as places of asylum. This is places of God, where the worldly conflicts will not have a place, where the worldly conflicts cannot be carried out. This is the place which any party of any conflict are respecting, even traditionally, even past wars. We have a lot of sources which describe that the army stop at these sites. So this is the sites which have even the potential of reconciliation within this conflict itself. This is the sites where the actors of this current conflict would need to meet. And precisely these sites are now attacked. This says something. This says that there is an idea of leaving the traditional system of potential reconciliation and make reconciliation impossible in the sense of a new concept of war, rejecting traditional systems of reconciliation. And we are there for the moment, and we have to consider that the traditional systems of reconciliation are still there and can be used. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smit. I really enjoyed a lot of your comments, especially just highlighting that context is very important for understanding heritage and culture, really in any space, but especially as it pertains to what we're discussing today in Tigray and Ethiopia, and how you talked about the fact that these sites carry both material and immaterial value. I think that's a really important perspective to consider. So thank you so much for your insights and for your expertise. And we do have one final panelist, Dr. Sulas, and we are a little bit going over time. We may go 5 to 10 minutes into the lunch hour, but I hope that everyone will stay on and continue to engage in this discussion. So Dr. Sulas.
I just have a couple of slides to sort them up. Hello, everybody, and it's a great honor to be here. I'm very grateful to the organizers, to our university for hosting this meeting, and to the participants. It's been very informative so far. I have learned a lot. I'm really honored to be amongst colleagues and scholars that have really long inspired my research interest in Ethiopia and in Tigray in particular. In my journey through the history, ecologies, and cultures of sub-Saharan Africa, Tigray, for me, has very quickly become a beacon of a richly diverse past and heritage of Pan-African and global significance, as I think all of the speakers, the talks given so far have beautifully illustrated. I thought I'll share some of my modest archaeological and historical ecology knowledge with a view of showcasing other contributions that Tigray heritage and past have made to the wider region, the Horn, and Africa in general. And in particular, I've been thinking about food production and urbanism. We've heard a lot about the development of the Aksumite civilizations, but this is also the region that has very deep archaeological record of later prehistoric communities domesticating wild plants, but also adopting new ones. And through time, some of these crops have become staple food, but also much more. Archaeological research, including contribution from some of the participants in this panel, have demonstrated how rain-fed farming supported the emergence of social complexity in these highlands over 3,000 years ago. And the indigenous domesticates, such as teff, lentils, and flax, for example, were cultivated alongside wheat, sorghum, and millets already in the mid to late first millennium BCE, which is quite very early for sub-Saharan Africa, and very likely, in some cases, potentially even earlier in parts of Tigray. But ancient farming practices were not only efficient to sustain food production and support the development of these wonderful civilizations and cultural really diversity that we see throughout the history of Tigray. The ancient farming practices were also effective in maintaining, to a certain extent, soil health, maximizing water resources, and keeping social cohesion. And beyond the exquisite finds, some of which are shown here on the screen for you, associated with stone and metal farming tools, artistic representations that portray really the richness and the importance of the farming for the ancient cultures and civilizations that developed in Tigray. We can gain additional information also by looking at buried soils records, and this is something that I have been researching myself for quite some time. So, for example, working on buried soil records in the Aksum countryside, here you can just see a profile capturing about 2.5 meters of the position, where we have different layers that are associated to different periods, where looking at the buried soil records, we can follow these very long sequence of soil development associated with arable farming from about the mid-3rd millennium BCE, which is quite early, is much earlier than the development of settlement at Aksum itself. And we can follow, in some cases, this development pretty much into the present day. So we'll list the capital city of the ancient Aksumite emerged, expanded, contracted, as we've seen in so many, discussed in different ways in so many talks so far, through time, across different periods, through climatic, economic, and political transformations. The humble soils of Aksum's countryside, at least some of the areas where I've worked, seems to have been able to continue to support agriculture, in some cases until the present day. Now, I think I'll skip. I was going to make some mention about the relationship between this evidence for ancient farming to supporting some of later developments, but I think these have been beautifully illustrated and far more scholarly than I could do by previous speakers. What I'd like to then focus on and spend a few minutes more is to think about the development of ancient food production and farming system throughout history, and the link to traditional indigenous practices and the implication that current conditions, current situations are having on the preservation of these intangible heritage. There are elements that persist through time, through political, economic, and climatic changes, such as we can follow for almost 3,000 years the use of plow farming, for example, of livestock herding across most of Tigray. Now, conditions will have changed profoundly from the conditions that we see in place today. But some of the practices shown, discussed particularly during the first panel today, have very, very, very close parallel in the archaeological record. And at Axum, for example, we still have some of the ancient Axumite resource management infrastructure still very much in use. So for example, here you can see a view of one of the water reservoir that was established during the Axumite period, providing more often than not the most reliable source of fresh water for some countryside communities where boreholes or pipe water supply failed for one reason and another. I see a vibrance in the continuity displayed by some of these practices through time. Looking at the long sweep of history of the Tigray region, as for example, the capital of the Aksumite Empire was declining in the first millennium CE, the archaeological record shows a contraction in the urban footprint. Some services like coinage were ending. We eventually see an abandonment of some of the buildings. But in fact, archaeological record shows sort of a persistence of rural settlements in and around Aksum, if not in some areas, even an increase. And these so-called post-Aksumite settlements adopt a landscape that does not seem to have captured any fracture. So going back to the soil profile that I shown before, you can see almost 2,000 years of history in that development of sort of landscape stability associated with the management of resources. Now, the ebbs and flows of political structures and struggles and turns do not seem to have in some ways transformed completely what local communities did throughout the history of Tigray. And I don't want to pledge for direct past-present analogies, but when we look at the farming system, there are really significant overlaps between the historical records and how people farm the land today. So I think revealing and acknowledging the role of local communities in the creation, maintenance, and protection of archaeological sites, tangible and intangible heritage becomes very important. And in the past, we have seen throughout the history that at times of instability, displacement of people and abandonment of places are bearing consequences on for the preservation of heritage. And this is a point that I think Professor Nissen made also very strongly earlier today. Now, damage of tangible material heritage and environmental degradation associated to havoc and instability can be measured effectively, qualitatively, and quantitative. I think one of the biggest challenges that we're facing is to assess the cultural and social trade-offs of disruption and conflict, connecting to some of the comments that were made by Dr. Schmidt just before me. It's important also, I think, to remind ourselves that the constitution of both Ethiopia and Eritrea, for example, entrusts the state with the protection of heritage, as much as recognizing that human rights and obeying to international constitution as well. So, in the Ethiopian constitution, if we take that as an example, is not a product of today, is not a product of the people running the country, the federal government today, but it is, in fact, the outcome of a long process of collective and multi-ethnic effort that has created, revised, and eventually refined the supreme law ruling now the country. This constitution retains some principles of customary law and canonical laws, so aspects of natural resource management, as well as heritage protection, which have developed for centuries, some of which have been first collected in the Fetanagast and Kebranagast. So they're coming from Tigray. They're not, they're part of a collective multi-ethnic effort to produce this institutional and legal infrastructure. And operating in between these, the sort of the constitution and the customary and tenure system, you have obviously national and regional authorities like the Authority for Research and Conservation of Cultural Heritage. And I think ARCCH here is important to mention because it has been working within national, but also regional and local institutions, having branches everywhere across Ethiopia. And it's a department that has been weathering very, very tough time over the past 60 years. Is not, again, an infrastructure that has been built in very recent times, but is an infrastructure that represents a lot of the developments of the last 50 years or so. So I think there is thus an important traditional apparatus with the customary laws and traditional knowledge, as well as an institutional infrastructures that have run through national, regional, and local boundaries within Ethiopia. And a lot of these infrastructure were actually employed highly qualified and very skilled specialists that in particular for the monitoring and the protection of the cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, will be absolute key players when that monitoring activity can begin to take place on the ground. I think academics and learning communities, especially those far away from the afflicted regions like ourselves, or some of us at least, I think we can do quite a bit. We can rise above our individual views and opinions to mobilize collective or individual action predicated upon a very basic principle, if anything, the principle that human rights, as much as heritage, tangible or intangible, is inviolable in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, as protected by the constitutions and across most of sub-Saharan, most of African countries and globally. And I think meetings like this then become very important because it enables us really to share some of our knowledge, but also to exchange empirical evidence and develop further critical discussion and thinking. And thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soulas. And thank you again to all of the panelists. Dr. Soulas, thank you so much for kind of closing out the panel and really reiterating the implications that these current conditions are having on both the material and immaterial structures of Ethiopia, as some of the other panelists also mentioned. And I can really see that Tigray is a center of such diverse culture, and that it has, again, both cultural value in its material structures, but also in the cultural practices, and that there is a lot at stake with the current crisis going on. So thank you so much for bringing that to light. And I thank you again to all of the panelists for all the expertise that you've shared with us, all of your insights and perspectives. We are going to go right into the question and answer section. And again, we will be running a little bit over into the lunch hour, but we'll do our best to just be cognizant of the time and to just, I guess, be really focused in our questions, and also to the panelists for your responses, to, I guess, be mindful of the time as well. So we do have a few questions, and I guess, yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I have a question from the question and answer function here. So I'll start with this one from Mr. Ahmed Moen. So the question is, I think, to any of the panelists, generally the physical destruction, such as with churches, can result in hundreds of deaths. And this has been ongoing for many years during the medieval period in Ethiopia. Have any of you considered this as you speak of social consciousness with regards to this, with this crisis? So I believe the question is asking about the connection between the physical destruction, the fatalities, and how that relates to social consciousness that's being developed or being discussed in the region.
Shall I give a very short answer?
Sure.
I would not tend to idealize past centuries. When I said that that these churches, or in some cases simply historical sites, sometimes they are sacred sites where people meet due to a sacred well or an important natural site. This is a central element of the fabric of society. This has been traditionally protected. The observation is from traditions, from historical records, that usually, even during wars, these kind of sites are avoided by marauding soldiers, also because of the fear of an punishment coming from beyond this world, or simply put, punishment by God. So you would be very fearful in the sense that you may feel that you have a mission while being a soldier in the war, and you have even the right to break some sort of laws of war. You may have this feeling, and this is something which is not only going on among today's soldiers groups. This is something which you have observed in the past and which we know from historical sources. But what we can say, also in the past, in some cases, we had very dramatic disruptions of society, very dramatic disruptions of the political structure, with expansions based on a grip to power by specific central actors and warlords. Even the word warlords sounds modern, but it is something which we also observed in the past. So what we can say that even in the past, we had sometimes these stories where a war leader or a princely leader had ordered to attack churches, compounds, and kill everyone around. So we do have an example from the past that, especially in times marked by an extreme political upheaval and a destruction of the political structure of society, such things have happened. So that's now the point. If churches are attacked, that's a sign for very dramatic crisis of the political structure of entire region. While we observed that in historical periods where there was, in quotation marks, just a military confrontation, just a sort of competition between competing forces, in a framework of common identity, including common cultural identity, such things have not happened. So we are here in a situation where we have to come to the diagnosis of a dramatic breakdown of the political basis of society, and also any solution of this war has to take this first into account. How far this breakdown goes, including the breakdown of rules in the minds of the political elites.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. Do any of the other panelists want to address this question?
Yeah, I think it's if I may, it's a really important question. I mean, we're not only as archaeologists and some of us anthropologists interested in the tangible buildings and artifacts and things, but also the human suffering that's ongoing for the people living there today, right? So it's heart-wrenching to think about that this is not only archaeological or historical textual material here, but that is really deeply connected with human suffering of the people in this region today. So it's odd sometimes, I think, to archaeologists and to myself in particular, that the difference between the attention that gets raised in the international community, seeing the destruction of archaeology, right? I mean, really, some of this it's a non-renewable resource that can be that is irreplaceable, but it's also just material things, right? And I think first and foremost, if we want to stop the destruction of things, we need to think about as Wilbert was mentioning, we need to think about the human situation. How does this level of animosity and hatred develop? And I really think for those of us in the United States and in Europe and whatnot, one of the more productive directions is thinking, well, how are we responsible, or what can we do to prevent these kinds of tragedies in the future? What role have we played in perpetuating this conflict? And I think all of us who are on the internet will realize that there was a long buildup on social media and on the internet to the animosity and the hatred that fuels this kind of conflict, right? So it's I think we think of ourselves as insulated from conflict, especially in the United States, that this kind of thing could never happen here, and that this kind of conflict is not something that is of real immediate concern to us. And I think that's a hugely mistaken way of thinking. We're in an era where misinformation and and propaganda and even hatred spread so incredibly rapidly on social media, and thinking about ways in which we can keep that in check and hold the architects of these platforms accountable. We all know, in the United States especially, we know that how prevalent misinformation is, right? And how limited the efforts are of social media companies to really prevent and hold in check misinformation. It's an order of magnitude or more worse in Ethiopia and in Africa, where these platforms like Facebook have basically almost made no effort to really monitor the things being put on their platforms. And that's a huge, huge problem. So, that I think is one of the major issues we face in trying to bring people together in Ethiopia in a more peaceful and harmonious enterprise, and also to try to rebuild, reconstruct, monitor and assess the damage, and think about how we can go forward in helping Ethiopia embark on a more amicable future.
Great, thank you so much for those points, Dr. Harrower. I would actually like to bring in Dr. Eleanor King, who's one of our co-moderators, to facilitate some of the next questions in our Q&A. So Dr. King.
Hi, thank you very much to all of you for great presentations. I have two kind of related questions. One, and this is for anybody, are there any inventories currently of any of the cultural materials that are tragically being destroyed or have been destroyed or are being fielded out there possibly on the art market? And this question, the second question, is really for Dr. Haggis. Since you, because the digitization of manuscripts, is how far along is that? Is there anything any idea of how much has been preserved or not. So it's more like, what do we know now? What do we have information on about the cultural materials in this area?
Dr. Jervers?
I was hoping that Hagos would take the floor because he is directly involved in some of these matters. But let me just add a few points. In the work that I have been doing, documenting material culture, I'm constantly I have been in connection with the Tigray Office of Tourism and Culture. And it's quite clear from the records that they have in their files that inventories have been made here and there. And when we go to churches and we see some of the objects which they have, there are often inventory numbers on them. But making a connection between what is those numbers in the ecclesiastical sites and what's in the office is virtually impossible. I think over the years, a number of expeditions have been sent out, and it's quite a regular thing from the Mekele office to do these inventories. But I don't, and Hagos, you may be able to comment on that better than I, but they're not particularly organized, and they're also not made they're not easily made available to researchers to consult them. The other point I'd like to make is that I have constantly attempted to encourage the Ethiopian authorities to allow us to digitize. And for a number of years, we were quite successful in digitizing manuscripts. Hagos has been involved, I've been involved, a number of colleagues have also, and being funded by such institutions as the British Library, which has this wonderful program of saving endangered archives. But suddenly in about 2014, we were closed out. My argument had always been that if you digitize, then at least you have a record of what was there, and if it turns up somewhere else, you know where it belongs. However, we were, I think probably all, accused of what they called digital theft. And that's fairly serious when it's, in other words, if the Ethiopians look at us who come to digitize as being thieves, it bodes very badly. And at the end of the efforts, all those efforts were completely closed down. I think Hagos had more success, and perhaps you can speak to that, Hagos, coming through the university, because the university could do things which were not controlled by tourism and culture. But as far as we were concerned, coming from the outside, we first had to go through ARCCH in Addis Ababa, which always is extremely difficult to get an authorization from them. And then depending upon who was in charge in Mekele, some of the directors were, should we say, more helpful than others in this regard. And while it worked well, but then it all came to an end and it was closed down. So I think we're now reaping the results of not being able to digitize. I still insist that a photograph is better than nothing as far as these manuscripts are concerned. There are hundreds of thousands of manuscripts in the churches in Ethiopia, most of which nobody pays any attention to. I have dozens and dozens of photographs of manuscript storage places where the manuscripts are thrown on the floor, left in open cabinets, chewed by vermin. I'm not exaggerating. You may think it's unbelievable, but that's the case. And these manuscripts are, in Western terms, Volbert, in Western terms, they're priceless. And I think they're also priceless in the minds of the Ethiopians themselves, but they do not have the same sense of preservation. So that is something which we who have been working in Ethiopia perhaps have been bringing in from the outside world, is a sense of the need to preserve. On the other hand, and this is something for scholarship, and we've been thinking about it for some time, but with the change from the Zagwe to the Solomonic dynasty in the late 13th century, we suddenly find ourselves with only 3 manuscripts from before 1270 that we can actually date, and those are the ones from Abagarima. What happened? What happened to all those manuscripts from before 1270? Is it possible that the new dynasty decided it was going to destroy, and they did, all of these previous manuscript production? So some of my colleagues may have a comment about that. The fact of the matter is that almost, yes, I'm just not aware of a manuscript that we can date to the 12th century. And a fair number are attributed to the 13th. So this may not be, I mean, what we're experiencing now may not be the first time that an effort has been made to destroy a culture intellectually by removing its manuscripts, even if it belongs to the same religion. So I better stop there, and perhaps we can have some other comment.
Thank you, Dr. Gerbers. And yes, I would like to invite Dr. Hagos to respond. Any comments on this question?
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Michael has explained it a lot. Before 2014, there were projects of digitization and inventories and so on in Tigray, also in by the Ethiopian government, by the Ministry of Tourism and RSCH, and also by the Ethiopian Orthodox, not digitization, but a kind of surveying. But the only archive of these manuscripts we have in Ethiopia is the NALA, the National Archives Library in Addis Ababa. Regarding in Tigray, the Tigray Tourism and Culture Bureau doesn't have any, or didn't do any kind of digitization, but they have preserved the digital copies of the Ethiosphere project, which was conducted by Dr. Dennis. More than 1,800 manuscripts were digitized in Eastern Tigray. So there were also many other digitizations by Jack Mercy and other scholars in period times. But all these digitization projects have collected only few manuscripts comparing to the amount of the manuscript that we have in Tigray or in Ethiopia in general. Estimatedly, there are more than 700,000 manuscripts in Ethiopia in general, if they are not million manuscripts. And the most archaic manuscripts, few hundreds or many hundreds of archaic manuscripts are in Tigray. And even the Tigray Cultural and Tourism Bureau doesn't know, they don't have even the exact number of, they don't know the exact number of churches and monasteries, let alone about the number of manuscripts, but also the number of churches and monasteries. They did some inventories, but they are very disorganized. And even one day, I had to go to one monastery to find this Gedle Sama'atat, and then according to the inventory, I have been mislaid for the Snaksarium, which was wrongly recorded. So there are lots of problems, such kind of problems. And then in 2014, the late Patriarch, with the presence of the late Patriarch, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church Diocese announced that any kind of manuscript should not be digitized by anyone. And this was also supported by the Ethiopian government. Then everything was totally, there was misunderstanding, like even condemning of some philologists and manuscript scholars. There might have been some problems of taking or looting manuscript here and there, but there was no a clear understanding who are doing that and this. So there was generalized condemning of scholars not to digitize manuscripts. So many of the manuscripts were not digitized. I personally have been digitized just small manuscripts, not more than 500 manuscripts, simply because I was working in Maghal University and we were doing it. I had a good contact with each of the monasteries, many of the monasteries. The monastery that I have presented earlier, I personally have been there in the monasteries, except in 3 monasteries. So it was a kind of personal effort and the university's willingness without the willing of the tourism office. So the structures, the institutions are not well organized in procedures of orders. So we are so we don't have well preserved manuscripts these days. Of course, even digitization by itself is not enough. Digitization can only help about the knowledge of the manuscripts, not the heritage themselves. So yeah, that's it's a very good question. And to the other question, these days we have a problem. It's I presented some of the churches and the monasteries. It's just a general kind of assessment. It's not well detailed and well triangulated study, simply because, as it was said earlier, it's very difficult to go to the monasteries or to study from here. Just I have been calling to some of the monks and some of the youngsters who are willing to go to the monasteries and the churches so that they would help me to triangulate some of the questions that I have already asked to the monks. And for example, in Daura Damo, I have been told many monks died at the beginning. Then at last, I have found out that it was only 1 monk killed during the shelling of the monastery. So it may a number of civilians killed, the degree and the amount of heritage damaged could vary when there will be a serious study in the future. So there is no a clear and well investigated research. Just we are presenting general assessment that we have found it from the local by calling through the satellite telephones. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hagos. Do we have any additional questions? I think that we can try to wrap up right about now, maybe within the next 5 minutes. If we have any other questions, we can pose them now. Or do we have any other questions from maybe the co-moderators or from any other of the audience members? Okay, Dr. Bugarin.
Hi. I think one of the panelists mentioned using aerial photography, and I know Michael has been doing some aerial photography, but I was just wondering, during the crisis, are you able to use Google Maps to find out information on how the crisis is impacting these cultural and heritage sites?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I've been working with a young student who's been quite interested in this and received a grant from AAAS to look at human rights and using science to address human rights issues. And, you know, this is something that's been done in other areas of the world, using satellite imagery to look at looting of archaeological sites in places like Syria and other locations. You know, the real downside, I suppose, or the inability to do this is that a lot of the imagery on publicly available platforms like Google Earth isn't recent enough. A lot of it is going to be dated to 2019 or even earlier. So even if it is, you know, high resolution enough that you can see some of these sites. It's not going to date to the time period of this conflict. So, but we are getting into a situation where there's some publicly available imagery. You know, I think the part of the issue surrounding that is that the imagery doesn't, it only gives you a certain sort of perspective, right? So it's only going to give you an image of the largest types of buildings, the largest types of structures. It's not going to give you a record of things like looting or of physical violence against people, or of things like famine. You know, we can measure, I think Jan mentioned, we can measure things like drought. Oh, I think my video paused there a second. We can measure things like drought through satellite imagery, but you know, there's a lot of things we can't do. So this is, I think it's a possibility, but it's certainly lots of challenges associated with it.
Let me add one small aspect.
Sure.
Thank you. I will make it short, but it's, I think, a necessary addition. I totally agree with what has been said. Let me give, however, one example where satellite imagery was quite useful and already gave quite important indications. One, in general, Jan Nissen himself has worked on it, is the fact that burned fields could be identified in a number of regions, very often around churches, which already show that the livelihood around churches which are often a center of biodiversity and an extreme, they have an extreme importance also from the ecological point of view, had been affected. That's one thing. The other is when first reports came out of a heavy massacre which has happened in the streets of Aksum at different places, when first rumors came out, in fact, by the way, carried by people who fled on food, who reached relatives on telephone, who again reached to people outside Ethiopia. So it was clearly an ongoing wave of fragments of information. Then internationally, what had been done is looking at non-public satellite imagery, which was accessible to some diplomats who again shared it with some selected institutions who could identify military movements within the town of Aksum, around the church of the Zion Church of Mariam Zion, and around other sites, and they could identify a mass of freshly dug graves. Just in the few days after this reported massacre. This is elements, nothing more, but we can say that with these fragments of information coming out of Ethiopia, out of Tigray, we can say that by now we can say that satellite imagery is supporting the identification of problems in specific regions. We are at that level, but not further so far.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Smith. So unfortunately, we are at time, so we are going to wrap up this session now. I want to thank all of the panelists for everything they've shared, all of your expertise, and for really giving us a lot of food for thought about this crisis. I think all of you guys have highlighted the wealth of material culture that exists in Ethiopia, but not only the tangible heritage that exists there, the intangible heritage as well. And I think that in doing so, you've really brought to light what stands to be lost as a result of this conflict. So I think this has been a great opportunity for us to learn from each other and to identify what we can learn or what we can do to stay informed as scholars and researchers and academics. So thank you all once again. We are going to break for lunch, and I encourage all of you to join us again at 1:30 for our next session on women and refugees. And again, yes, thank you also to the co-moderators, Dr. Bugarin and Dr. King. So thank you all today for joining us, and enjoy the break, and see you again at 1:30.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice quick lunch. We're going to move right into the next panel with Ms. Banu. I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Banu.
Thank you, Dr. Bulgarian, and welcome back, everyone. We are the third panel today. I am Zira Banu from Howard University, a PhD student focusing on the intersection between conflict and politics and economics in West Africa. So it's great to have you here today to discuss this very important subject matter. The third panel today is dedicated to refugees and women, and we have a sleuth of experts here who will be sharing their insights, and it will begin by a quick introduction from all of them.
I guess I'll go ahead. My name is Dr. Tricia Redeker-Hepner. I am Associate Professor of Anthropology at Arizona State University. I have for more than 20 years been working on refugee issues in the Horn of Africa, particularly pertaining to Eritrean refugees leaving Eritrea and also in camps in Ethiopia and in urban areas in Ethiopia, coming to the United States and to Europe. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hepner.
I can go next.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Fabian Goodmay, and I am the Assistant Director for Graduate Programs at Harvard University. I also am a higher education researcher with a focus on academic affairs and student development. My research also examines the impact of Tigrayan women in Ethiopian society, as well as gender inequalities within Tigrayan women.
Thank you, Dr. Fabian. We have two other members of the panel if they'd like to join in and introduce themselves.
Hi, Zira. I'm Pam Delargy. For some reason, it's telling me I can't start video because the host has stopped it.
Perhaps you might be signed in as a...
No, let me see if I can start for her.
Anyway, I'll just say, yes, my name is Pam Delargy. I'm also at Arizona State. Okay, ask me to start. Okay, very good. And have worked for quite a long time in the Horn of Africa, Eritrea, Sudan, and Ethiopia as a public health specialist and working on forced migration issues, and especially on women's health.
Thank you, Dr. Delargy. And our additional panelist also will introduce herself now.
Sorry. Okay, hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Adiam Haile Rafael. I'm a proud mom of 2 little ones, and I'm a human rights activist, grassroots organizer, and advocate with a regional focus on issues in the Horn, particularly Eritrea. And I have dedicated over 10 years to empowering, engaging, and educating communities on human rights issues plaguing the Horn of Africa, and raising awareness on the plight of African refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers. And I'm currently attending Arizona State University right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aidan. Thanks to all our panelists. We'll start very quickly with with presentations from all of them. We have about 12 minutes dedicated to each. Around the 10-minute mark, I will raise my hand to show that we're nearing the end of that presentation, just so that I don't interrupt you. And when we reach the 1-minute mark, I'll have to, verbally indicate that to you. But I'm sure this will be an exciting round of discussions and insights into refugees and women in the Tigray region. So we'll start alphabetically with Dr. Delargy and her presentation.
Thank you very much. This has been a great seminar so far. I'm only sad we all have to be here talking about some of the things we've been talking about. I just want to speak a little bit today about, particularly about women's health issues, but also general women's well-being in this conflict situation. I know that others are going to speak more about refugees, so I will focus on issues of women's health and also of the serious problems of sexual violence in this conflict. In this setting of gross human rights abuses, women and girls bear, of course, a very special burden in terms of insecurity and loss of access to health services, loss of access to safety, loss of access to livelihoods. At the same time, they are affected in so many other ways by the conflict. We know that over 2 million people are displaced within Tigray. Many people have fled rural areas, come to urban areas, are in IDP camps. We know that the killings, the executions, the looting, the damage of property has affected women and girls, of course, as well as everyone else. But has also affected changes in what they have to do on a daily basis. I think in the first panel, there was discussion about the role of women in farming, or the non-role of women in farming. But we know now that with men being killed, with men being injured, with men being off at the fronts, women are now doing a lot of work that they might not have been doing traditionally in a number of Tigrayan communities, as well as having to deal with fuel wood collection, because there is no electricity now, water collection because water systems are not working, loss of education opportunities, and loss of healthcare assistance as well. If we think about the traditional roles that women play in Tigray, it's of course often as caregivers, and being a caregiver in a time of conflict has its additional responsibilities as well. We do know that in many, many communities now, women who were not household heads before are now. And this is not uncommon at all in situations of ethnic conflict and other kinds of armed conflict. In terms of some of the particular health issues for women and girls, we can start with simple things. We already know that there are very, very serious issues of malnutrition in Tigray. Malnutrition has a special meaning for girls as they develop, has a special meaning for women who are pregnant or who are lactating, and particularly serious consequences there. You can imagine just the simplest of daily life now. What happens when a girl starts to menstruate and she's displaced in an IDP camp somewhere with no privacy, no supplies, no way to have any kind of dignity around this just basic biological function. We think about the number of women who are pregnant in Tigray at any one time. My colleagues in the UN used to laugh when I used the numbers. They would say, oh, we didn't think about it that way. At any one time in Tigray, there are over 100,000 pregnant women. There are 10,000 people giving birth every month. Imagine this number, most of whom do not now have access to even basic health care for safe delivery, and certainly not to advanced health care to deal with emergency obstetric care and needed cesarean sections and other kinds of pregnancy and delivery complications. there is evidence already reported by many healthcare workers of increased numbers of miscarriages. This is very much related to stress issues, to displacement, and to other kinds of health problems. And we also know, of course, that women and girls face the same problems getting treatment for chronic diseases, such as kidney issues or diabetes or other kinds of issues, as everybody else does. On top of this, add COVID. I think, we all see the irony in elections being postponed in Ethiopia because of COVID, but somehow this war wasn't. There's been a severe problem getting protective, getting masks. Social distancing is just completely forgotten at this point in this situation, and we have no idea right now what is happening in terms of COVID infections, morbidity and mortality. Only about 38% of the health clinics that were functioning in Tigray before the war are still operational, and only 6%, only 4 places in the whole country can provide emergency obstetric care right now. We have some reports a couple of months ago, one of the doctors in the Suhar hospital in Shire reporting that normally people who come to the hospital because they have an emergency and a pregnancy were about 200 some a month, and they were having 600 people coming. These are people displaced from the countryside and having other kinds of complications. So the health system is overwhelmed, unable to deal with issues of basic reproductive health and pregnancy and childcare. When you put on top of this the egregious amounts and types of sexual violence that have been engaged in during this conflict, it adds a tremendous burden also to women and girls, but men and boys as well. Sexual violence is not only a threat to health, but a threat to community stability, undermines culture, and also has a physical health issues, wound treatment, the need for emergency contraception, fistula issues. We have now already issues of women who have been made pregnant through rape and have sought abortions to end that pregnancy, or those who have abandoned newborns. This is partly why sometimes sexual violence is a tactic of war in ethnic conflicts. It's a strategy to undermine the security of a community, to terrorize people and make them flee territory, to humiliate men, to create a situation where the so-called bloodlines are diluted, and to destroy ethnic culture altogether. This is a, we often have to remind people that rape is not, rape is common in armed conflict, but it's not inevitable. It depends on the type of conflict. It depends on the kind of training that combatants have. It depends on the social norms and mores, in the conflict itself. In Tigray, we've seen so much of this, and it's been reported in Human Rights Watch, in the recent OHCHR report by Amnesty and many others. So despite the attention to this issue over the past 20 years in the US, numerous Security Council resolutions that draw attention to issues of sexual violence and conflict, and the establishment of special rapporteur on this issue, the establishment of modes of monitoring, it's very, very discouraging to many of us who've worked on this issue for years that there seems to be no way to stop it, and no way even to provide the basic humanitarian response which is needed by women, men, and girls and boys who are also experiencing this. There have been attempts to try to establish one-stop centers for those who have suffered sexual violence. There are 6 centers in Tigray now, in Shire, Aksum, Maichu, Adigrat, and Mekelle. There's a safe house in Mekelle. There are attempts to deploy midwives in a number of places around Tigray. There are standards of prevention and care in all of this, but the same issues that are stopping overall humanitarian assistance in Tigray are also stopping the kinds of assistance that would be required to serve those who are suffering in those areas. Maybe I'll just end that there. I know Trish is going to talk also more about refugee issues, but just to highlight that the same things were happening to refugee women and girls, Eritreans in Shemelba and Hitsat's camp, who also have borne a double burden, already being displaced, already being separated from families, already grieving, already insecure, and in many cases being attacked by both sides in this conflict. So a double burden there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Delargy. That was a very insightful presentation, and we'll get a chance to talk more about that and about your expertise. But we'll move on now to the next panelist, Dr. Faven, who will also present on her work. Thank you.
Thank you. There will be a great deal of overlap as my activism work leads me to discuss issues facing Tigrayan women in the context of the current war in Tigray. As previously indicated, the belligerents are systemically targeting civilians, of which Tigrayan women and girls have been particularly impacted. So when we look into exactly who Tigrayan women are, briefly, Tigrayan women are culturally diverse, representing the Tagaru, Kunama, and Iro peoples. Historically, they've been the backbone of Tigrayan society as they represent a large fraction of the agricultural labor in a predominantly agrarian society. In Tigray, poverty has declined in the past 20 years, mainly due to the impressive agricultural growth and proper spending on basic services and social protections. However, women are more likely to live in poverty than men. According to the Tigray Socioeconomic Baseline Survey in 2016, 43% of women lived in monetary poverty compared to 22% of men. So while there have been major advances in gender equality and the uplift of Tigrayan women, they still are a very vulnerable population even prior to the war. For over a year, the NDF forces, aided by Eritrean soldiers and Amhara militias, have tortured, sexually assaulted, killed, and displaced thousands of Tigrayan civilians. A harrowingly brutal component of the war in Tigray has been the large-scale systematic and deliberate weaponization of sexual and gender-based violence against Tigrayan women and girls. In June of this year, the most conservative estimates indicated that at least 22,500 survivors of sexual violence will seek clinical care in the coming months. UN OCHA has reported that because of the destruction of health facilities and normal reporting structures, the number of those affected is likely much higher. As can be expected from the weaponization of sexual and gender-based violence inflicts unimaginable trauma on survivors and leaves them vulnerable to unwanted pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections, but also devastates entire families and communities. With health facilities systematically destroyed by allied Ethiopian forces and the Ethiopian government's continued blocking of aid, there are very few places that survivors can turn to in the aftermath of their assault. The government's siege on the region has re-victimized Tigrayan survivors, as they're continually denied medical trauma support services, including counseling and psychological care, for the extremely high rates of trauma and depression among survivors and communities. For a long time, Ethiopia has had an image synonymous with that of famine and hunger, largely due to the famine in the 80s and the subsequent aid fundraising by the West. What most people don't recognize that these deaths were mostly caused by political rather than environmental factors. During the first Ethiopian civil war in the 1980s, the Derg regime weaponized food and humanitarian aid. As a result, 1.2 million died of starvation, predominantly those from Tigray. This was the methodology used to drain resources from the TPLF, and the same tactics are being employed now, as allied Ethiopian forces have looted resources, left a trail of scorched earth, burning crops that were ready for harvest, and blocked humanitarian aid from reaching the most desperate areas. The war has ignited a man-made famine that will have long-term ramifications on food security and societal well-being. In what the UN has termed the world's worst famine in decades, about 5.2 million people, which is over 90% of Tigray's population, are in need of emergency food aid. There are confirmed reports of Tigrayans, both individuals and families, dying of starvation. The negative effects of famine exposure on survivors are well understood, as famine is associated with higher rates of mortality, lower fertility, and migration. Tigrayan children exposed to famine in utero and early childhood are likely to experience increased rates of diseases, psychological disorders, negative effects on their educational development, amongst a series of other factors. Beyond the direct mechanism of starvation, malnutrition resulting from famine decreases the human body's ability to resist disease and limits one's cognitive and productive capacity. Thus, we are likely to see scores of preventable deaths due to diseases. The war in Tigray has also caused a massive healthcare emergency, which can be especially difficult for women in the region. Military forces have deliberately destroyed hospitals and seized ambulances across Tigray, causing the near total collapse of the healthcare system. This has left women to give birth in unhygienic conditions and in informal displacement camps. Very few pregnant women are receiving prenatal or postnatal care, resulting in higher maternal mortality. There are also reports of untreated fistulas among women as a result of rape. At the very Tigrayan women do not have access to sanitary pads, leaving them vulnerable to UTIs, fungal infections, reproductive tract infections, and other major health complications. Millions are without life-saving medication and are either dying at home or traveling for days to reach a functioning hospital. MSF has reported that patients with chronic diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and HIV, as well as patients in need of psychiatric care, are without life-saving medication. With limited medical resources and space, the risk of cholera and COVID-19 outbreak is considerably high in cities throughout Tigray. More than 6 million people are affected by the war, and over 2.2 have been displaced. Of these, almost 1 million are women and girls internally displaced. There are also approximately 20,000 Tigrayan women and girls who have fled Ethiopia altogether and now live as refugees in Sudan. The UN reported that over 700 women were pregnant and when arriving at the camps, and several have already given birth in dire conditions. Tigrayan refugees are far outpaced the infrastructure needs in Sudan. For example, the transit center, Hamadet, has the capacity to host just 300 refugees, but received more than 20,000 people. Poor conditions in these refugee camps led to an outbreak of hepatitis E infections, infecting hundreds of Tigrayan refugees and posing a serious risk to the Sudanese community. Eritrean refugees are also a vulnerable population impacted by the war. Prior to the war, Tigray was home to 96,000 Eritrean refugees. After the war's onset, Human Rights Watch received credible reports that Eritrean refugees are subjected to forced repatriation, detainment, rapes, and attacks. All those displaced are in dire need of urgent life-saving medical assistance, including food, shelter, healthcare, water, and sanitation. However, many people in Tigray still remain cut off from communication and electricity, which has impeded their access to health services and at basic level, a water supply. There's strong evidence that scarcity of resources combined with inadequate safeguards contribute to a profoundly heightened risk of sexual exploitation and abuse. And the lack of a dedicated prevention measures and accountability for abuses by perpetrators of sexual abuse exacerbates those risks. Given the severity of the crisis and the impediments to rolling out a full humanitarian response, the humanitarian needs of civilians will persist, and sexual abuse will be a constant risk. The economy and food system in Tigray have also been hard hit by the war and the consequent closure of banks and microfinance institutions and the interruption of government resource transfers, the seizure of land and forced displacement, and the massive looting. The looting includes a systematic ransacking of the industry and services along with closure of migrant labor options. Achieving basic food security in the next 12 to 18 months will be extremely difficult even for the average Tigrayan, alongside the challenge of impoverishment. I want to conclude with the website for OMNA, which is an educated advocacy organization that I work with. If you'd like more information on the war, the impact that it has on Tigrayan women and girls, please visit www.omnatigray.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faven. look forward to discussing more with you during the Q&A session. Next, we have Ms. Adium, who also will be presenting. I think, okay. There.
Yeah, they muted me, I forgot. Okay. Last year, November 2020, when the conflict began in the region of Tigray, innocent civilians were hit with airstrikes, bombings, and violent killings. Within the first few weeks of the conflict, approximately 40,000 people, which included women with their children, with their babies, even pregnant women, and minors that were unaccompanied, all fled to escape this violence, crossing into the neighboring border of Sudan. In a year, this number has almost doubled, and approximately 70,000 people have fled to neighboring Sudan. Over 2.2 million people are internally displaced, and 6.8 million people in the region are in dire need of emergency aid. About 100,000 children are at risk of death for severe acute malnutrition. Millions are internally displaced and are starving. Women have been severely impacted by this war, especially in the beginning of this war, Tigrayan women. They were subjected to sexual violence, rape, sexual slavery, and torture. All grave human rights violations that have been perpetrated against them since the conflict began. It should also be emphasized that all women who've endured sexual violence throughout this conflict, the use of rape has been basically weaponized. So, and in turn, this has led to psychological trauma, emotional distress, physical trauma, and it's resulted in unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, and health complications in some cases, which has led to death. So, as stated earlier by both Pam and Fevin, these have been huge hurdles in access of healthcare for the women, and especially due to the damage and looting to the health facilities when the war broke out. So one can only imagine here where we're privileged, if something happens to you and you need healthcare, you can just run to the hospital. But in the case of Tigray, that's just not the case. So the remaining facilities there did not have adequate access to post-rape care kits to distribute to the survivors of sexual violence. They just couldn't cope with the amount of women that needed assistance. And reports say that access to post-rape care was limited or non-existent. Another factor that I wanted to bring up today, and that should be noted, is that many women that survived the sexual violence actually did not visit any health facilities due to the cultural fear and stigma that revolves around sexual violence. It is considered somewhat of a taboo in the culture to discuss matters such as sexual violence. You know, it's kind of like shameful. So there were also reports that there was a good amount of women that decided not to report what actually occurred to them in regards to the sexual violence. So this hindered them from reporting the crimes or going to see health officials. So this meant that health facilities may be registering the cases of sexual violence, but the total number of women that have been violated, the true number is still not known within this data of reporting. So that's important to note. And as it was mentioned earlier as well by Dr. Pamela, the sexual violence endured by refugee women, Eritrean women that in and around Hitsats and Shemelba Eritrean refugee camp, that was something that occurred. It was violent. There were deadly shootings that took place at the time, and these women were also violated. And as of very recently, accounts have been reported of sexual violence also occurring in the northern Amhara region as well. So that also should be noted as well. Overall, the sexual and gender-based violence that has occurred throughout this conflict is illegal and unlawful. What is extremely disheartening is the lack of outcry and support by the international community regarding the ongoing violent, brutal massacres and the sexual and gender-based violence taking place in the region. Starvation, the humanitarian blockade going on in Tigray, the widespread crimes against humanity and grave human rights violations that has taken place in the conflict for the last year. I had written this prior, but I heard one of the agriculturists, I think Dr. Jan stated, yes, the only word we have heard is concerned. We are concerned, and that is just not enough. Pam, I think you've said that too before. We have heard the words never again, though, in the past, after horrific crimes against humanity has occurred, but then it's just too late. So we are living through another unjust war where tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, and never again is occurring all over again. So I say it's long overdue. Concrete steps need to be taken to curtail the situation. And I want to say that thank you to Howard University for putting this on today. And at least here in the diaspora, this is a step in the right direction to have a discussion and just figure things out while we're here. Privileged to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edom, for your presentation. We'll also look forward to discussing that further with you during the Q&A and open discussion. We'll move now to the final presentation by Dr. Hepner. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I don't really have a formal presentation or slides. I'm just going to kind of speak about some of the issues where I feel I can best contribute to this conversation. I do want to say many thanks to the organizers at Howard University for putting together this symposium. This is a really urgent issue. It's a very painful set of issues. And based on the really excellent discussions so far today, the people participating in this conversation are clearly deeply embedded and have a long history professionally, personally in the Horn of Africa. And that's, very moving as well as informative. So I am going to take the guidance of the organizers to heart in terms of speaking more directly to my own expertise. So I'm going to go a little broader, a little bit more global or transnational in terms of thinking about the refugee dimensions of this conflict and more broadly, the kind of historical trajectory of the Horn of Africa and its diasporas. And these diasporas, I think refugee issues and diasporas are incredibly important in the context of this conflict, as well as ongoing conflicts and historical conflicts in the Horn of Africa. So I hope that whatever I can say can complement the detailed discussions provided by my co-panelists. And again, it's an honor to be with three such powerful and brilliant women in this discussion. So I want to start by posing the question of what do we mean when we talk about refugees in this context? So this is actually a pretty complex historical and global question. It's not limited to the current Tigray War. There have been multiple periods of conflict in the Horn of Africa over many decades now, and we've been hearing about that from other speakers throughout the day. And each of these conflicts has generated various cohorts of refugees and multiple cohorts, even with respect to what we might think of as a single conflict, some of which span decades. So some of these refugees, of course, remain in the Horn of Africa, including those who have lived for decades now in places like Sudan, having originated from Eritrea or Ethiopia. But many more live in the global diaspora, and the global diaspora is truly global. Eritreans and Ethiopians live in virtually every country on the planet now. So with respect to the current Tigray War, in terms of the strict definition of a refugee, a person who has crossed an international border, there are, as Faven noted, already tens of thousands who have crossed into Sudan, mostly from Tigray. But this is just one of those refugee populations that we can talk about with respect to this war. So it was also noted already that there were about 150,000 Eritrean refugees in 4 different camps in Tigray at the start of the war in November 2020. And these people had fled. There's been a relatively stable and significant stream of people fleeing Eritrea due to violence, repression, militarization, forced conscription, a relatively stable and significant stream of people that have been leaving Eritrea since the early 2000s. And so Tigray has been a very important destination, a host region for Eritrean refugees. And so the 4 camps that were there in Tigray, Shimelba, Maiaini, Hitsats, and Ad-Harush, were destroyed between November 2020 and January 2021. They were raided, they were looted, ultimately destroyed, with reports of killings, of rape, of abductions of Eritreans and forced deportation back to Eritrea. And these are committed largely by Eritrean troops who have themselves over many decades been brutalized in the context of Eritrean militarization. And this is, I think, a really profound expression of the abuses that people have endured in the military, that they are wreaking this kind of violence now on refugees from Eritrea. And also armed Tigrayan fighters have been implicated in some of the violence committed against Eritrean refugees in the region. So again, some of those Eritrean refugees have been forcibly returned to Eritrea, or have made the very difficult decision to return to Eritrea themselves because of the violence unfolding in Tigray. And so Pam made reference to this earlier, that Eritreans who fled from the regime in Eritrea are now really caught in the crossfire between Eritrean forces invading from the north and those within Tigray and from other parts of Ethiopia. And thousands of these Eritreans who have been registered as refugees with UNHCR and ARA, the Ethiopian agency, have simply gone missing. Others who have mandate status or out camp status, who have been living in cities in Ethiopia, particularly Addis Ababa, genuinely fear for their lives. And so the key point is that until the current Tigray War escalated with Eritrea entering the fray, Eritreans who fled and opposed the Eritrean regime have been relatively safe in Ethiopia. And now they are not, vis-a-vis both Ethiopian actors and Eritrean regime actors who are able to now penetrate that border. And then there are the approximately 2 million internally displaced people, especially from Tigray, who live in refugee-like conditions, but in some ways are even worse off than those who have managed to cross the international border, because they continue to be more directly exposed to the armed conflict, and are really affected by those blockades of food aid and by humanitarian assistance, even more extremely than those who've managed to get out of Ethiopia. And then finally, we have individuals who, through their professional and kinship networks, are able to mobilize resources and connections to leave the region, whether they ultimately become recognized refugees or not, and then there are those who are already outside the country for work or study and now can't return, who essentially have become exiles. So there's a special significance about these particular populations, I think, because they are often the best educated, the most skilled and most resourced, and they contribute, their departure contributes to a kind of net brain drain and a resource drain in the Horn. And then, of course, we have millions of Eritreans and Ethiopians living in the global diaspora who are cut off from their family in both countries and cannot even deliver like the remittance support, which is a lifeline to the survival for countless families and communities in the Horn. So, famously, the Secretary General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom, who comes from Tigray, is among these people. And finally, we have another larger context I think we need to mention that shapes the unfolding conditions for refugees in the Horn, and that is the devastation that's laid to refugee protection and policy and law and practice globally. So largely due to the efforts of global North countries, the developed countries, the former colonizing countries, to keep migrants of any kind out from the global South. The systems developed after World War II to support refugees, imperfect as though they have always been, are truly in shambles at this point. And so refugee protection has essentially become securitization. It's become containment, and it's been outsourced or externalized rather than providing opportunities for resettlement for people. And so because the Horn in particular has been a steady source of refugees and migrants heading to the global North for decades, the regimes in Eritrea and Ethiopia and in countries like Libya have been empowered as partners in migration control with European-funded partnerships. And this makes the situation in Ethiopia that much more complex. Ethiopia simultaneously produces refugees, it hosts refugees, and it partners in migration control efforts funded by the Global North. So the losers, of course, are people themselves. So just a couple more things I'd like to say about refugees in the global diaspora. Crises are not as localized as they appear. And more importantly, I think for the topic of this panel, neither are refugees. Refugees form the basis of diasporas. And as noted earlier, diasporas from the Horn have been occurring in relationship to conflict over decades now. And these diasporas themselves become more complex over time as new generations are born and raised abroad and as transnational connections between them and with the Horn of Africa unfold and change over time. So a common feature of conflict diasporas is that they become important actors in ongoing political trajectories. And in some cases, and I would include the Horn in this, they become enormously powerful political and economic players, both in support of regimes in power and also in terms of opposing them. So diasporas play an important role in exacerbating conflict, and they can also be important contributors to peace building and justice and peaceful transformation. Governments, parties, and armed factions have sway over communities in the diaspora, and they can leverage them in various ways. And access to social media and resources in the global north and other places can then be leveraged also to stake political claims. So some of the whipping up of the ethno-nationalist fervor on social media that was noted by some of the panelists earlier emerges from these kinds of transnational diasporic dynamics. And diaspora actors can try to exert control over what kind of information perspectives are communicated. The last thing I'll say before I complete is that one notable feature of the current situation as it pertains to refugees and diasporas is that members of contemporary diasporas, and particularly women, have been among the most powerful voices for peace and for dialogue between the various parties that are engaged in armed conflict. And one of them is here on this panel today. Adiam, I know for many years now as someone who has been at the forefront, a leading woman's voice in the diaspora to affect positive and peaceful transformation. So I think there's reasons to be very hopeful amid the devastation of the war. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hepner, and thanks to all our panelists for all the insight you've shared. As we move on now into the Q&A, I'd like to encourage attendees to use the Q&A function of our chat to ask questions. And for fellow panelists who want to raise questions, please feel free to raise your hands. We have some questions here that would like to direct to the members of the panel, but also if anyone would like to add on to a specific question asked, please feel free as well to follow up with an answer. So we'll start off from quite a broad point of view. We've been able to get insights from research, from your direct work and experience in the region based on your research, but would also like to start by helping to paint a picture in our mind's eye of the Tigray region, and specifically the lives of women in the Horn of Africa. Dr. Faven earlier gave a presentation about her work also in the region, and so would like to request her to start us off by helping us paint this picture of the lives of women in the region.
So as I mentioned earlier, Tigray is a predominantly agrarian society. And as a result of that, the majority of Tigrayan women, 3/4 at the very least, live in the rural areas in which they are farmers and are involved in agricultural labor in that sense. Now, there is a large poverty disparity between men and women in Tigray. There has been an increase in female-dominated household. That can be one reason for the increase in poverty. And we'll see that, as Pamela mentioned, exacerbated at the end of this war, right? With the mass persecution, especially of Tigrayan men who are considered potential threats in the future. So I want to point that out. One good thing that has, in the 20 years of development, we have seen among Tigrayan women a decrease in maternal mortality rates, which unfortunately has been countered by the current war because of the lack of health infrastructure. Tigrayan women are, as I mentioned earlier, culturally diverse, representing the Iro, Kunama, and Tagaru people that as a collective I refer to as Tigrayan women. I don't know if there's anything more specific. One thing also that I did want to point out is the dramatic increase in primary education rates among Tigrayan girls, which was one indicator of development. Those didn't necessarily translate in the same sense into post-secondary degrees in that same exact rate. Also, even within PhDs, it's less than 10% due to graduate from get PhDs from amongst Tigrayan women. So while there have been, developments over the last 20 years, there's obviously still ways to go. The issues with child marriage, the laws have changed to where women cannot get married under 18. However, in the more rural areas, issues with forced child marriage, issues with sexual and gender-based violence, even pre the war, and issues with fistulas and things like that because of rape were prevalent.
I would like to add, when Fevin is done, to some respect as well. We are discussing the victimization of Tigrayan women, but I would also say that Tigrayan women are very strong women. There are a lot of women who have stood up for themselves during this conflict, and they have actually decided to fight for themselves, fight for their land, and fight for their people. And yes, does that mean they've raised arms? Yeah, they have done that. But again, it's to defend their people, themselves, and their land. So I do want to add to the fact that Tigrayan women are not weak women. It's not, oh, woe is me. They have decided to join the fight and the struggle to free their people, like I said, protect their land, and make sure that they are just not going to be victimized forever. So I would like to add that point, that they are not weak women, they are strong women. And many of them have decided to fight for what's right or what they think is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adium. And while we're here on this subject matter, can you also speak particularly in terms of the roles and contributions of women in the region?
Yes, I can. The fact of the matter is that the women in the region, if we're talking about Tigray or Tigrayan women, or if we're talking about even Eritrean women have also played a huge part in the movements for independence. They are actually unique in that they fight in the front lines alongside men. And that's very unique. You don't see that very often. They're not just the nurses and the secretaries. Like, again, they do, pick up arms. And yes, that might be considered violent, but again, it's considered defense. It's a defense mechanism, and they are fighting for the land, for their sovereignty. And so this is something that should be looked upon in a positive light, that they too can be soldiers. They too can fight alongside men. They too are equal to men in that light. So this is something in that part of the region that we growing up hear a lot about. We have family members, and it actually empowers us to know that we are strong as women, and that it's not just the men that are fighters. There are women that also fight too, and that's could be a positive thing.
Certainly can. Dr. Delargy, please go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of points I think to add here. One is that it's very difficult in this situation to apply clear categories. And I think Trish raised that earlier in terms of refugees and who's a refugee and that sort of thing. In this kind of conflict, it's also difficult to say who is a civilian and who is a combatant. And that has contributed to a lot of the confusion in the global discussion here. There have been discussions of, or accusations that the TDF is using child soldiers. But if you look carefully at what was going on in Tigray, there were whole villages where Large numbers of adults were killed in front of their children, tortured in front of their children, atrocities happening right and left, leaving kids basically as orphans who have no place to go but to join others who may be walking through and going to the front because they have nobody else to take care of them. This is it's not the first time this has happened in the world, but it also creates some difficulties when we start trying to say, well, wait a minute, now this is against the, you know, global laws of conflict, and this is against international law and that sort of thing. What that means also is that when we're thinking about, well, okay, how are we going to distribute food? And it's all getting caught up in the blockade issue. We see yesterday that 70 drivers of food aid trucks going into Tigray have now been detained by the Ethiopian government. We don't know what's because of ethnicity, it's because they were driving food trucks, it's because they were accused of something else. And so we've seen another mixing of categorizations. What we think of as humanitarian assistance has been politicized to such a degree that there are many, many Ethiopians who truly believe that there must be guns or other things under that food going in, that these medicines are not being used for civilians, they're being used for combatants. And that has contributed a lot to the confusion about, you know, the global narrative about this conflict. One other issue I wanted to raise regarding the sexual violence is that, I mean, it's been a long time since people who specialize and work on this issue on treatment of survivors of sexual violence and everything have seen the types of violence that have been seen in Tigray. Some bits of this in Congo for a while, some bits of this in Timor and other places, but it's been truly egregious. And it's odd to know how to manage that because somehow the media doesn't know how to discuss this issue without kind of sensationalizing it and making people seem as only victims of something. So we really haven't figured out how to talk about this issue at all. Sexual violence is just one type of violence in a huge repertoire of violence that's going on right now. And so for many people who are survivors, more important to them is just having a livelihood because they've lost their spouse or they've lost their land and they need to somehow feed their children. They're focused on the livelihood issue, not on going for counseling or even going for treatment. So it's something I think we need to think about in very new ways. And this conflict has made us start thinking about it in very new ways.
Thank you very much, Dr. Delargy. And now also moving or adding to the mix of our discussions, the focus also on refugees. Dr. Hepner, you asked the question, you started your presentation by asking the question, what we mean when we talk about refugees. And you first started with focusing on the strict international focus of refugees, those who cross international borders. But then you also spoke about the impact of the diaspora. So can you please help us to sort of dig into what the daily life or experience of refugees in the region would look like, or what it is currently looking like? Specifically also because you had mentioned that Tigray had been a host region for refugees, and now we find that the situation is reversed for the people of the region. So can you please speak to those experiences and impacts specific to Tigray? Thank you.
I was muted. I mean, I can certainly try to speak to those issues. It is complicated, and I do think that some of the pieces of what I said earlier really do matter quite a bit. And that is the sort of global retraction of a sense of responsibility and support to people who are refugees or in refugee-like conditions. And, you know, the vast burden that when we think about, I mean, refugees are often described as, you know, the problem or a burden, but really, you know, refugees are a symptom of problems, of other kinds of problems. They are not, you know, and then they are posed as kind of a problem themselves. And so clearly there is, you know, on top of the very real situation that people who are forced to either, you know, flee across an international border or are internally displaced or even are not displaced at all, but have more or less lost everything in the way that you would associate a person who becomes a refugee, right, has lost access to their land, to their wealth, their families, things like that. There are many, many more people living in this kind of situation who do not have access to even the label of refugee, which is a really important one, because when somebody is given that legal designation, it's bestowed upon them by humanitarian governance like the UNHCR or something like that. Then they have access to various kinds of resources that people who do not have that label do not necessarily have access to. And so it becomes problematic from a global perspective when we see such a violent retraction of the application of that legal designation to people who really do need that kind of support, right? And this is aside from the fact that the region itself has become incredibly inaccessible. We've heard lots of examples of how that's been the case, including for the sort of humanitarian aid that would assist people in refugee-like conditions. So really, to leave the country, to go across an international border becomes even more important as a mode of survival on a number of different levels, not just in terms of fleeing conflict, but in terms of being able to access some UNHCR designated space where that label applies and one can obtain whatever meager resources are available for those who are given the label of refugee. But even being able to cross that international border has become exceedingly difficult. Both Pam and I have worked, and I'm sure many other people involved in this symposium, I know for a fact, have worked directly with individuals, friends, family members who are stuck in the Horn and are unable to get across that border. And in that case, even for those who are in fairly elite and powerful positions, it's difficult to get across that border. So to become a refugee, in the true sense of the term, internationally, is actually more of a privileged spot now, like a kind of a privileged status that one could hope for than what is currently happening within the confines of Ethiopia and Tigray itself. And that's a sad commentary, because if you know anything about refugee support internationally, it's a pretty low bar in terms of what people can expect for support and dignity and genuinely future prospects for their well-being. So there's probably more that I could say about it, but I hope I answered your question, Zira.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hepner. I'd also like to ask Ms. Adium about your experience and research in terms of the impacts of the war on women and refugees in the wider region, and also in Ethiopia and the wider Horn of Africa. What transformations and changes can be seen in their cultural traditions, in their roles and contributions to society? What have we been able to gather so far?
Well, I think to Dr. Hebner's point, she's spot on right now with the fact that even to gain that refugee status is very hard right now. It's very challenging. That's something very important to note. And once that does happen, even if that does happen, refugees are caught in crossfires, for example, in Libya, where they were just detained recently. Even though they were registered under the UNHCR. So it really didn't even matter that they were registered with the UNHCR. So refugees right now, especially African refugees, and I'm gonna say Black refugees, they feel hopelessness. I speak with them all the time, every day. And their situation is dire, you know. when they are migrating, they're facing human trafficking, organ harvesting, sex trafficking. They're a commodity, essentially. So, and this is not to say that this is happening in one particular area or another, but this is just on their journey. So these refugees are rightless, they're stateless, they're essentially forgotten. They're invisible to the world. And that's pretty much the picture that I can paint for people so they can understand. And some refugees are stuck for years in that status before they can ever make it out, if they do ever make it out. And when they get so desperate, they try to make it out through the Mediterranean, you know, and some, as some of you may or may not know, drown over in the Mediterranean, by Lampedusa as an example. So these are the unfortunate scenarios that may await people trying to escape Tigray, escape Ethiopia, which really scares me, because that means that the saga doesn't end there. You know, it will continue as they migrate as refugees. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adium. And we'll like to focus now on the impacts of this conflict on women and on refugees. So Dr. Delargy, during your presentation, you spoke about the scale of displacement. You mentioned that over 2 million people have been displaced, and specific to women, there are about over 100,000 pregnant women, meaning that over 2,000 women give birth every month. And you spoke of lack of access to healthcare. So with these, which you've highlighted, based on your research, how, in your estimation, do we now define and measure the impact of the war on women and refugees, given these pressures that you highlighted during your discussion?
That's a tough one. I think, you know, there are, of course, immediate impacts, lack of access to services, which result in health conditions or which result in maternal mortality or child mortality, tremendous mental health issues, stress issues, trauma issues. All of these are immediate, and they can't change unless the blockade is lifted and goods and people and information and electricity and food can get into the region. But there are also much longer term consequences to conflicts like this. Any conflict in which is ethnic and which is got such a degree of sexual violence somehow often ends up creating a huge cycle of revenge. That's why we're seeing the sexual violence perpetrated now against Amhara women. This may not have been something that a set of combatants or a military had plans to do, but once this cycle starts, it's very, very difficult to stop when people feel that their own families have been victimized this way, and it becomes so tied to ethnicity and so tied to identity. It creates many, many cycles of retribution and revenge. And that, I think, is what everybody in Ethiopia and the Horn and the world should be worried about right now. This has to stop. It's already going to have consequences over many generations already. We didn't talk much about Tigrayans in the rest of Ethiopia today, but we know that many are being rounded up and being detained because of their, because of accusations that they are somehow sympathetic to the rebels, or that, that in their neighborhood, people are suspicious of them and everything. That is such a rent in the social fabric. Imagine your neighbors starting to turn you into the police because they hear you speaking another language, talking to your children in the hallway of your apartment. I mean, what a dramatic example of a social fabric being just ripped apart on a daily basis. And I guess none of us know, we'll hear more in the next panel about the politics of all this, but the individual, familial, and communal damage that this has done is immeasurable, I think. And it has generational consequences. And if you look at even at the neurobiological aspects of trauma, what we know now about what happens to the human body and the human brain after trauma is really daunting when you think about it. We know that Holocaust survivors, their DNA and their response to trauma is passed down 2-3 generations to their descendants. What does that mean for a situation like this when trauma is so widespread and so deep? With complete impunity thus far. There has to be some kind of reconciliation. There has to be some kind of accountability so that people can even just grieve in a normal way. So I think the implications are much deeper than we are all thinking about when we're just thinking about the trucks of food right now.
And hopefully discussions like this will be able to at least be part of the first step to ensuring that these issues are also not left by the wayside. So in line with what we've discussed so far, I'd like to direct this next question to Dr. Faven. You highlighted during your presentation about the high percentage of female-headed households. I believe it was about 34% in 2018. So based on what we know, how has this, from your research, how has this impacted the social fabric of the society, particularly in terms of social cohesion and indigenous modes of operation? Earlier in this symposium, we had a lot of presentations that focused on the material and societal resources in the region. So we'd also like to look at the social cohesion and the impact of this within the region.
So, well, thank you for your question. First, it's important to note that despite the fact that, in Tigray, we're seeing, strides in gender equality, it's still very much a patriarchal society. And because of that, female-headed household, there's going to be limitations that are on not only the jobs or occupations that women can do, but also how that will bleed into their children, right? So as I mentioned before, female-headed households also are more inclined to be in poverty, right, than a two-parent household or a household that's led by a man. So because of that, we're going to see more children that are going to be in poverty. We also may see a mass exodus from students in schools because they're going to feel a need to contribute to their households financially. So that also will be an impact the social fabric of how women are going to be able to interact not only within other members of their community, but also will bleed into their children.
Thank you, Dr. Faven. And now I would like to ask Ms. Adium, during your presentation, you spoke about the trauma of conflict and its impact and the fear of stigma around sexual violence. What solutions can be envisioned regarding that? Like what social transformations and changes can be seen in terms of the impact to cultural traditions and roles and contributions of women in the region?
Well, I think first things first, to Pam's point, I mean, they need to open up the region. They need help. We need these women need rehabilitation. I mean, the stigma comes from the culture, and that goes back generations. So that's going to take time. And it's interesting that you say that, because as I was writing that and speaking to it with my mom, she said, well, wait a minute. Here in America, the #me movement just came out recently. So what do you mean by that? America's not too far behind, So, I mean, again, it's all relative, but I do think that in our culture, I mean, just to even talk about sex is very, shh. So to talk about being sexually violated, it is very taboo. So it will take time. for that change to come about. But in this case right now, where we see the violence happening, the women need help. They need emergency help, and humanitarian aid needs to be let in. And I think, to Pam's point, they need to stop the siege and the blockade, and it needs to open up so that can be attended to. And then overall, I have heard lots of stories from refugee women who've been impregnated by those that have trafficked them. You understand? And then they have no emergency services to do anything about it. So therefore, they're giving birth to babies they were by the men that trafficked them. So in some cases, they find rehabilitation. In some cases, they tell nobody, but maybe that one person, due to the stigma. So I think it's just going to be a matter of time. It will take time and education and assimilating into different cultures where it's okay to be able to talk and open up about these types of issues. But as far as in the region right now with this current situation, help is needed, and help needs to come right now to help the women that are suffering. And then rehabilitation should come next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adium. I can see Dr. Pagarin has her hand up, so please join in.
Hi, I had a question about, are there any stories or moments coming out that demonstrate some social collaboration or solidarity amongst women, maybe cross-cutting ethnic groups, given their status? So, for example, are there any stories about breast milk sharing or people taking care of each other despite ethnic differences because they're mothers or women or in the same?
Yes, cross-carrying, I can give you a story. The Tigrayans opening up their borders to allow Eritrean refugees in. You know, that's the biggest that it can get. And Eritreans, those that recognize it are grateful, and those that don't, I will repeat it today. There doesn't come any cross-carrying sharing than that before this conflict. Eritrea has a dictatorship, an authoritarian regime where they are oppressed, and then Tigrayan people opened up their borders and allowed Eritreans to come there and reside there. Whether they were pregnant women, whether they were young men, whether they were old men or women, it didn't matter. But they opened up their arms and allowed them in, and there were refugee camps, over 100,000 or more Eritreans resided in refugee camps in Ethiopia, in Tigray, for what, at least 2 decades, Pam? So it's been quite a while. So, and in that scenario, they were able to at least survive, you know? So I think that's a big way of saying it, but yeah, that's what I can say.
If I can also add one thing, the taking up of arms among the Ago women is also a testament to solidarity with the Tigrayan women. What's been going on in Tigray is very well understood. The Tigrayan and Ago communities have somewhat of a close relationship, and the taking up of arms is one. Also, it's another example of women standing in solidarity with other women, especially in times of conflicts, and to the point where they're putting their own lives at risk.
I would just,
Now,
Go
I
ahead,
think
Pam.
there are probably many examples, but given the nature of the polarization within Ethiopian society right now, these examples will be very quiet. There are neighbors taking care of neighbors, for sure, across different ethnic groups. But now it's a sort of hunt on. So this has to be done pretty quietly.
It's true.
I would quickly add that part of the complexity, we're focusing a lot on throughout this discussion on the polarization through ethno-nationalist kinds of lines. But many, many, many people, millions of people, do not fall into one ethnic group or another or nationality. People are mixed, lots of marriage across different lines, regions, ethnicities. And so kinship becomes a basis for which there is mutual aid in defiance of ethno-nationalist kinds of conflict. I think that's one thing. And I think also, again, if we look at what's happening in the diaspora, I think there are some really wonderfully inspiring examples of people across these different, warring factions as they are playing out in Ethiopia, people in those various diaspora communities making connections across those lines, defying the spiraling of the kind of rhetoric and turning it into something else, turning it into solidarity movements, thinking about what they have in common against the kind of violence that is tearing apart the entire country and the region. And I think these are really, really important things to pay attention to. It's very common, I think, when conflict of this extent and this nature and this scale is unraveling the way that it is, that we pay so much attention to the conflict, which is important, but we also see signs all along the way of peace building, of solidarity in the midst of war. People are doing those things, and that means that there's always a hopeful kernel of what comes next.
And I think it's important to Dr. Hebner's point and Pam and Fevins that we try to focus on the positive and issues or positive actions that are be taken. We, Eritrean Americans Justice for Peace, a group, we decided to extend a fig leaf out to young Tigrayan Americans here. And we had a nice discussion and even opened it up to the public, just so we can show that there is no hate, at least amongst us here. Yes, there's a war going on back home, and there are different ethnic groups and Eritreans and Ethiopians of different ethnic groups warring at each other, but we can try to take those first steps to say that this is wrong. And I think that there's always more focus on the salaciousness of hate as opposed to focusing on what can be peace and love. And the powers that be do that in order to divide and rule. And we have to be conscious of that as well. So. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And thank you all for your insights. We have one question here from Tess, who was in the previous panel. But she asks now that a few panelists have mentioned that other wars, specifically ethnic wars, have weaponized rape. In these instances in the past, how has it changed the role of women in society long-term post-war? How and in what ways do we see from research and work shifts in society at large in the Tigray region, given the reality of the crisis? So anyone can come in and answer this question if they would like.
Maybe I'll take I'll just mention a couple of things. The first example that comes to mind is actually the wars in Liberia and in Sierra Leone some years ago, where it was ethnic, it was political, it was ugly. Sexual violence was a very strong component, along with other kinds of atrocities. What was remarkable there was that that women did organize. The Mano River Women's Union organized. Women from Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone got together and started demanding of, all the different combating groups and governments there. No, we have to stop this. This has got to stop. And they had powerful voice. They got involved in every discussion with every outside government coming in, trying to mediate too. They insisted on being in the peace talks. They insisted on being involved in the design of demobilization programs. They demanded that, they were not going to be neglected as things were being rebuilt. I would guess that some of them are a little disappointed that it didn't turn out quite the way they hoped, but the conflict stopped eventually, and women were very, very much involved in the peace building and in the design of peace building there, and in the setup of community reconciliation programs. One thing that makes me hopeful in the Horn of Africa situation is that if neighbors could come together in Liberia and Sierra Leone, where they just saw the worst aspects of human behavior and evil, really. If they could somehow come together and forgive each other and realize that they had to look to the future and they had to work together to look to the future and have a kind of reconciliation, then you have to be hopeful that this can happen in other places as well.
Thank you, Dr. Delargy.
One
Dr.
quick thing-
Faven?
Just one quick thing that I also wanted to outline. One thing that we have seen in this war is the amount, and I think Ariam indicated this earlier, the amount of women who are actually vocalizing what's happened to them, despite the stigma, despite the potential stigma. As I mentioned before, and during the war in the 1980s with the Derg, that led it up all the way, it was multi-decade war, there was mass rape happening in the Tigray region, yet there were so many victims that remained silenced for fear of retribution from their husbands, for fear of stigmatization from their families or their communities. Oftentimes women of rape were considered not marriageable at the end of the war. So the fact that women are finding this level of agency is something that I think is outstanding. And I think it's going to propel gender inequality at the end of this war.
Thank you, Dr. Faven. As we move on to the last few minutes of this discussion, would like to move in the direction we've sort of already been going in, which is to focus on the impacts, on the results, on solutions, on the future ahead. And we see there's some questions who had been asked in the Q&A. I'd like to incorporate them into this section as well, just for the benefit of everybody else listening who hasn't had the chance to read the Q&A section. I can see Dr. Delargy has already addressed them very well, but if we could also give a voice to some of these questions so that others can benefit from actually hearing these responses, because I do believe they're great responses. So as we now focus on lessons learned from this and a look ahead, hopefully to a better future, how will women and refugees rebound after this war? What programs will be needed to help and assist? And specific to students, which is a question that came in from Ariel Bright, is there anything that students can do to help? Are there places to donate, or is it best just to spread the word? So Dr. Delargy, if you could please start, because you already wrote a response to that, and start us off on these lessons learned.
Maybe I'm not thinking quite correctly. I'm just a little traumatized by a panel earlier this week at UCLA, where the conversation was so polarized and so frightening and awful that my response to Ariel was that there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation on the conflict in Ethiopia. And the social media has contributed to the escalation of ethnic hate speech, especially among the diaspora, especially. So I think anything that students can do to help keep the discussion fact-based can make a big contribution. If you see polemics and hate speech and this and that, call it out. If you see disinformation, correct it. This is a highly emotionally charged conflict. It reaches to the deepest of identity issues in many people. So of course it's always going to be emotional, but what we as academics need to do is say stop. We have to think about this analytically. We have to work for peace. We have to work for harmonization here in a way that is based on evidence, in a way that is based on calm reflection and real discussion and really listening to each other. So I'm all for contributing funds to support groups, finding out more. I put the link there to Relief Web, which gives you, at least if you want to know all the information on the humanitarian response and UN reports and that sort of thing. But I think that students need to set the example and be the model for people discussing this issue. And that would be a fantastic role for students to play.
Thank you very much, Dr. Delardi.
I think Pam always has the answers, and I can't answer anything better than Pam's. But what I would like to add, in my opinion, is that as an activist, but with my research cap on, I'd like to address the fact that, and it should be addressed here today and at all times, that in the Horn, especially in Eritrea, we have an authoritarian leadership there. And we have a regime there ran by very men. They are men, and they are men not doing evil things. And I think that that needs to be brought to the forefront. And these are women that are suffering. So I hope in the future we have more women in power. And it's not to say that all women are good women, but women that will do the right thing. And I think that that would help in the future Horn. Because we've had these men in power, especially in Eritrea, for over 30 years. We've had this dictatorship causing strife in the region. So that definitely needs to be called out and needs to be recognized today as we speak about this conflict. So yeah, that's just my little 2 cents I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Adiam. As we're moving into the last few minutes, we only have 3 minutes before the next panel starts. So you'd like to give everybody a chance to also contribute in terms of some of the lessons learned. We have a question here from Gianni White that asks about the physical and mental healing that can take place. So I'm going to merge 2 questions really quickly and ask if we can just speak to some of the lessons learned and how we as researchers, as students, as scholars can engage with communities to repair the damage. So please chime in the last 2 minutes as we wrap up this conversation. Thank you.
I would like to say, I'd like to bring up a point that was made earlier by Professor Harrower about the importance of transitional justice. And I think Pam refers to this implicitly as well when she talks about Sierra Leone and Liberia. I think it's very important for us to be thinking about and dialoguing as much as possible with people on the ground about what a transitional justice process or framework might look like in the Horn of Africa. There are already people thinking about this and working on this, but the time to think about it and work on it is not when the guns fall silent and the conflict is ostensibly over. It's while the conflict is still continuing. There are massacre sites everywhere. There may well need to be investigations. There are all different elements of a transitional justice process that could be very helpful here moving forward, including psychosocial support for women and children.
I just mentioned one thing. Salam Kidane, who's a therapist based in London, actually had developed an app for use in stress reduction that was being piloted with Eritrean refugees in Tigray a couple of years ago. And there was a great conference at Mekelle University on refugees in Tigray. And Salam had done a lot of work looking at mental health of refugees there. And with some sort of neurobiologist and everything, to have an app that could be on people's phones that they could actually kind of think about, help lower blood pressure, help reduce stress, that sort of thing. And I don't know what has happened to it, you know, after that, and all this has been happening right now. But there are so many different things and new ways of dealing with counseling issues and with social support issues and stress reduction and trauma management and all of that. There's a lot of new things known in these areas that will have to be brought to bear in the situation.
I would also like to add the importance, especially among students and the younger generations, to having conversations with people who are on the other side of the aisle. As a result of the 1991 war, as a result of the Badame war, we have become insular. When I say we, I'm talking about Ethiopians and Eritreans, where we could not have conversations with one another, and then our information on one another is based off propaganda or hate speech. So having these types of conversations rooted in fact, and the only way to have those conversations rooted in fact is to make sure you do your research. Look into websites that are credible, that are clearly unbiased. There's always going to be some level of biases, but trying to expand where you get your news sources. I would want to encourage students to do that. And also, I do want to outline within OMNA Tigray, there's a great deal, it propels educated advocacy. And a lot of the people that work for OMNA are college students. And their only aim is to shed light on what's going on in the Tigray War. So I do want to point that out.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will wrap up our presentation as we're out of time. Thank you so much, Dr. Delargy, Ms. Adium, Dr. Faven, and Dr. Hepner for all your inputs. Thank you to everyone who attended as well. I'd also like to thank the two faculty moderators, Dr. Esther Lisanza and Dr. Marie-Claude Jipgueb. Thank you very much for your help and assistance. And with that, we will move on to the final panel for their presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our final panel. It's our fourth and very final panel. My name is Jean-Claude Abeg, and I'll be moderating this conversation. I'll be assisted in this by Dr. Dewani and Dr. Tungara. A special welcome again to our distinguished panelists for this fourth session. And to all our audience. I just want to add that for the audience, feel free to type your questions using the question folder there, handle at the bottom of your screen. And this panel, it's going to focus on politics, economics, and conflict resolution. But before we move forward, I would like to add that if you need to review the profiles of our panelists, you could visit the program itself. But without further ado, I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves briefly, just a few seconds, state your name and your institution of affiliation. I'm going to go in the reverse order here. Maybe let's begin with Dr. Keller.
So you're going to begin with me. Okay, I thought I was last. But in any case, thank you very much. And I'm happy to be invited to this event. It's very well needed, particularly for the American public, just to understand what's going on. And also to people like the students at Howard University who are trying to get their handle on this too, because it's very confusing. To understand the conflict.
Dr. Keller?
Pardon?
Yes, Dr. Keller, for a second, I would love for you to just briefly introduce yourself, and then we will cycle back with the beginning of the presentation.
Say this again?
Just state your name, introduce yourself,
okay.
Your name and your institution, and then once we introduce the rest of the panelists, I will get you to get started. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Professor Edmund Keller of the Department of Political Science at UCLA and also the African Studies Center at UCLA.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ayop, if you don't mind, introduce yourself.
I'm Professor Ayop, Professor of Political Science at the University of Missouri, St. Louis.
Thank you. And Dr. Hunt? Do we have Dr. Hunt?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a professor in the economics department at Howard University. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Ezekiel? Do we have Dr. Ezekiel?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Batanayu, that's Batanyehu. If you don't mind, introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bantayesh Farao. I'm an African presidential scholar here at the University of Michigan.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go into the presentations now, but before we do that, I just want to add that if you have to intervene, you want to intervene, just feel free to raise your hand and I'll call on you. And of course, we have 5 panelists, so that means you are allocated at least 10 minutes. So, but I'll let you know before the 10 minutes over if you're running out of time. So we do appreciate all of you. And now we're going to begin. Dr. Keller.
Okay, thank you very much. I was introducing myself when I was told to go back and reintroduce myself. Anyhow, this is a very complex topic, and it's, it demands more than 10 minutes, okay? But I'm not going to try to use all the time I think that's needed. I think if you're interested in going into this deeply, you should consult my two of my books, one called Revolutionary Ethiopia from Empire to People's Republic, and the other called Political Conflict in Africa. Here, even though I will not do justice to this topic, I'm going to give it a good shot, and I'm going to ask you to just accept my food for thought, okay? Since we have very limited time, to understand Ethiopia and where the Ethiopian state is right now, we have to understand how it was formed and became an internationally recognized state. We also have to understand how the Empire State rose and fell, and how the path to Marxism-Leninism was chosen and implemented between 1975 and 1990, and last but not least, how the Marxist regime was captured by the forces of neoliberal economics, okay? The neoliberal economic agenda. Marxists, on top of all of this, we have to lay the demands of ethnic and regional elites from the dominant groups in the country, not only the Amharas and Tigrays, but also the Oromos and Somalis. We have to lay that on top of the fact that Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed created about a year ago the Prosperity Party. The EPRDF, Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, was ended basically very quietly with the death of Meles Zenawi. And for a while, there was a politician from the southern state, southern People's State, Dessalines. And Dessalines served for a few years, but then he was replaced. All of this time, there was a struggle going on within the ruling party, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front. And the EPRDF was a multi-ethnic party, as it should be, because, this Marxism-Leninism approach was brought in simply to try and minimize the amount of ethnic instability inside the country. And so the party became a party, workers and people's party, regardless of what ethnic group you might be thinking of. But in fact, it was dominated, as has politics in Ethiopia's modern history, by Tigrayans and Amharas. And this party tried to unify everybody, but still there was a revolution, and people were discontent. There was, even after having deposed Haile Selassie in 1974, discontent continued. Ethnic minorities, or I should say nationality groups, not necessarily minority, because they could have been in the majority like the Oromo, continued to demand change. And so they gravitated, even though they had a Marxist-Leninist regime committed to multi-ethnic approach to governing, they were dissatisfied. So they joined their various military movements together and participated in a front that overthrew the regime of the military regime headed up by Mengistu Haile Mariam in the late 1990s. And once they came to power, they created this apparatus of governing, which was basically fashioned on the Marxist-Leninist way of organizing things, where there were a few committed communists who were at the center of the party. And then they basically were governed within their own structure by a central committee. And so the central committee were the powers, and generally those were dominated by the two dominant groups, the Amharas and the Tigrayans, although there was some Oromo participation, some Somali participation, and so forth. So it was multi-ethnic, for a time, okay? But in fact, ethnicity was thought not to matter or said not to matter, but yet the regime responded to a demand by various minority groups for a form of ethnic federalism. And in fact, Ethiopia became an ethnic federal state towards the middle of the 1990s, okay? And so it created these 6 federal states and 6 out of 9. And it's been that way ever since, up until now, okay? So you have these ethnic states, large ones, the 6 ethnically based ones are fairly large and contain all the major groups you can think of, but at the same time, it was not a democratic state in the sense that the Central Committee made all these decisions, and that continued on throughout the period that after the overthrow of Mengistu and up to the death of Meles Zenawi in about 2012. And when he died, they replaced him with a person, like I said, from the southern party, province, I should say, territory. And he lasted for a time, and then he was replaced by the Central Committee. After deliberation within the party party itself, he was replaced by Abiy Ahmed. Now the big thing is that, okay, presently Abiy Ahmed is a multi-ethnic person. He is a part Amhara, and I think part Tigrayan, but I'm not quite sure about that. Okay, but in any case, Abiy, became the prime minister simply because he supported a lot of the ideas that the major groups were trying to accomplish, such as the Oromo and the Tigrayans. And what happened in Ethiopia at the beginning of Abiy's rule was that he became a liberalizer, a modernizer. He released political prisoners from jail. He made peace with Eritrea. He became actually the darling of the international community. When that happened, he got the Nobel Prize. But at the same time, in the back of his mind, what he wanted to do was to actually capture the party for the EPRDF and make it into a party for his own objectives. And so he created this political party, which was supposed or is supposed to become the dominant party within Ethiopia, called the Prosperity Party. So, even though he let all these prisoners out of jail, and even though he was talking the idea of peace and prosperity and all of this, he was laying the foundation for a return of rule by a central committee, making Ethiopia into a one-party state all over again. And so there was concern. There was concern among all the different groups. Tigrayans were concerned, and you might wonder, you might say, well, why would they be concerned? Well, some of the elites probably felt that, in fact, it wasn't his right to be able to do that because they had been in power for so long. And in fact, after, if you look at this map, Ethiopia is a Christian state, okay? Christianity has been there since since about the 5th century AD, okay? And with that being the case, the church has had a great deal of influence. As a matter of fact, you only began to see the whole idea of a modern emperor in Ethiopia with the coronation of Emperor Tewodros in the middle 1800s. Okay, and Tewodros was an Amhara, although the Christian highland in Ethiopia is in Tigray. That is where the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be, or said to be, I should say. That is where the famous church, Lalibela, is located. It is said that was basically the sort of central location of Christianity in Ethiopia. So Tewodros was from among the Amhara, but when he died at the hands of the British, who were who had invaded his territory to liberate some British diplomats who had been taken hostage by Tewodros, he committed suicide, and he was followed after a time of internal struggle among the elites, the Amharas and the Tigrayas elites. They then chose Johannes, Emperor Johannes, who was a Tigrayan, and he lost his life in the late 1800s in a battle against the Sudanese Mahdi's who were invading and so forth. So, but then came this dynasty of Amharic emperors, beginning with Menelik I. And Menelik, of course, is famous for what? He was the guy that put together this multi-ethnic army to defeat the Italians who were trying to make Ethiopia its own colonial possession in the 1890s. And therefore, since he defeated them, he had this international reputation. Plus, he was a shrewd diplomat, entered into negotiations with all of the European powers that were scrambling for territory in his area. The French, the British, even made a peace with the Sudanese Mahdi's. Okay, and also. He had to contend with these Italians after he defeated them at Adwa. So he ceded Eritrea to the Italians, and then he himself had the rest of Ethiopia, which he promoted as a state akin to Britain, France, and all these other existing European states. As a matter of fact, when he died, the Ethiopians finally arrived at the decision to appoint a regent from among the royal family by the name of Teferi Makonnen, who ended up taking the title of Haile Selassie I. So Ras Teferi became Haile Selassie I in 1930, and he was a modernizer as well. And as soon as he got killed, as soon as he was deposed and went off into exile, the Italians came in and took over the country, murdered a lot of young Ethiopians who were in the empire, and basically wiped out a generation of leadership that could have sort of put Ethiopia on a different path than what it was under Haile Selassie. But in fact, that did not happen. Haile Selassie, when he took over, he was a modernizer, and he took advantage of the fact that a lot of the political future of Ethiopia had lost their lives fighting the Italians. And he also had the support of the Europeans and the Americans, which allowed him to build his own power within Ethiopia. And consequently, that's how the modern state was formed. Haile Selassie went to the League of Nations after World War I and pleaded that, the Europeans had agreed that any member state would be protected or protected from invasion or any other kind of political turmoil against it. But in fact, it had disappointed Ethiopia. But the British and the Americans, after the fact, came through after 1945, and to a large extent, that dynasty, Amhara-based dynasty, continued. But with the struggle to overthrow the Marxist regime, it was led by the Tigray People's Liberation Front. A part of.
Mr. Keller?
Okay.
Could you just help wind down? Thank you.
Okay, all right. So it was on the verge of the TPLF led this coalition, the EPRDF, and they captured authority. I'm going to rush through the rest of what I have to say really within a minute, but I wanted to get to the point, the final point, and that is to ask the question or answer the question, is there a way out from this? Can Ethiopia survive as a multi-ethnic state? The fact is there are so many different voices at the center of this tragedy. It makes it difficult to suggest that the leaders in Ethiopia at this time need to agree to bury the hatchet right away. But I would suggest 3 initial steps. First of all, there needs to be an initial ceasefire, both militarily and rhetorically. Second, there needs to be a reassessment of what sparked the crisis in the first place. Now, what the underlying, from my theory, the underlying conflict has a lot to do with who should rule, and whether or not it's acceptable that there should be one-party rule, or whether or not there should be sharing of power whereby the major ethnic groups still continue to balance leadership between them. Second of all, I think what sparked the crisis in the first place was a reversion to one-party rule. After the EPRDF and Central Committee had been deposed and the prisons had been emptied of all political prisoners, the thought was that they'd go towards a multi-party democracy. That didn't happen. Third thing I would think is that these leaders need to spell out how the multi-ethnic nation state can be preserved or how it should be broken up. I'm leaning more and more in the direction of sort of suggesting that maybe we need to have a multiplication of the number of states. They have these large ethnic states, and even though you can have federalism without having these mega ethnic states, I think that would be the direction I would suggest. And further, I would suggest that I wouldn't see Ethiopia ever being at peace if
Dr. Keller? Dr. Keller? Okay, we're going to proceed with the next. I'm sure you're going to have some time after this to share the strategies. We're sorry that we're limited in time. We do apologize for that. But we're going to move on to our next panelist, Dr. Eyobe. Please take us further.
Thank you. I assume you can hear me, am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, it's always very difficult to follow Ed Keller, but I'm delighted that he was able to contextualize it and give us the framework for the situation that we find ourselves in. The three panels that have been engaged in a discussion of the crisis from 9 o'clock onwards have shared a great deal of details based on their various disciplines, professions, and experiences. They have helped us to navigate through the earliest historical emergence, and I think, as Professor Keller has done, is to bring in what it means to look at a political conflict from a political point of view. In the sense, the present time is a time of chaos, confusion, and disorder. Our panel was asked to take a closer look at some of the impacts of the Tigray War in Ethiopia and the wider Horn of Africa, identify the causal factors of this conflict at local, regional, national, and international levels, and lastly, to discuss the strategies needed to encourage diplomatic solutions. My fellow panelists and I are tasked with a very difficult, if not an impossible task, especially since the changes on the ground as we speak are constantly changing. The first task, a closer look, requires an acknowledgement of the barriers to data gathering and fact-checking that are a critical factor in ensuring that any analysis of the political situation is accurate. I am reiterating what my colleagues said in panel 2. Absent the data gathered and transmitted in real time, most of us are left with taking fragments of information and piecing them together to seek answers to the second task, which is identifying causal factors of the conflict. But I do believe that Professor Keller has given us a framework in which to look at Ethiopia and the Ethiopian state. The third task given to us was to discuss strategies needed to encourage diplomatic solution. This is a Herculean task to accomplish in a 10 to 15 minutes presentation, but I'm sure my fellow panelists and I will present diverse perspectives that may highlight the political complexity of the social, cultural, economic, environmental, and human crisis without necessarily succeeding in crafting strategies for its diplomatic resolution. The first step to getting a better understanding of the conflict is to examine the methodology of how the conflict has thus far been addressed. I would like to briefly discuss the role of discourse and representation of the crisis and how these impact on proposed resolutions at the international level. Put simply, the focus on the domestic and regional dynamics of the crisis have tended to overshadow the challenges of governance and citizenship faced by ruling elites and inhabitants at a time when the concept of sovereignty has been undergoing transformation in the 21st century. As Professor Keller has given us the background, this crisis that erupted in November 2020 is a continuation of the challenges of state building and governance. In fact, I would actually say it's the aftermath of empire. It's a manifestations of the tensions within the institutions of the sovereign Ethiopian state that had been operating since the post-1945 international state system, and especially for the last 2 decades since 1991. Numerous media reports have tended to dismiss the current Tigray crisis as a failure of the federalism espoused by the regime that succeeded the Afro-Marxist regime of the Derg in 91. Some analysts have sought to demonstrate that this crisis is a case of systematic violation of the rights of non-combatants and the targeting of ethnic groups. Yet others have raised the issue that the specter of famine that for 2 decades have receded from the Ethiopian horizon is once again being used as a weapon. For those of us who have lived through the famine of the 1970s and the 80s, the fact that there's a specter of famine and it is being used as a political weapon is tragic. Most of these reports and analysis are being articulated outside the conflict zones, in a marked difference from the ways crises in the Horn were reported or analyzed in the 20th century. The digital-based reports of the 21st century are being broadcast outside of the conflict zone. Members of panel 2 have provided us with the harsh realities experienced by the people of the region and a focus on women. Wars have tended to treat women as the synecdoche of the nation, transforming their bodies into battlegrounds. The aftermath of such horrifying attacks leaves a deep imprint in the national psyche and represents and will continue to represent an enduring challenge to peace that no international diplomats or international resolution can heal. Sovereignty of the nation finds itself being contrasted to the rights of human beings to a life free from violence. If we are to distill the Tigray crisis, I would state that what we have is the contestation between the sovereignty of the nation state and the rights of human beings to a life free from violence. While wars are waged on the ground, as we speak, the discourse at the international arena remains hostage to the usual institutional rivalries and alliances of the powerful nations holding veto power. At present, China and Russia, as well as the United States, continue to express hope that negotiations will take place. The armed forces on the ground, made up of various coalitions and with an array of external allies and providers of arsenal, are engaged in a race to establish territorial control over strategic areas. They too are hoping to strengthen their negotiating powers. What is not easily visible in this ongoing multi-layered competitions is the endgame of both the Ethiopian state and the representatives of the regional state of Tigray, as well as the various regional and international allies and supporters and providers of weaponry. The international arena's hopes are equally opaque beyond their shared concern of the collapse of the Ethiopian state. Let me provide some examples by quoting key international and regional diplomats. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken was reported as saying that he is hopeful that diplomacy will work to end the war in Ethiopia after being in contact with the Africa Union Special Envoy, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo, as well as the US Regional Envoy Jeffrey Feltman. This is as far as we've come from the diplomats at the United States or the UN. Diplomats representing Russia and China have also reiterated that the year-long conflict, which started in the northern region of Tigray, is an internal affair for Ethiopia. In other words, it's a sovereign affair. In tandem with the statements, there are also reports that sanctions are forthcoming. The uneasy stalemate that has held on the ground has yet to be broken. The question of will the war end begs the question of the Horn of Africa being a breeding ground for conflicts. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. South Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, and now Ethiopia are engaged in conflict. So I think it's very important for us to take a longer view of history. The simultaneous discourse that's going on right now of willingness to negotiate by the various parties is also accompanied by hostile actions on the ground. Looking back into the history of the Horn during the 20th century, and I came into being as a scholar in the 20th century, wars and armed factions were the norm. In the 21st century, what has changed, as my colleagues in the preceding panel 2 have highlighted, is the transformation of the ways in which political conflicts, in this case the Tigray crisis, has been portrayed by transnational diasporic actors. Gone are the days when one had to wait for the UN resolutions, BBC, Radio France, Deutsche Welle, or VOA broadcasts. Twitter, YouTube, and the various social media outlets compete for audiences. The more reports that are out there, the less we know and can confirm. But more importantly, the absence of free press inside Ethiopia and the other countries in the Horn, and the absence of academic exercise of engagement in scholarly discourse in the conflict zones make it more difficult to discern what is occurring on the ground. As is the pattern of politics, those who can exercise diplomatic, economic, military, and nowadays digital power will have a greater impact on shaping the resolution of the conflict. This conflict, the Tigray conflict, may have begun as a conflict between a regional unit and a federal government, but it has clearly spiraled into an agonizing demonstration of the cruelty of war in a global century. This conflict has brought into the foreground the question of what it means to be Ethiopia and whose visions of Ethiopia are considered legitimate. It also begs the question of the role of the diaspora in defining what Ethiopianness is for those who are hostage to the fighting forces. To paraphrase Paul Robeson's famous line, if some of you can recall that, "What is America to me?" is what he said. It may be prudent for Ethiopian citizens, those inside the country, to ask, what is Ethiopia to us? It is equally important for international actors, especially diplomats, to be asking how the transformation of sovereignty and citizenship in the 20th century, in the 21st century, can contribute constructively to the crafting of a resolution of the carnage taking place in Ethiopia. Regarding the last question, a solution to the conflict, I can only fall back on Africa's humanist and the most principled statesman of the continent, Madiba, Nelson Mandela, who said, "Solutions to conflicts can only be found if adversaries are fundamentally prepared to accept the integrity of each other." No international negotiations or UN resolution can succeed unless the adversaries in Ethiopia can accept the integrity of each other. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Ayab. Thank you for those insightful points. I am going to move on to Dr. Hunt.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am on the panel to discuss some of the matters related to the economy. I'm just trying to sort myself out here. I hope I can get this done properly. Oops. If I could just move this down. Oops, I'm getting some trouble here. I need to move this, baby. I'll have to leave that off for a while, being. I'm sorry
If you
about
would
this.
like to start the presentation from the beginning, you can click on the top left corner. There is something that says from beginning, the button that says from beginning, just click there.
Yes.
Is that the first slide?
Yes.
Great.
And I just need to move some of the pictures here. I don't know. Okay, let me just begin with what I have. I was asked to address some of the economic matters, and I would like to begin with what I've observed recently with some publications put out by the African Development Bank. And one of the questions there is about recent economic performance and outlook. Recently, the economy did fairly well. In 2019, they grew at 8.4%. And in 2020, it declined a little bit to 6.1%. And that decline had to be something related to the COVID concerns that disrupted the sectors dealing with hospitality, communications, and Ethiopian Airlines, which normally would bring a number of tourists in to visit the various places. And of course, part of that also had to do with the COVID pandemic. I'll just go again to talk briefly about what will help us get out of some of the concerns here. First of all, we must solve the civil war concerns that are out there. Secondly, we must deal with finding a solution for an inclusive governance and strong institutions, because there seem now to be in a lot of concerns across the board and across the country. Without some sort of working across ethnic and cultural lines and all the other differences, we wouldn't be able to have an inclusive government. And that's, I think, one of the key things to getting us out of the conflict that we have. Third, we need to have an end to COVID, which is an international problem. And as a famous poet said, all are consumed if they are not involved. And we have to be involved, all of us, across the globe, because pandemics of the type you're experiencing right now doesn't go around the world with a passport. The problem would be started in one location, but we all suffer by what is transpired or transported across the universe. Fourth, for control purposes here, we need to eradicate this locust infestation problem. And that has manifested itself across the Horn of Africa. And again, it has caused a tremendous amount of stress and difficulties. Apart from the war, that particular concern of not having food and food security for a number of persons across the Horn will continue to be a problem if we don't find a solution. And that is beyond what is going on with the war. 5, improving the ease of doing business. And this is a measure that the World Bank normally use to look at countries and where they can fix things to get the economy going. But let me just state, you don't talk economics if you don't have social cohesion and peace and prosperity at all the different levels. No economic system works if there is all war and strife. It's pointless to talk about economic activity. And 6, of course, is climate change, which involves everybody on the planet. Climate change is not something that is located in one particular zone. It may start in a particular country, but it doesn't end there. It's across the board. Everyone is involved. Everyone will be consumed if a solution is not found. Now, what is required to solve the current war and why it lasted this long? Oh, well, that's a complex issue. I don't have all the facts, but just like to point out a few things. A conflict resolution strategy must be identified. A trusted interlocutor should be able to table and iron out some of the proposed terms and conditions that would lead to solution. The opposing sides should provide names of an interlocutor, so that an agreement should be reached by all sides to have such a person identified and for them to work towards finding a solution. Also, there is a need to ascertain from each side, the Tigray and the others involved, what are the terms and conditions of progress so that a ceasefire can be activated that is consistent with your constitution and what's available at the current time. So these are some general ideas about how we can perhaps begin to see some solutions to some of the concerns being raised. Now, I go back to the locust problem. The locust problem, I think, first of all, a recent report by the United Nations FAO department said poor rainfall is expected this year, and that will perhaps mitigate some of the breeding of locusts. But that is not what we call a long-term solution. But a climate effect has, as I said earlier, affected neighboring countries in the region, Somalia, Kenya, Eritrea, and Yemen. And based on some numbers I saw, they said in Ethiopia, several thousand acres were affected. Sorry, I don't have the numbers shown here, but you can recognize that there were some problems there. Ethiopia was 99,000 acres. Djibouti and Eritrea, 441,000 acres. Somalia, 173,000 acres have been damaged. The concern here is that if you look at the amount of acreage that's been damaged, and if you say each farmer in the location has an acre, we're talking about thousands of families and farmers that have been affected. And it's not only the farmers and the farmers that have been infected, but the families. Because if you multiply that by an average family of 4 or 5, you can see right away the extent of the damage that is being done, not by human concerns in the first instance, but this is a pest that is causing tremendous havoc, apart from the other concerns that we've been looking at during the day. Now, why is agriculture important? These 3 observations are important here. GDP in Ethiopia, 60% of the GDP, sorry, 40% of the GDP in agriculture accounts for the GDP in that country. Agriculture share of exports is 8% of what is produced overall. And then, of course, the workforce, 75% of the workforce is in agriculture. So right away, you can see the convergence of difficulties here. 75% of the population, workforce is in agriculture, and we have social conflict. You have the locust problem. We have a serious ongoing problem that needs to be addressed. Now, the future of agriculture. Again, I'm looking forward into the future here. Ethiopia is a landlocked country, has the potential to become a significant producing country for the whole region. They produce quite a lot of commodities. And if you look here, the list is exhaustive. They can do quite a lot of what's there. So a solution to the problem of what's going on now with the war and everything else need to be resolved. And this would assist in us finding a solution.
Your voice was muted.
Yeah,
Economic
I
growth.
know what the woman tells me is that I did it to myself,
Oh, okay.
you know, and I didn't do it to myself, but
Somebody else is cutting on the conversation here. I'd just like to go briefly to the ease of doing business, which is the indicator used by the World Bank to look at various countries. I decided to put together a listing of all the countries that are close by our neighbors, Ethiopia. And if you look here, I put together not only the ease of doing business indicator, which is on the left side of your screen. This is a measure that goes from 0 up to 100. And on the right side, I looked at income across the neighbors across there. And you'll see what it says is that the fact that you could improve your business environment, which would allow new businesses to grow, there is a connection between that and higher income. So if you can improve the quality of ease of doing business, that in itself will allow new economic activity to come on stream. And there's this relationship between that and economic income outcomes as they have there. And then, of course, one of the other things that is kind of important for the region is infrastructural integration. Infrastructural integration, again, ties to income. And many countries in Africa, when you look across the board, those who are highly integrated do a lot better on a per capita income basis. And again, the data for that part of the world in the eastern part, the Horn, this again is the data representing some of those concerns that are there. Now, climate change is one of the concerns, a big concern that is a big problem, not only in Ethiopia, but across the globe. We're looking for ways to stop using what we might call fossil fuels. And when you look at Ethiopia, there is this opportunity to look at what's available for hydroelectric power, solar energy, and you go down a list of possibilities that are there. These are things that can be looked at in a much more serious way down the road after you found a solution to all the social strife that is on the concerns right now. Currently, Ethiopia exports electricity to Djibouti and Sudan. There are possibilities for this to be done too with Kenya. Again, this is a nice opportunity if it can be moved to the decision of it becoming important. Why is the clean energy story important for the Ethiopia and elsewhere? 2 reasons. One, we can stop, as we heard earlier today, farmers were cutting, well, people were cutting trees because there's not enough electricity. So if you're not using electrical power because the systems are down, people are cutting trees. So you're deforesting the system. Once you have deforestation, that's going to cause some problems with the reduction of CO2 concerns in the environment. And there's a big problem which is driving some of the world concerns for climate change. And that's also got to be changed as we go forward. As I said earlier, harvesting hydroelectric power is a possibility down the road. There is enough natural resources in Ethiopia to generate some of the activities down there. And we, looking ahead, if you can find a way to move into generating electricity using clean energy, we can deal with the sequestration of carbon dioxide. So again, crop pollination are opportunities that come down the road. Conservation of agricultural soil is very important, control of water. These are some of the things that going forward that can be given serious consideration by the government of Ethiopia. Now, last thing here is I just put together a simple diagram of what would be carbon dioxide and how to look at it from what I call an international level. In South Africa, in Ethiopia, hydroelectric power used for generating electricity would not interfere or generate new carbon monoxide gases, and that will assist in reducing global warming, which is a big problem. The other concerns you have here is the reforestation opportunities that are available, and if that is done properly, you can then generate more oxygen and less carbon dioxide concerns that are facing the system here in this concern. Now, let me just say that how to finance clean energy, kind of going to the end here. One of the problems we see is that the current vehicles used to finance many of the investment opportunities for hydroelectric and clean energy, the models being used around the world is not the appropriate system. What we need is a two-part arrangement where the international community finance what I call the fixed investment cost upfront, and then the various private enterprises who will sell the power to households can work a profit maximizing arrangement for their own benefits. But because the CO2 reduction is not a way called something, or the benefits of that is not captured by the private firm, that is something that the entire community suffers from. I feel that the financing arrangement should be done in a different way to help finance the fixed cost of that part of the investment. So that will help to look after the entire community. I just raised these issues or these points at this point. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'll wait for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hunt, for those insightful trends. We're looking forward to engaging in a series of questions with you and to talk more on those trends. I will move over to our next presenter, Dr. Ezekiel.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, very well.
All right. Okay, let me begin by thanking the organizers for the invitation to participate in this critical dialogue. I don't intend to present an academic paper today. I wasn't asked to do that. Rather, I intend to respond to the questions that the organizers wanted the panelists to address. That is to explain the causes or the cause of the Tigray conflict and the sites in this conflict, and possibly a way out of the conflict. First of all, the Tigray War definitely is the largest war in the world today, and it deserves international attention. There's no doubt about that. I think that the proper description of what is going on in Ethiopia, the situation in Ethiopia, would be that as civil war in Ethiopia, because the entire country is engulfed by devastating conflicts characterized by war crimes, crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and possibly genocide. it's just like a technical issue, but as far as I am concerned, genocide has been committed in Ethiopia. If anything, the use of food as a weapon of war amounts to genocide. Now, with regard to the Tigray conflict and maybe possibly the conflict in Ethiopia, I think that there are two fundamental causes for this war. There are so many, there are so many causes, incidental, the triggers, and a number of factors that could be cited, but I think they are primarily political, the way I see them. One is a fundamental cause, which is the failure of nation building in Ethiopia, or national integration, maybe. That is the cause. That is, there are two visions for the country as far as national integration is concerned. Two visions collided. The second cause, it's not as fundamental as the failure of national integration, but it is incidental, but it's also connected to the recent political history of the country. So the first, the fundamental one, the failure of national integration or nation building. This issue has been an existential challenge rooted in the country's history. Dr. Keller talked about it, Professor Keller talked about it. And in the recent history, maybe the last century, since the creation of the modern Ethiopian states, Ethiopian leaders have been engaged in this task of national integration, which meant the creation of a national identity, effective government, and a stable polity that is at peace with itself and with its neighbors. Before 1991, two successive regimes, the imperial between 1941 and 1974, and the military between 74 and 91, tried to build a national identity through cultural assimilation and a functioning state that can secure its borders and provide core services to its population. Both failed in their efforts, and the goals of nation building and state building at the same time remained unresolved. In 1991, after decades of an internecine conflict, representatives of the various nations and nationalities in Ethiopia constructed a political settlement. They crafted a political settlement that promised the country and its people a multi-party democracy, respect for human rights, a decentralized system of governance, and a liberalized economy. In 1995, a new Ethiopian constitution codified the main tenets of the political settlement of 1991, enshrining the principle of self-determination for nations and nationalities and establishing self-governing regional states as co-sovereign entities with the federal government. The principle was self-rule in the regions and shared rule in the federal government. The Constitution promised a new era of a new political dispensation where political differences will be resolved only peacefully and never again by using violence in pursuit of political goals. 3 decades after its adoption, the Constitution and the multinational federation, or the federal governance arrangement, came under a severe assault from political forces that felt that they were excluded from the 1991 political settlement. These forces blamed the Constitution and the multinational federal arrangement for balkanizing the Ethiopian nation under inverted commas, increasing intercommunal violence, and fostering a sense of group separateness and demands for secession. They also contended that the political settlement had led to the persecution of minorities within the larger ethno-regional states. Now, following the political opening of 2018, when after 4 years of protests, a promising period of democratic transition commenced in Ethiopia, these forces mounted a campaign, a virulent campaign at that, against the core principles of the 1991 political settlement. They are essentially, these forces are essentially proponents of a unitary order that would restore Ethiopia to its glorious past, a time when they felt that country was ostensibly united, peaceful and prosperous. Their view of the recent political history is that the introduction of politics, the politics of the rights of nations and nationalities, was the vision of atheist Marxists who derailed Ethiopia from its historical trajectory of becoming a unified, peaceful, and prosperous nation. So they committed to cleansing Ethiopia of the allegedly Marxist plot and restore Ethiopia to its glorious past. These political forces were intent in dismantling the cornerstones of the political settlement of 1991. That means they targeted the Constitution of 1991, the multinational arrangement, and the political forces that dominated the national scene in the 3 decades prior. So that they were committed to dismantling the 1991 political settlement and the Constitution, everything that flowed from that settlement. On the other hand, there were political forces, on the other side were political forces that, for lack of a better term, I call federalists or multinational federalists, who believed that the principles of 1991 political settlement must continue and even be expanded. Their view is, notwithstanding the democratic deficits and autocratic excesses of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, Ethiopia was arguably an example of a multinational federation that succeeded, that worked in cultivating a culture of tolerance among the nations and nationalities and obviating conflicts. Even the political parties that used to espouse secession accepted the multinational federalism, abandoned armed resistance as a method of struggle, and opted for political legal solutions to national political problems. Now, these forces representing the cause of the nations and nationalities in Ethiopia rejected the vision of a unitary state ruled by an all-powerful autocrat. They stood firm that the values of respecting human dignity, the rule of law, freedom, equality, solidarity, and responsibility are best protected under the 1991 settlement. These were children of the generations that struggled for the 1991 settlement, and as such, they were committed to respecting the right of nations and nationalities, gender equality, social justice. These federalists expressed that they will not betray the cause for which their older brethren had died. So that is the fundamental cause of the conflict. The incidental one, which I could consider as the trigger, and I'll say this in a couple of minutes, is the failure of the democratic transition that commenced in 2018. Now, in the last 3 years since the commencement of the democratic transition or hope for democratic transition, Ethiopia had moved from a hopeful moment of democratic transition to the precipice of falling apart as a state. The combined effect of a mismanaged political transition, protracted state-sponsored conflicts, and a chaotic management of the political space led to the unitarist forces capturing the federal government and seeking to turn the clock back on the progress made by the nations and nationalities in Ethiopia. Now, the incumbent Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed, gained power as a reformist. He was expected to respond to the demands of the popular protests that brought him to power, and these are extending to citizens the rights enumerated in the Constitution, strengthen the multinational divisions of power between the center and the regions, and allow autonomy in the construction of identities. But once ensconced in power, He revived the assimilationist discourse of the imperial period. He centralized decision-making and sabotaged the multinational federal division of power. His new party, the Prosperity Party, made it clear in its constitutive documents that its ultimate goal was the restoration of the pre-1991 unitary system of governance and the revision of the 1995 Constitution, specifically the article that guaranteed the right of nations and nationalities to self-determination up to and including secession. There were demands across Ethiopia in the 3 years of his tenure, but when he started to push back on this, the trajectory was set. That once the Prosperity Party program of undoing the 1991 settlement began to unfold, then it was a foregone conclusion that the war was inevitable. So what is the solution? I personally favor the solution that is proposed by two diplomats, Ambassador Alex Rondos, who served until July 2021 as an AU representative, special representative of the Horn of Africa, and Ambassador Mark Medish, who served as a Dayton peace process or accords implementation team. That is the kind of process that could bring about a cessation of hostilities. The government itself has no capacity to arrest the deterioration at this point in time. The war has international dimension with Eritrea, Somalia, UAE, and others involved in one way or the other. It's basically an international conflict that requires international attention. It is beyond the capacity of Ethiopians to resolve it. We could do it in 3 stages, from war to another political settlement. In phase 1, the preconditions for negotiations, what many could call confidence building programs, like suspension of hostilities, maybe through a simultaneous unilateral ceasefire, opening the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the victims of war, famine, and displacement, releasing political prisoners without any preconditions, lifting the restrictions on political parties to operate freely with guaranteed security, withdraw regional regional state soldiers and regime-backed militias from intimidating citizens, and repeal the proclamation that designated the Oromo Liberation Army and the TDF as terrorists. That's the beginning. In phase 2, it's a negotiated peace settlement, and everyone knows what the drill is in this case. And in phase 3, it's a political settlement that is basically preparing for an all-inclusive dialogue and determining the framework, the agenda, the participants, and the administration of the process, and conduct an all-inclusive dialogue to end the war, but not only to end the war, but also to reach a new political settlement and governance protocols for the next political dispensation in Ethiopia. Then the transition could begin. What I want to say is that this is beyond, the solution is beyond the capacity of Ethiopians, the combatants, and others to resolve. It should be an international Dayton type process that could probably lead to the resolution of conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezekiel, for sharing those fundamental and incidental causes and shedding light on the strategy forward. We will engage more. I just want to assure our audience that we would have time to engage with the panelists. I will now move over to Mr. Batanyehu to conclude the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I do appreciate Howard University for giving me this chance to be part of this symposium. It is good that I am the last panelist, I guess. So I have prepared a PowerPoint, but I'm not going to share that because I feel that there is an imbalance of selection of panelists based on their viewpoints, and also there is a problem in framing the topic. So I'll try to provide some background factual information, the factors that actually contributed and caused the conflict, and also my suggested way out. Ethiopia has been in crisis for years now, and the conflict in Tigray that recently expanded to the Amhara and Afar regions has been devastating in human and material aspects. The conflict started when the Tigray People Liberation Front, the TPLF, admittedly attacked the Ethiopian National Defense Force on the night of the 3rd of November 2020, which TPLF leaders considered a preemptive strike. In this attack, soldiers were killed, and the TPLF leaders admitted that they confiscated 80% of the country's artillery and military capability, including missiles, tanks, mortar, and other high-range artillery that were in the hands of the Ethiopian National Defense Force of the Northern Command. After this attack, the Ethiopian government immediately responded by military offensive against the Tigray People Liberation Front forces in Tigray, which it called the law enforcement operation. As the conflict continues, the TPLF forces fired missiles at Gondar and Bahar Dar airports in Amhara region, as well as Eritrea's capital in Asmara, that resulted in participation of the Eritrean Defense Force and the Amhara Special Force in this unfortunate conflict. Since the eruption of the conflict, as a joint investigation of the United Nations Human Rights Commission and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission showed, gross human rights violations have been committed by all the conflicting parties in the Tigray region. There was killing of civilians, forced disappearance, sexual violence, and destruction of public and private properties, displacement, and risk of hunger due to impediments of humanitarian assistance in the Tigray region. There were also hundreds of thousands of displacement in the region. To mention some of the atrocities committed in this conflict, one could mention those with higher numbers of casualties. The Aksum massacre by the Eritrean Defense Force, where over 100 civilians in Tigray were killed, according to a joint report of the United Nations Human Rights Commission and Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. There was also the Maikadra massacre, where, according to studies conducted by the Ethiopian Human Rights Council and Gondar University, over 1,000 ethnic Amharas were killed by the TPLF-affiliated youth group known as Samri in November 2020. After the Ethiopian government declared a unilateral ceasefire in June 2021, the conflict has changed its course as Tigray, except the disputed territories of Wolqayt and Raya, became under the control of the Tigray People Liberation Front. The Ethiopian government withdrew from Tigray. However, the TPLF forces, the Tigray rebels, kept advancing into Amhara and Afar regions. And today there is the idea of blockade and this idea that Tigray is under siege. Here we find a paradox that on the one hand, it is true that there is no service delivery by the Ethiopian government and the consequences are catastrophic in Tigray. On the other hand, the TPLF forces, the Tigray rebels, as the US officials in the State Department and Congressman Bass in the US Congress stated TPLF forces diverted food aid to war making by looting aid stores, refusing to return food trucks. According to a UN report, of hundreds of UN food trucks that went to Tigray, 90% of them were not returned. And the Tigray rebels also continue the war making in areas through which food could be transported, because they have occupied a large part of the Amhara region, the territories of the Amhara region, and also advancing toward this Afar region. In any case, people both in Tigray, in the areas that the Tigray rebels have controlled, are in a desperate need of humanitarian aid. As TPLF is advancing in Amhara and Afar regions, atrocities have been committed. To mention some of them, Galaikoma massacre, according to a UNICEF report, over 200 people, including 100 children, were killed by the when TPLF attacked a health facility where displaced people were shelled. We have also the Chena massacre in the Amhara region. We have the Gamsa massacre where BBC reported about 800 to 900 people were killed in the northern Wollo of the Amhara region. Again, as TPLF advances in the Amhara region and control the city of Kombolcha and Desse, 100 young men were summarily executed by TPLF forces in Kombolcha, which was also reported in Al Jazeera. We have also seen looting of health facilities, destruction of school in the Amhara region by Tigray rebels. According to the Amhara Regional Government Education Bureau, about 200 schools in northern Wollo and South Gondar were destroyed by Tigrayan rebels. Again, according to the Amhara Regional Government Plan and Development Office, due to the Tigrayan forces incursion to Amhara region, properties worth of 200 billion Ethiopian birr have been destroyed, 6 million people in need of immediate food and other humanitarian assistance. Over 1 million people have become IDPs, and 1,466 health facilities have stopped service because of the destruction of the Tigray fighters in the region. At the recent Amnesty International latest report indicated sexual violence, gang rape have also been committed by the Tigrayan rebels. So everything that has been reportedly happened in Tigray is also continues to happen in other regions where the Tigrayan rebels are advancing. Having said this, I will try to list out some of the factors that I think caused or contributed to this conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia, in Tigray, Amhara, and now in Afar. One major factor that, in my opinion, is the kind of system that Ethiopia adopted in 1991. The crisis in Ethiopia, including the suffering in Tigray, stems from the political system that institutionalized ethnic politics. The architects and advocates of this political arrangement argue that it was intended to accommodate ethnocultural diversity in Ethiopia. However, although accommodating diversity was a noble idea, because Ethiopia is a nation of more than 80 different ethnocultural groups, and federalism is an ideal form of state structure to accommodate that. However, ethnic federalism has created territorialization of ethnicity and ethnicity to be a political organizing principle. And this has given political elites to manipulate ethnic identity for political purpose. Elites use ethnic groups as shield to win political ambition, disagreement, and competition. In addition, ethnic federalism in the country has intensified ethnic division, hostility, continuing targeted attacks and displacement in a way that is strange in Ethiopia's long history. Advocates of ethnic federalism argue that ethnic federalism has brought peace in Ethiopia for 27 years. However, this argument is there is also counter argument to that. The ethnic there was peace in the 27 years of the TPLF dominated EPRDF Ethiopia because there was authoritarian rule that a leader, mainly Mallas, was able to keep the country intact in that authoritarian context. And when political liberalization began in 2018, things began to be out of control. So the crisis in Tigray is the more reported, latest, but not the only one in Ethiopia. Several incidents of horrific massacres and displacement atrocity have been committed and continue to be committed against ethnic Amharas in Oromia, Benishangul regions in Ethiopia. There was summary execution of Somalis and several mass graves were found in Somali region under the former leader of the region. Hundreds of thousands of ethnic Oromos and Somalis were displaced from Somali and Oromia region in 2017. So ethnic federalism is one of, in my opinion, one of the factors that contributed to this conflict. The other one is power struggle inside the leading party. The TPLF-dominated Ethiopian government that was in power faced organized popular protests in Oromia and Amhara regions since 2014. The Oromo youth protest was triggered by Addis Ababa master plan and suppression of Oromo voices by the TPLF-dominated EPRDF government. And the people, particularly the youth in the Amhara region, were protesting against the massacre of civilians, displacement from ancestral land, lack of representation, and right to use their language and practice their culture of Amharas in Walqait and Raya, since the TPLF forcefully incorporated these areas as part of Tigray in 1991. This popular protest was joined by some political leaders in the leading EPRDF and created a power struggle in the party. Leaders of OPDO, the Oromo People Democratic Organization, today's Oromo Prosperity Party, and the Amhara National Democratic Movement, today's Amhara Prosperity Party, became vocal in criticizing the dominance of the TPLF and its political modus operandi. In 2018, this power struggle in the EPRDF eventually ended TPLF's hegemonic role in the EPRDF and Ethiopia's politics. Although it was a peaceful political development, the TPLF leaders decided to move their political center from Addis Ababa to Meghalaya. And there were increasing hostile rhetoric from both sides, from the Ethiopian government of the Prosperity Party and the TPLF, and failure to recognize each other. The TPLF did not accept any political dispensation in the EPRDF and the government it was part of, and decided to split when the 3 out of 4 members of the EPRDF coalition agreed to form what it became Prosperity Party. This power struggle ultimately led to this conflict. The third factor in my assessment is external actors, that since the beginning of this conflict, different actors, officials of Western governments, aid agencies, media, academic institutions, as much as they have tried to raise their concerns, and as much as the international community, particularly aid agencies, try to provide humanitarian assistance to people in Tigray and other areas, there has been sensationalization of atrocities committed in Tigray and other parts of the country, selective denouncing of atrocities, hypocrisy, disinformation, and misinformation. To cite an example, at the early stage of the conflict, state officials in the State Department, USAID, officials in the United Nations, the media, and people in the academia were claiming that genocide was being committed by the Ethiopian government in Tigray. While in fact, after a year later, the joint investigation of the United Nations Human Rights Commission and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission did not conclude that the atrocity that was committed in Tigray does not amount to genocide. The other problem in the international community with regard to this conflict is that this is a conflict between Ethiopia and Tigray, or Ethiopians against Tigrayans, which is really not helping. There is also a failure on the part of the media, again, and other actors to dig deep to get the root of the problem, or there is a deliberate subversive act of factual diversion. Finally, I believe that the problem in Tigray, the crisis in Tigray and the northern part of Ethiopia at large, can be mitigated by proper diagnosis of the problem, for proper prescription. There needs to be a holistic and historical approach to understand what caused and contributed to this conflict. And there is also a need to understand the geopolitical interest of the West and Middle East countries in Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa and their role in this conflict. In my opinion, there needs to be, the international community needs to push, it should put pressure on the Tigray rebel group to stop its military advance and leave areas it controlled in Amhara and Afar regions, and let humanitarian aid be delivered to the people of Tigray, Amhara and Afar regions. And there should also be an attempt to push the Ethiopian government to provide unfettered access to humanitarian assistance in Tigray and other parts of the country where there is conflict. The newly established Ethiopian government needs to call all non-armed political groups in Tigray and other parts of Ethiopia for national dialogue. And there is really a need to revise or discuss in revising the root of the ethnic federalism, which is the crux of the problem in the country. I argue that the African Union, African states and their leaders, elders and religious leaders in Africa, people of African descent in the diaspora could actively participate in supporting this process. Whereas sanction intervention, particularly by Western countries, including the United States, I think will not benefit Ethiopia and the people of Tigray in particular, because they are based on sensational reports and media campaign and are mostly interest-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batenheo. And I want to thank, big thanks to all our panelists for your presentations. As you are aware, the purpose is to inform our students and our academic community in terms of what's going on, and we appreciate that you keep it fact-based. And so I will proceed with the little time that we have, say about 10 minutes. I will engage I'll ask a few questions, and if you want to intervene, just use the hand signal there, raise your hand up, but I'll call you and you can further shed light. Most of the questions here, I'm sure you've already touched on them, but it will be good to get a more, take some time and get a more, zoomed in perspective. So let's look at, in terms of from a diplomatic perspective, could you, in a sense, shed some light in terms of the stakeholders that are party to this conflict, maybe defining some of the concerns, whether on all sides, on some sides of the conflict, and just give us from a diplomatic standpoint what these stakeholders, who these stakeholders are, and what are some of the goals from the stakeholder perspective. I'll call on Dr. Keller, if you don't mind to share with us a brief perspective on this.
Can you repeat the last part of your question? I don't understand it.
Yes, in terms of from a diplomatic perspective, look, I know you brought us a very good historical background. From a diplomatic perspective, based on the historical roots of it, we have several stakeholders. What are some of the key stakeholders at the current moment, and what are their goals? What are they agitating for?
Well, I thought I addressed that, but let me just give you my thought. First of all, this is an interstate war. This is not an international war, okay? So in terms of how that fits within the context of international politics, I think you can't use the same approach that you would if you were looking at a war between states, okay? But at the same time, I think what I would emphasize is that the most important thing at this right time is to allow the free flow of humanitarian assistance to all the areas that are in need in Ethiopia. And the creation for the international community, a situation whereby they can provide international assistance without fear and intimidation from the powers that be in Ethiopia. That would be the most, the critical thing. But negotiations, yes, but understanding the particular parameters of what's going on in Ethiopia. You have basically it's an ethnic war, okay? Some people are complaining that they want total separation. Other people are saying we want to have a voice at the center. All of those voices need to be brought together in a discussion to decide which way to go. We may end up still having federalism in Ethiopia, but it may not look the way it does right now. It might be broken down into multiple states, very much like what occurred after the end of the Nigerian Civil War. That accompanied with a lot of other kind of programs which have to do with social equity among the various groups, because that was one of the basic complaints of some of the groups, the Oromo in particular, and Somalis, and to a certain extent the Tigray. But also there is also this internal struggle within among the dominant classes and dominant ethnic groups between the Amharas and the Tigrays. They have to agree to live with each other, and maybe, if they weren't constituted into large ethnic states, that might be a disincentive to fight each other. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keller. And I don't know, Dr. Ayop, I don't know if you have perspectives on that as well. Oh, yes, please go ahead, Dr. Ezekiel, go ahead.
No, I thought you said Dr. EO.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Okay. Yes.
No, I was just saying that she's muted still.
Oh, okay. Yes, Dr. Ayop, if you want to go ahead, please feel free. If not, anyone can jump in and share perspective on that.
The problem is she's muted. Okay, going on.
I think actually, Professor Gibisa, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, look, I think the solution, as I just said, is because it is now an interstate or intrastate war, but I think that it is an international war. I disagree with Professor Keller fundamentally, because this war involved Ethiopian National Defense Forces, the Eritrean National Defense Forces, some soldiers from the Republic of Somalia, and drone technology from United Arab Emirates, who involved in the war itself, and a massive inflow of petrodollar from the Middle East. That's my understanding, and it cannot be resolved from within the Ethiopian framework at this point in time. That's just my belief. And on the future of Ethiopia, what the political settlement looks like, I don't think that by breaking up Oromia or some will probably be broken up because they don't qualify or they don't fulfill the criteria of the constitution. That might happen. But the idea that this constitution would be abandoned and would move to a citizen politics is just not the case, because, as I said, the war is between two visions of the Ethiopian state, and I don't think that they will come to the middle ground by one side breaking up the multinational federation, for which many have demanded more and more autonomy. I think it's going to be more autonomy, and the discourse that I hear right now is about confederation. That's what I heard from some politicians, confederation and other forms of looser federation rather than the breaking up of the federation itself.
May I interject now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I think the idea is that wars are all violent and wars all cause conflict, but there is a difference between interstate wars, civil wars, regional wars, and international wars. So maybe what we're forgetting is that there is an intermediate one, that this particular conflict has all the potential to be spilling across regional boundaries. So I would basically say that it's not so binary. And as for the visions in Ethiopia, I think the visions are more than one. And I think that point was made with Professor Keller in his last concluding remarks when he was presenting, when he brought out the issue that should we be looking at many more federal states than less? So a country as huge as Ethiopia would be difficult to say they actually only have two visions. There are so many visions that have not been given a voice, but I think it is important to note that there is a regional potential and regional wars, but that interstate wars, at least in international law, are defined in a particular way, making it very difficult for diplomats to actually, they have to have some sort of framework to look at them. So I think this is a good exchange, but I think we need to widen the lens.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Battini.
I just want to clarify some things. One is that I don't think, as a student of political science, we can talk about international war based on the situation, what is happening in Ethiopia. That is just, that is not correct as far as I'm concerned. It is a war that has invited other actors, that is true, because when the conflict started, it was just the Ethiopian National Defense Force and the TPLF forces. A few days after the conflict, the Tigrayan rebels fired missiles at Asmara, Eritrea's capital. And there is, again, they did not respond. The Eritrean government did not respond to that. But later, as the threat continues, then the Eritrean government, I don't support the involvement of other actors in the conflict in Ethiopia, but it involved. So we have to have that historical, that factual issue. The other thing is something that Professor Ezekiel also was also mentioning, that it is a war of visions. In a way, he's right. A war of visions in the sense that there are people who advocate that, who argue that ethnic federalism has brought us to this, that we are polarized, we're divided along ethnic lines, there is hostility, there is conflict along ethnic lines. But no group is advocating in Ethiopia for anything other than federalism. 2 months ago, I was in Ethiopia. I was a student of political science for like over a decade. I lived in Ethiopia for 30 years. There is no registered political party in Ethiopia that advocates for unitary state structure. The problem is we have adopted a unique federal structure. Any country that does not have established democracy, that appreciates diversity more than unity. So there is no unitary structure. That's factually incorrect. The other thing is Professor Ezekiel also mentioned that Prosperity Party in its program is against ethnic federalism. Again, everyone can Google the political program of Prosperity Party. Prosperity Party has many flaws. It has imprisoned many people who are its critics, but it has not put anything that is against ethnic federalism. Many of you can check the program of Prosperity Party on Google. That's just not true. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really short on time, which is quite unfortunate, but we know that our viewers are going to go back with so much from this panel, and of course, the entire panels here. I just want to, maybe as we run down, give a chance to Dr. Hunt. We know that we've all talked about the different contentions, but one thing that's very important is the economic aspect of the conflict. And maybe you could just briefly tell us, in terms of the trends, what we can expect in the future based on the different, you've raised climate, you've raised some of the other economic issues, but maybe just briefly talk about the dire economic trends that we can expect if this is, continues. Dr. Hunt?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. The long-term effects I mentioned concerning how would you resolve the locust problem? You need some entomologists to look at some of those concerns. When you look at the amount of persons who find employment in the agricultural sector, that is something that could be around for quite some time. So fixing the agricultural sector, I think, is very critical in going forward. The yields in that area are relatively low compared to the other parts of the Horn. And so some serious agricultural scientists need to get some work done in that particular concern. There's a big project dealing with hydroelectricity to link the neighboring countries. And that has some what I call long-term possibilities for employment and for clean energy. That is something that I think should be looked at seriously. We spoke, I think I heard earlier today about electricity problems have been turned off. Electricity supplies have been turned off in certain locations. And that's expected in a war situation that we're in right now. But again, long-term, hydroelectricity, solar energy, things like that, they need to consider. I think with the immediate concerns for governance, you can't build an economic system when you have all these concerns with strife and war. You cannot move ahead if those things are not resolved quickly and in a way that brings what I call inclusive governance to the entire process. Ethiopia has many what I call cultural and religious and other, not differences, but what I call a variegated way of looking at the society of everything there. And we cannot just find a solution that don't bring everybody in on the table. I thought that the suggestions of getting some expertise, some names or call of various people, we need to have those persons come forward to help this process move along in a direction that makes sense. Economically, going forward to the short term, inflation is a big problem right now, and that's going to get worse unless we resolve the problem. The last set of figures I saw was fairly high, to around 30% or so, but that's going to get worse if we don't solve these problems. There's so many other things that are out there that, again, dependent upon solving the war situation. As you know, war is the ultimate failure of human beings. There isn't anything worse than that. And we have found it here to be one of the most devastating concerns on the Horn, and we have to find a way to stop it immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hunt. And I'm going to give you a few seconds, Dr. Eob, just to conclude on that. But let me end by saying we have one last question for the benefit of our audience, which I'll raise, and you can just each take a second to give your closing remarks on the question and state your point, which is, I'm sure this will be a concern for students when it has to do with communication, disinformation, and all of that. And so this question is actually asking what we can do as part of the Western, for Western parties, diaspora and academics, when distributing information about the situation on ground. So if you don't mind, just take a minute and you can close up with this, I think for the benefit of our students. So Dr. Eob, please go ahead.
All right, I think the reason for our convening together today at Howard University was to make sure that various voices were heard. And I think dissent and disagreement is not only acceptable, I think it is stimulating, but when it is articulated in such a way as one side being accurate or inaccurate, I think this is basically could be interpreted as silencing. And I think we need to complete our discussions not by feeling that dissenting voices are being silenced, but by basically saying that diverse opinions can be entertained. And I do believe that Professor Gebisa may want to be able to, he responded in a way that was expressing the different views. And I just thought that we need to be able to continue this dialogue. We don't want to fall prey to a discourse that is silencing. So I think I would like to have panelists have a final comment should they feel that if there were any things that were not addressed. I, for one, would like to state that I'm very grateful to have had to be part of this conversation, and that it would be important for myself and everyone else to answer that question of the students, to ensure that dissenting voices are heard and contemplated in a civil way, and that dissenting voices should be invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayobe, for that beautiful closing. And I would go over to Dr. Ezekiel. Just last words on that.
Sure. I appreciate what Dr. Ayobe said. That's true. That is, we're trying to present both sides. That's my idea, is that what's the fundamental and incidental cause of the conflict. But when we talk about solutions, I think we have to look for creative solutions. What I mean by that is that if we're academics, and the antics and the accuracy of the terminologies that we use is important to academics, but not for the resolution of conflicts. Where you are resolving conflict, you have to really think outside the box. Now, I could still debate the idea that it is an international law, because there is also the Chinese and US. I could say that, but that's not quite important here, because we're as Professor Hunt said, that it must stop. The war must stop for anything to happen. Things like, for instance, things like only the non-combatants, non-armed elements in Ethiopian politics should be participating in national dialogue. How is that a solution if you're not talking to people that are actually bearing arms and fighting with you? You have to talk to them. That's the way you resolve conflicts. So academic matters are important, but when it comes to really seeking solutions, we got to be practical. And that's in that sense that I was saying that, in fact, I was not suggesting that my view is Ambassador Rondos and Mark Medish, who actually are have experience in the dissolution of the Yugoslav Federation, that they suggest that the Dayton type process is what is appropriate for Ethiopia. So that's what I was saying, that they are the ones that are saying it's not from whether the war was international, has an international dimension or not, but a creative solution is what is desirable at this point in time.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Keller, just 1 minute, please.
Did you ask a question? Why are you calling on me?
I was just asking for your closing words.
Oh, okay.
In about a minute. Thank you.
Well, no, I think I've said pretty much what I wanted to say. Basically, the bottom line is I don't think there will be peace in Ethiopia under an autocracy. And we are on the verge of trying to implement a system which is an autocratic system, which, it's sort of like the old saying, the Ethiopian people had been there and done that, so they don't want to revisit that again. And what needs to be found is an amicable solution among some wise heads, some Amhara, Tigray, Oromo, Somali leaders need to step forward and sort of say, let us negotiate a solution out of this situation. But it can't be where everybody feels that their individual group is trying to protect their historical foundations or whatever their values relating to culture are concerned. And in fact, what we have is a situation where politicians tend to take whole situations and to manipulate the general public into their point of view. They have a particular political agenda, but they frame it in terms of culture, in terms of needing to protect certain aspects of the culture. We have to get away from that, and we need to begin to negotiate honestly, like, do we want this multi-ethnic nation state? If we do, we have to at least acknowledge that this cultural position that we might be taking, which is sort of like invaluable, needs to be modified so that we take an approach that is inclusive of everybody, but on the basis of some kind of sense of justice, which is a humanitarian justice as opposed to protecting a particular ethnic point of view.
Thank you so much.
That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Batanyehu, just one word from you, please.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that what is happening in Tigray is terrible. The atrocities committed, it's horrible. But we also have to understand, we have to take a holistic approach. At this time, as the conflict is continuing, there are several people being killed in the Amhara and Afar regions. That should also be part of the discussion. After June 2021, there is no any federal force in Tigray. The TPLF is advancing in other regions. That should also be part of the discussion. If we are just focusing on what is happening in Tigray, as if Tigray is a separate state, that is contributing to the problem that we already are having. So we have to have what really is causing conflict in Ethiopia, and that is more structural than something that we analyze based on events that happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me just call on Dr. Dilaji to give us the final closing comment.
I think my comment is worthy of being a closing comment. Just to make the suggestion that, there are so many different levels of analysis here. And one thing, when people talk about the origin of this conflict, whether it was an attack on the military base, whether it got involved because there was something dedicated to Eritrea, just would like to remind everybody that there are plenty of people who would say that World War I started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. That is a convincing wisdom. But we all know that it was much, much more than the assassination of that one person that led to that conflict. So I think it depends on how far back we go, how deeply we look into what dynamics are happening militarily, socially, and politically. And that's what it's incumbent on all of us to do right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilaji. And I really want to once again appreciate our panelists for their very kind and insightful contributions. And I want to also thank Dr. Dawani and Tongara, for their assistance. And I'm going to turn over the conversation, the closing, to Dr. Abugari at this point. So thank you once again, and I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. I think that went very well. I'm very pleased. I want to thank all of the panelists. Sorry, my video is dark. It's getting dark now, but I want to thank all of the panelists, especially for preparing in such a short notice. And I know that many of you were nervous. So I want to thank you for being fearless and going forward and participating in this event and being willing to share your opinions, even though it may have, been different from each other. I thought what was really beneficial about this symposium is we really, as a committee, tried to develop an interdisciplinary look at this conflict. So as an anthropologist and specifically an archaeologist, that was my little panel that I was really excited to hear from, but I also learned a lot from all the other panels. I also want to thank you for your professionalism. And I definitely wanted to thank the committee. The committee listened to almost every one of you had comments and recommendations and concerns. So the committee actually had to sit through all of that and deliberate on it and consider what we wanted to do about it. So thank you to all the committee members for your tireless efforts and work. And the most important person in this whole event was Anya. Thank you, Anya, our media specialist, who really, there was a ton of stuff that happened in the background that I would never have been able to do, or anybody at Howard. She actually makes Howard run. So I'm definitely giving her the last shout out. Thank you, Anya, our media specialist. So we did this, and I will hopefully see you guys in further events. Hopefully you guys will organize the next one. So I will definitely support you and attend your conferences and symposiums. And good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Flory. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, all the panelists. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us at Howard.
Thank you so much.